Two, two. Hey, hey. Then I fix. You hear anything in that speaker? Yeah? Good.
Abuhaya wabadi nagwa sere me bon Abuhaya lida wageira sere me bon Abuhaya adiura wabadi nagwa sere me bon Abuhaya nadagume wabadi nagwa sere me bon Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Abuhaya aguro wanigi sere me bon Abuhaya tida so wanigi sere me bon Abuhaya asasirai bagari sere me bon Abuhaya agarani hatu wanigi sere me bon Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Chibabale wagrima areda gwagida bawanigi Gibeti bisubudi wabureme Chibabale wagrima areda gwagida bawanigi Gibeti bisubudi wabureme Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Abuhaya wabadi nagwa sere me bon Abuhaya lida wageira sere me bon Abuhaya adiwara wabadi nagwa sere me bon Abuhaya nadagume wabadi nagwa sere me bon Hey uwati Ruadiga ani hebiga merili daliburiga luguya suntiga bafute. Hey, uati Ruadiga ani hebiga merili daliburiga luguya suntiga bafute. Hey. Waguji Bungiu, Lida Song for Las, Yumbila, Baruwe Hawa, Aduguala, Lema Puseru, Lida Mua, Lida Song for Las, Waguji Bungiu. Lida song for las Yubila Baruwe Hawa Aduguala Lema Pusero Lida Mua Lida song for las Lida Mua Lida song for las Waguji Pungiu, Lina Song for La, Yubila, Baruwe Hawa, Aduguala, Lema Pusero, Lida Mua, Lina Song for La, Lida Mua, Lida Song for La. Abu Haya Wabadi Nagwa Sere me bon Abu Haya Lida Wageira Sere me bon Mabulay daw ame wala misero Mabulay daw ame wala misero Mabulay daw ame Wahala misero Buiti mehada Yara yurume Lina ama waguria hoa Keisitira abagirigia amaisemi Lumagi along when Joseph Chatouye amala farakado harasagarina go Lumagi along when Joseph Chatouye amala faragado harasagarina go Buddha hama wachare Buddha hama waba Kama henga wasani go Halia mawapusaraha Afarahama wabute Afarahama wayawinite Oh ya ya hai Tayahu mama Ay ya ya hai Tayahu no fure Mabulye dawa mei Liru asuru Mabulye dawa mei Wala miseru Sereme waguchi suntika bafute Ani hakuwa harasa garina kubo wago Sereme waguchi suntika bafute Ani hakuwa harasa garina kubo wago Sereme wayalo Sereme wayalo Luagula salvaruni wa Sereme wayalo Luagula salvaruni wa Mabule dawa me wahala miseru Mabule dawa me wala miseru Mabule dawa me Buiti me hada Yara yurume Lina aba waguria hoa Keisitira abagirigia Aba Mabule dawa me wala miseru Mabule dawa me wahala miseru Mabule dawa me wahala miseru Buiti me hada Yara yurume Lina ama waguria hoa Keisitira abagirigia Ama isemi Lumagi along when Joseph Chatouye Amala farakado harasagarina go Lumagi along when Joseph Chatouye Amala faragano harasa garina go. Buddha hama wachare. Buddha hama waba. Kama henga wasani go. Halia mawapusara ha. Afarahama wabute. Afarahama wayawinite. Oh ya ya. Tayahu mama, ay ay ay, tayahu no fure. Mapulye dawa may, liru asuru. Mapulye dawa may, wala miseru. Sereme waguchi suntika bafute ani hakuwa harasa garina kubo wango. Sereme waguchi suntika bafute ani hakuwa harasa garina kubo wango. Sereme wayalo, sereme wayalo. Luakula salvaruniwa. Sereme wayalo, sereme wayalo. Luakula salvaruniwa. Mabule dawame, mabule dawame, wahala. Mabule dawame, mabule dawame, mabule dawame, wala miseru. Mabule dawame, buitime hada, yara yurume, lida aba waguria ho. Kesidira abagiriya abaiseni abaiseni Mabule dawame, wala miseru. Mabule dawame, wala miseru. Mabule dawame. Maggie alone when Joseph Chatouye Abala Farakado Harasagarina go Maggie alone when Joseph Chatouye Abala Farakado Harasagarina go Buddha Hama Wachare Unahama waba Kama henga wasanigo Halia mawapusaraha Afarahama wabute Afarahama wayawinite Oh ya ya hai Tayahu mama Ay 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 Tayahu no fure Mabulye dawa mei Liru asuru Mabulye dawa mei Wala miseru Sereme waguchi suntika bafute Ani hakuwa harasa garina kubo wango Sereme waguchi suntika bafute Ani hakuwa harasa garina kubo wango Sereme wayalo Sereme wayalo Luakula salvaruniwa Sereme wayalo Sereme wayalo Luakula salvaruniwa Mabule dawame Mabule dawame Wahala Mabule dawame Mabule dawame Mabule dawame Wala misero Mabule dawame Muiti me hada Yara yurume Lida aba waguria ho Keisitira abagiriya aba iseni aba iseni aba Ida mesa, Ida mesa, Ida mesa, baharano. Ida mesa, Ida mesa, Ida mesa, baharano. Adi murehadina. Hadina luni medigur subudi hamalipu familia hisi etibunu kasabua gubei numadahiaro minarebau heretisienile Babu seru la de gabisieno Ida mesa Ida mesa Ida mesa baharano Ida mesa Ida mesa Ida mesa hadina adimure habuo li hadina agor bahabo arufu danalibu hisieti bunu ida mesa baharanu arenga beinu kasabu agubei la diga suada basa mineru ya buwa marede rubadina afa buwa buago dei me baharunu ida mesa baharanu ida mesa baharanu ida mesa baharanu ida mesa baharanu ida mesa baharanu. Waguchi bungiu lidação folas yubila baruwe hawon adugu Allah lema puseru lidamua lidação folas waguchi bungiu lidação folas yubila baruwe hawon adugu Allah lema puseru lidamua lidação folas lidamua lidação folas Waguchi bungiu linação folas
We start in time now. Hello to all. We're about to start. Sorry for the delayed start, but we are waiting for everyone to be here. So, Witi bin Afif, and good morning to all. I especially want to welcome back the delegates that were here yesterday. We want to welcome the students, and we want to give a special welcome to those who have joined us today. I know the Guatemalan delegation came in, and if there are others who have just come in for the first time today, we'd like to recognize you. So as we go on, we're going to invite the Guatemalan delegation to come up and open up in a prayer and a special song for us this morning. So please come forward.
Ariahabo, Awahatia Baba, Ariahabo, Feruduna Bawa, Luagusu Wafi Guabureme, Lugayarala, Wese Furu, Lugayarala, Wese Furu. Ahabutiaua Waganagua Ahabutiaua Waganagua Uatinikata Luwabureme Feruduna Bawatia Feruduna Bawatia.
Uguchuli suntiga bafuti. Sereme wa muti bulago bachilugut ni wa ya lidong odele. Nubongi ite. Wat ni kata wa bafuti luga wana wadugu ni simbuguya. Agumbi hawa mutu tabafur guguchuli suntiga bafuti luga wana tuguya balao ya waganago. Dadiga buguya lubi bakanter ni wasas. Buguya lubi bakanter no wanigi wawani nuguchi. Buguya lubi bahori chuni wasami na uguchuli suntiga bafuti luga wana waresibiru ni lebabu serube lu waresibiru. Buguya akoni girubadiwa itara kiloniga hania mahamani hatia mudum. Ligetia wahalube ya alohabu. Lord, we thank you, O Father God, for being a good and an awesome God. We thank you, O Lord, for allowing us to be able to be here today, Father God, in all this time, O Lord, to be able to worship, to be able to gain knowledge of Father God, to be able to find more and more about our identity. We are absolutely nothing if we don't know where we come from. Our Lord, we ask you, Father God, to keep us safe. Give us open hearts, open minds, Father God, open spirits to be able to hear what it is that you want from us. Amen.
Wagochi bungi ulida sumfula.
One minute. Can everyone please just stand really quick? Let's hold each other's hands. So what we are going to do is we normally do the prayer of our Father.
Now?
I'll do it in English. I'll do it in English.
Wagoche bonge olida sumfula.
You can go side to side.
Nyabila baruwe hawo. Ataka wala leba musero be lida mua lida sumfula. Lida mua lida sumfula. Wagoche bonge lida sumfula. Nyabila baruwe hawo. Adoga wala leba musero be lida mua lida sumfula. Lida mua lida sumfula.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, just as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, O Father God, but deliver us from all that is evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Wagoche bonge o lida sumfula Nyabila baru we hawo Adaga wala leba busero be lida muwa lida sumfula Lida muwa lida sumfula Lida mua, lida sumfula, sitarala.
Amen.
We just want to thank the Guatemalan delegation for beginning our day and giving thanks and praise to the God who created us. So thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause? We had a good day yesterday in terms of the beginning of the conference, the 13th International Garifuna Conference, and we are indeed looking forward to a beautiful day, a great day, and our theme for today is the role of Garifuna heritage in developing our culture and resilience. Oh, sorry, I read the wrong one. Initiatives to promote the Garifuna heritage and culture among the youth in SVG, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Great thing to have education. Let me introduce myself. I forgot to do that in the beginning. I'm Fitzgerald Providence, the chair for today. I'm also the chairman of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines National Trust, which is an organization that will hopefully continue to partner with the Garifuna Foundation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines to continue to protect our heritage, our culture, and our natural history, as in the beauty of our island. So today it's all about education, and we are indeed happy to have the students from the different schools here who have written essays and also who are here to learn about our Garifuna culture and heritage. But we want to have some housekeeping matters on behalf of the University of the West Indies, who have graciously allowed us to be here, hosting us here in this conference. One, there's no eating or drinking in the room. If you do drink water, yes, that's allowed, but also do not leave any litter or any used containers in the room. The bathrooms are outside on your right, and just straight ahead on the right side there. You can see them clearly marked. And also, if you want to eat anything, particularly during the lunch break, there are benches on the compound, beautiful compound, where you can sit in the outdoor air and enjoy your beverage or meal. So we did have a little start, so I want to move on as quickly as possible, and I want to welcome Mrs. Gloria Williams, who would be the chairperson of this session with the students. So welcome her.
Good morning, everyone. Buiti Benafi. Okay, as you heard, I am Gloria Williams, and I am the moderator for today's session. Today, we look at the essay competition that was sent out to schools across the country. The topic for the essay is as follows: Garifuna language training in schools, the experience of Belize, potential for replication in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We had 12 entries from schools across the country, and we are going to listen to those who are here. We're going to listen to the essays that they came up with. I would give you a little insight as to what was expected of each student taking part in the competition. It says, first of all, that one student from each secondary school is expected to participate. You would hear, though, that there are several students from the same school. And we welcome this because we did not have a lot of participation from different schools. The essays must be between 1,000 and 1,200 words in length. Essays must also include 3 credible references, for example, books, academic articles, or official sources. There were 4 different topics that the student would have been able to choose from. The first one is, what role should government and civil society play in helping the indigenous communities of St. Vincent and the Grenadines preserve their culture and benefit from it? Number 2, imagine you are an indigenous community and have been elected to be the government. Explain 3 main ideas for protecting indigenous culture and using it to advance your community. Number 3, what types of development programs would best suit Baliso? Justify your responses. And finally, number 4, how can Heritage Month activities celebrate the diverse ethnic groups within Vincentian society? Suggest practical ideas. As we go along, we are going to get some more information. But right now, I would like to invite Ms. Nashaki Samuel from the Ministry of Education, Vocational Training, Innovation, Digital Transformation, and Information to give us some brief remarks from her ministry. Let's welcome her as she comes, please.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Good morning, everyone. The Ministry of Education is pleased to support initiatives that support Garifuna heritage and culture among our students, particularly, I'll go over that. The Ministry of Education is pleased to support initiatives to promote and, The Ministry of Education is pleased to support initiatives that promote Garifuna heritage and culture among our youths, particularly our students. We are excited and delighted to have our students participate in the essay writing competition, and this is the second time that we are having our essay competition. And as Ms. Williams said earlier on, that the participation, it has improved from last day, so I would like you to give yourself a round of applause for participating. And we are hoping that come next year that more participation will come from the schools than the previous years. You will hear more about the competition and the students' results after in the program. Now, through this initiative, we have our students develop research skills, analytical skills, and these skills will help them to understand the Vincentian culture, the Garifuna culture, in a more profound way. And we are happy that students from different institutions took it upon themselves, knowing that although some of you might have your SBAs and other assignments due, and your teachers to participate in this event. We warmly welcome our brothers and sisters as well from Guatemala, Honduras, and Belize, wherever you come from to participate in our session here today. And we look forward to a very productive and fruitful day. And not only today, but for the rest of the week and the rest of the weekend. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samuel. I am going to give you some information about the schools. Just call the names so we can know which schools have participated in this endeavor. We have the Girls High School, the North Union Secondary School, the Boys Grammar School, the St. Martin's Secondary School, the Sandy Bay Secondary School, the Emmanuel High School, Mesopotamia, and the Georgetown Secondary School. Let's put our hands together for those who chose to take part. Now we are going to be entreated to the idea of the students reading what they wrote. Okay, I have their scripts right here. So students, you don't have to worry. Your scripts are right here. And you're going to come in the following order. We're going to begin with Adriana Peters from the Girls High School. Let's put our hands for Adriana. We must remember that the majority of students here, this may be the first time that they're going in the public and doing something like this. We don't know where they're going to end up. You understand? They could become somebody really powerful, and this would have been a launch pad for them. So let us all encourage our students today, please. We agree? Thank you. Okay. So we will not have her just yet. All right. We will have Deanna Blake from the Girls High School instead. That finished so quickly. Come on. Let me give you yours. You are number 2, so here is your speech. At the end of it, I will ask you some questions, nothing too
No, start now. Okay. Protecting our roots, advancing our future in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and using it to advance our community. Imagine waking up one day and finding out that you have been elected to the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a representative from an indigenous Garifuna community. That would be a huge responsibility, and honestly, it is one that I think about a lot. Growing up in St. Vincent, I have seen our Garifuna culture slowly fading. Fewer young people know the language, fewer families practice the old traditions, and many of our sacred places have no legal protection. The Garifuna people are descendants of the island Caribs and West Africans who bravely resisted the colonization right here on the island of Yurmin. which we now call St. Vincent. If I were to be elected to government from this community, I would focus on three main ideas: bringing the Garifuna language into our schools, creating real economic opportunities through our culture, and making sure our ancestral lands are legally protected. Language is the heart of any culture. When a language disappears, everything connected to it also disappears, including the stories, the values, and the traditional knowledge that has been passed down for generations. The Garifuna language is a special mix of Arakian, Carib, French, English, and the West African words, and UNESCO has classified it as endangered. Right now in SVG, very few young people speak it, and the elders who do are getting older. If we do not act soon, we could lose it forever. As a government official, I would push to have Garifuna language classes added to the national curriculum in schools found in Garifuna communities like Sandy Bay, Oya, Fancy, and Georgetown. This will not just be a simple elective that students can skip. It would be a proper subject taught by trained Garifuna-speaking teachers, starting from Form 1 all the way to Form 5. I would also set up a Garifuna Language Institute to create teaching materials and run cultural camps for students during school holidays. According to UNESCO's Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, UNESCO 2003, language revitalization works best when both the government and the community are involved together. That is exactly the approach I would take. Beyond culture, knowing the language can open job opportunities. Garifuna speakers could work as tour guides, translators, and cultural consultants. So protecting the language is not just about tradition. It is also about giving a future to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a better future to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. One thing that has been noticed is that young people are more likely to embrace their culture when they can see that it has value in the real world. If culture only exists in history books, it will keep fading away. But if people can earn a living from it, they will want to keep it alive. The Garifuna community in St. Vincent has so many amazing cultural assets, including cassava bread making, drumming, the Dugu ceremony, traditional fishing methods, herbal medicine, and the punta and jigging dances. These are not just old traditions, they are valuable and unique, and the world is becoming increasingly interested in indigenous cultures. My second idea would be to create a Garifuna Cultural Economy Fund through the Ministry of Culture and the Garifuna Heritage Foundation. This fund would give small grants and affordable loans to Garifuna artists, musicians, cooks, herbalists, and craftspeople so they can grow their business. Work with the SVG Tourism Authority would also be done to create an indigenous heritage tourism experience that brings visitors directly into Garifuna communities. The World Bank 2020 has found that when indigenous communities control their own tourism, the economic benefits stay within the community and the outcomes are much better. That is exactly what I want for our people. I would also promote Garifuna food, crafts, and music as export products, especially to the large Vincentian diaspora communities in the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada. When our young people see that our culture can pay the bills and build a future, they will stop looking at it as something old-fashioned and start seeing it as something powerful and innovative. For the Garifuna community, land is not just property, it is identity. The relationship between our people and the land of Yurmin goes back centuries, and it is tied to our spirituality, our food, and our way of life. Our ancestors knew these forests, rivers, and coastlines deeply, and that knowledge is still alive in our communities today. But Garifuna lands are under constant threat from developers and from a legal system that does not fully recognize communal land rights. My third idea was to introduce an Indigenous Land Rights and Sacred Sites Protection Act. This law would officially recognize the collective land rights of Garifuna communities in SVG and protect important ancestral and spiritual sites. It would be in line with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples UNDRIP 2007, which SVG has endorsed and which clearly tells that indigenous peoples would have the right to protect and develop their cultural heritage. The act would also require that any major development project near Garifuna ancestral land must first go through a free, prior, and informed consent process, meaning the community would have decision-making power and not just be consulted after decisions are already made. I would also push for a national Garifuna Heritage Sites Registry. One of the most important sites that needs immediate protection is Balsum, the small island where thousands of Garifuna ancestors were imprisoned and left to die before the survivors were exiled to Central America in 1797. As Smith 2006 points out in Uses of Heritage, when a government officially recognizes and protects cultural sites, it sends a clear message to marginalized communities that their history matters. Protecting Balusu would be a powerful act of justice, and it would also create a meaningful heritage tourism destination that tells the true story of our nation's history. Protecting Garifuna culture in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it's not just about keeping old traditions alive, it is about justice, pride, and building a stronger nation. Through getting the Garifuna language taught in our schools, helping our people honor living through our culture, and passing laws to protect our ancestral lands and sacred sites, the Garifuna culture would be preserved for future generations to learn and experience. These three ideas work together. A community that knows its language can share its culture. A community that earns from its culture will want to keep it alive. And a community whose land is protected has a foundation to stand on. As a young Vincentian, our country is not complete without the full recognition of its indigenous people. We owe it to our ancestors, and we owe it to the generations that will come after us.
Okay. I listened to a number of ideas, projects that you came up with that, could be used to actualize what you're talking about. I would like to ask you, could you name something, a project that you think could be easily implemented in your school, where you would have majority participation of your students, where after a while you can go beyond the walls of your school and have something stretched out coming from what you started? Anything, something you said before, a makeup artist. Give a few minutes, give moments to think.
Okay, so this generation loves social media, and since they love social media, it would be nice to implement a competition on students having to make a video talking about how they can preserve the Garifuna culture in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And there will be prizes that can be won for this competition. So I think that would be something that would be very nice for students of my school to participate in. They would enjoy it, and it will also help them to learn more about the Garifuna culture and language.
Excellent, right? She sounds, come back please. She sounds so invested in the whole thing. Give her another round of applause. She will now receive her certificate of participation from Mr. Carlos Gamboa. Thank you. We would now invite Braxton Lewis from the North Union Secondary School. Thank you for welcoming him as he comes.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you all are having a great morning today. Truth be told, before I start, I just want to say I haven't really practiced much, so if I sound a little bit off, forgive me. Oh, so, can I come back a bit? It's a bit close. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. On a calm Monday afternoon, my friend Eric and I are discussing a grave matter: the disappearance of the Garifuna culture. Suddenly, he strikes me with an intriguing question. If you were a newly elected member of the government, what are 3 ways you would protect the indigenous culture of the Garifuna and use it to advance your indigenous community? I told him that I would need time to think about it. So I went home and wrote an essay based on his question. This is my answer. As a member of parliament and representative of the Garifuna people, I carry a great responsibility, not only as a political member, but as an ambassador between the government and Garifuna society. I will ensure that Garifuna traditions, language, and identity are preserved and strengthened for generations to come. For centuries, the Garifuna have faced cultural erosion, cultural assimilation, economic barriers, systemic discrimination, and land dispossession. As a political member, I cannot sit idly by without intervening. Political leadership offers the opportunity to reshape these stunting challenges into growing successes. I propose 3 revolutionary ideas to protect and spread the Garifuna culture. These are introducing Garifuna history and language into the school's curriculum across the Caribbean region, especially in countries like St. Vincent, Belize, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Improved quality of life for the indigenous people, new policies to protect the Garifuna people and culture, increased employment opportunities, and finally, special land tenure laws for people of Garifuna heritage. Together, these proposals offer a practical and empowering pathway that will bring positive, sustainable change to Garifuna lives. Firstly, introducing Garifuna history and language into the school's curriculum across the Caribbean region is a must. UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage 2001 proclaimed the Garifuna language, dance, and music as a masterpiece of the oral and intangible heritage of humanity. This was done to signify the recognition of the unique language, music, and dance of the Garifuna, showcasing just how vital their culture is in Caribbean history and society today. I'm not done. Still, due to the lack of a Garifuna heritage-based curriculum in schools, they face cultural erosion. According to Fiveable Content Team 2025, this is the gradual loss or weakening of distinct cultural identities, traditions, languages, and values, often driven by the dominance of Western culture and cultural assimilation. Clearly, this is a sociological process where individuals or groups from a minority culture adopt the customs, values, behaviors, and beliefs of a dominant culture. My idea to present Garifuna culture into the school's curriculum can help reduce the risk of losing the Garifuna culture based on the following challenges. Notably, teaching Garifuna language and traditions and halting cultural assimilation aids in inculcating the Garifuna heritage. This would greatly reduce cultural erosion and allow the Garifuna culture to live prospectively. The current school's curriculum in the Caribbean contains several languages, and they overshadow the Garifuna language, making it forgotten. With the new school's curriculum, Garifuna language, traditions, and history will be covered, warranting that more dominant cultures do not outshine Garifuna culture. Secondly, improved quality of life for the indigenous people and increased employment opportunities are imperative. Contreras 2023 found that 71% of Garifuna inhabitants in Honduras live in extreme poverty, with poor housing, a deficit of electricity, water, and sanitation services, and face a high discrepancy in inequality and income. About 40% of the Garifuna population who live in rural areas depend on rivers and wells for water. This spotlights the poor quality of life, lack of opportunity for employment, and systemic discrimination towards the Garifuna. By improving their quality of life, implementing new policies, and increasing employment opportunities, we can effectively improve their standard of living and aid them with housing and basic necessities in countries like Honduras. The positive outcomes of the above-mentioned implementations are paramount in ameliorating their conditions. Quintessentially, Chairperson, decreased poverty and proper housing enhance the quality of life of the indigenous people. They will no longer rely on rivers or wells as their main water supply. All Garifuna will have a comfortable place to sleep at night with electricity and a functioning lavatory. On top of that, new policies to protect the Garifuna and their culture from systemic discrimination are pertinent. Strikingly, Garifuna people are not recognized, resulting in them being ostracized in society and the misuse of laws which permits others to mistreat them. Law 2021 posits that Honduras must stop misusing criminal law to persecute human rights defenders and to stigmatize the Garifuna community. With these new policies, we can protect the Garifuna and stop systemic discrimination against them. Moreover, the reduced rate of economic migration cannot be overlooked. A study conducted by the National Library of Medicine, 2012, revealed that nearly 30% of Garifuna men and 20% of Garifuna women spent time away from their home country in the previous year in search of a job. Now, think of how high that number has skyrocketed today. Hence, by increasing the rate of opportunities for employment, the level of economic migration can be reduced and catalyze sustainable economic growth, especially among the indigenous peoples. Lastly, the establishment of special land tenure laws and ancestral territories for the Garifuna cannot be veiled. Diaz, 2014, elucidated that an oil palm company brought heavy machinery to clear what was left of Garifuna territory. The Garifuna community filed a complaint to the government. However, the company ignored the legal complaint and continued. The police forces swarmed the community, tore down the Garifuna flag, and arrested and charged several of the occupants with illegal occupation of their own land. The Honduran Black Fraternity Organization, of FRANE, stated that the state does not govern for the poor. It is trampling on the ancestral land rights of the Garifuna people. This could not be more true. And by creating land tenure laws for the Garifuna, we can prevent land dispossession. Therefore, this would allow them to rightfully claim their ancestral land and the specifics on how land is shared amongst them, and protect them from individuals attempting to unlawfully possess their land. In conclusion, the Garifuna people have been treated harshly and unfairly during the past few years. Despite being a large part of Caribbean history, they are slowly becoming an endangered species. But as a member of parliament from an indigenous community, I have ensured that with these notions, we can salvage their culture by incorporating Garifuna history, tradition, and language into the school's curriculum. This prevents other cultures and languages from overshadowing the Garifuna culture. Also, improved quality of life, implementation of new policies, increased employment opportunities, and new land tenure laws will secure the self-preservation of the indigenous people. I thank you.
Okay, Braxton, I would like to say that I think you underestimated yourself. You have such an awesome command that your audience was zoned in completely, completely. Yeah, I look forward to see you in a public speaking profession like a politician, man. You look like a president. You know what I'm saying? So keep that thing flowing. You have a unique talent. Turn it into a skill, but come and get the question now. If you were, let's say you were the Minister of Education, et al. Name a project you would use. Is that I'm shorted on the mic. Shorted on the mic. I'll go up on my toes. Okay. Thank you. Name a project you think should be implemented in schools, Garifuna-based project, but it must begin in primary school and flow right through the school system. A simple project that can begin with primary school students.
Okay. We could implement language and dance projects for primary school students that would carry into the secondary schools and maybe one day even into college curriculums and whatnot. So we could start off with, in the first few grades in primary school, start off with basic phrases of the Garifuna language and little dances as well. Get to secondary school, more advanced communication, and even do different theater arts performances of the Garifuna dances as well. And in college, well, full-on plays that we could do, that we could showcase live on television across the Caribbean region. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister of Education, Vocational Training, Innovation, Digital Transformation, and Information. You were awesome. We would now call on Janea Bonady of the Girls High School, please. Why you stop welcoming her?
Good morning, everyone. My topic is what role should government and civil society play in helping indigenous communities of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to preserve their culture and benefit from it. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a small nation with a powerful history. Long before colonial powers arrived, this land was home to indigenous Kalinago and Garifuna people who chose courage, resistance, and cultural strength that shaped our national identity. The story of Chief Joseph Chatouet and the tragedy of Baliso are not just historical events. They are reminders of sacrifice, survival, and resilience. Yet, in today's rapid modern world, indigenous tradition face the risk of being diluted, commercialized, or forgotten. For this reason, both government and the society must work together deliberately and respectfully to ensure that indigenous communities preserve their culture and benefit from it socially, educationally, and economically. The first and most critical role of government is legal protection. Cultural heritage must be safeguarded by strong policies and enforceable laws. Sacred space such as Baliso should be permanently protected as national heritage sites to prevent expoliation or foreign ownership that disregards historical significance. Indigenous culture such as traditional drumming, language, craft, and symbols should also be protected and be on the property and legalization of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Without legal safeguards, there is real danger that elements of indigenous culture may be used without permission or benefit to the communities themselves. When the state takes form legal action, it sends a clear message that indigenous heritage is not optional. It is central to our identity as a nation. Beyond protection, the government must prioritize education reform. Culture begins in the classroom. The history of the Kalinago and Garifuna people should not be limited to a short paragraph in a textbook, but explored as a part of St. Vincent's history. Students should understand the significance of resistance, displacement, and survival. Indigenous studies into the curriculum forces pride and awareness among young people. School programs, research projects, and heritage competitions can further encourage students to connect personally with their roots. When young Vincentians understand that our freedom and identity were shaped by indigenous people, they are more likely to value and respect that legacy. Indigenous communities should have access to grants, training that allow them to develop cultural industries sustainable. For example, supporting community museums, craft markets, heritage tours, and cultural festivals can create employment while strengthening tradition. Cultural tourism, when managed, can provide income without compromising. However, such practices must also prioritize community leadership rather than outside control. The goal is employment, not exploitation. One major contribution is documentation and leadership and knowledge transformation. Many indigenous traditions, such as medicine, farming techniques, fishing practices, and storytelling, have historically been passed down orally. If elders are not supported, in sharing this knowledge, it may disappear. Community organizations can host workshops, oral history projects, and cultural camps where elders teach young people tradition skills. Recording these sessions through books, audio, archives, or documentaries ensure that the valuable knowledge is preserved permanently. The private sector, as a part of the society, must also act ethically. Businesses involved in tourism, entertainment should also collaborate directly with indigenous communities when using cultural elements. Sponsorship of heritage events, scholarships for indigenous youths, and investment in community demonstrates corporate responsibility. Media organizations can further contribute by highlighting indigenous stories, celebrating achievements, and educating the wider public about historical truths. Repre- Representation matters. When indigenous voices are visible and respected in national conversations, cultural pride increases. An important principle guiding both government and society efforts must be recognized. Indigenous communities must not be treated as subjects of policy, but as active decision makers. Furthermore, preserving indigenous culture strengthens national unity. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a diverse society shaped by African, European, East Indian, and indigenous influences. Recognizing and honoring the contributions of the first people does not divide us, it deepens our collective understanding. It also promotes mutual respect and a stronger sense of belonging among all citizens. Importantly, culture is not frozen in the past, it develops. Supporting indigenous communities does not mean resisting the modern world, but ensuring that development does not ease to identity. With thoughtful planning, technology can even assist through digital archives, online exhibitions, and global culture exchanges. Government funding combined with the society can create a transformed heritage while maintaining authenticity. In conclusion, the indigenous culture in St. Vincent and the Grenadines requires collaboration between the government and the society. Through strong legal protection, educational reform, economic empowerment, community documentation, ethical business practices, and genuine relationships between the indigenous people can safeguard their traditions and benefit from them. As a young Vincentian, I believe that honoring our indigenous heritage is not simple, but remembering the past. Is not as simple, but remembering the past. It is about shaping a future grounded in respect, justice, and pride. And when we protect the roots of our nation, we understand that future generations inherit not only our land, but identity, strength, and truth. I thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to Janaya again. Janaya, your question is, if you were a true Garifuna, name one part of the culture you would want your great-grandchildren to know about, and tell us why.
I would say I would want them to know about the language. I feel, well, me personally, when I heard the Garifuna people praying, it was very encouraging, and it really got to me that I should learn the language. And you saw the emotions, and you could have seen like the struggle that they went through, how they were singing, and the emotion that they put into it. And I think that that's something that we should pass along, because they went through a lot, and through their language and singing, it is expressed.
Talk about hitting the nail on the head. Let's give another round of applause. Coming up next, we have Kiss Graham from the Girls High School. We are encouraging our speakers, so give the applause until they get here. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My essay is entitled Echoes of Freedom, Children of Châteauneuf, Keepers of the Flame. Joseph Châteauneuf, a name that resonates with the spirit of resistance and pride, stands as a beacon of hope and inspiration for generations to come. His legacy as paramount chief of the Garifuna people is not only a story of defiance against colonial oppression, but also a foundation upon which the identity of modern Vincentians rests. As we explore the theme, what role should government and civil society play in helping the indigenous communities of St. Vincent and the Grenadines preserve their culture and benefit from it, we must recognize that Châteauneuf's vision of autonomy and cultural preservation continues to guide our path today. His struggle was not merely about survival, it was about ensuring that future generations could flourish amidst the fruits of their heritage. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a beautiful archipelago rich in cultural diversity, where the Garifuna and Kalinago peoples stand as custodians of unique traditions. Their heritage encompasses languages, crafts, rituals, and social practices that embody centuries of resilience. Yet, globalization, modernization, and socio-economic pressures threaten these traditions. UNESCO has warned that many indigenous languages, including those of the Kalinago, face extinction due to diminishing use among younger generations, UNESCO 2021. Without deliberate intervention, the vibrant cultural expressions that connect Vincentians to their roots risk fading into silence. Châteauneuf's spirit reminds us that culture is not a relic of the past, but a living force. Every festival, every drumbeat, every calypso verse is a heartbeat of resistance and identity. Preserving this heritage requires a united effort. Government policies, civil society initiatives, and community participation must converge to ensure that the children of Châteauneuf continue to thrive as fruits of this remarkable legacy. The government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines holds a pivotal responsibility in safeguarding indigenous heritage. Policies must recognize and protect the rights of indigenous communities, beginning with legal recognition of land rights. Land is not merely property, it is the canvas upon which traditions are painted. Providing land titles empowers communities like the Kalinago to engage in traditional agriculture and land management practices that sustain both cultural and environment. Government of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines 2022. Education is another cornerstone. Schools should integrate indigenous history, language, and customs into the national curriculum. By teaching young Vincentians about Châteauneuf's resistance and Kalinago worldview, the government instills pride and responsibility in preserving heritage. Cultural days, storytelling lessons, and indigenous language programs can transform classrooms into spaces of identity and respect. Moreover, the government can harness tourism as a tool for preservation. Cultural tourism initiatives, festivals, heritage sites, artisan markets can generate economic benefits while showcasing the uniqueness of Vincentian culture. Funds from tourism should be reinvested into the indigenous communities, supporting artisans, maintaining cultural sites, and ensuring that traditions remain vibrant. Civil society organizations complement government efforts by mobilizing awareness and grassroots actions. NGOs, community groups, and cultural associations can organize workshops, festivals, and storytelling events that highlight indigenous traditions. These initiatives not only preserve culture but also strengthen community bonds. Civil society also plays a vital advocacy role. By working with government bodies, these organizations ensure that indigenous voices are heard in decision-making processes. Collaborations between civil society and indigenous leaders can produce meaningful proposals for legislation that protects rights and promotes heritage. Economic empowerment is another area where civil society shines. Supporting local craftspeople with market access, training, and resources ensure that traditional skills are preserved while providing sustainable livelihoods. Such initiatives encourage younger generations to engage with their heritage, transforming cultural preservation into a source of pride and prosperity. Preservation does not mean isolation. Indigenous communities benefit from cultural exchange and collaboration with neighboring groups. Festivals that celebrate the diversity of St. Vincent and the Grenadines can include Kalinago and Garifuna showcases of music, dance, and storytelling. These events foster unity, echoing Chataya's vibes, ethos of solidarity. They remind us that our strength lies in togetherness, where each vibrant costume and drumbeat boasts with meaning and resilience. The preservation of indigenous culture enriches not only the communities themselves, but the entire nation. A strong cultural identity fosters social cohesion and national pride, creating an inclusive society where diversity is celebrated. Indigenous practices often promote sustainable resource management, offering valuable lessons in combating climate change and protecting biodiversity. Economically, cultural tourism provides opportunities for growth. Tourists seeking authentic experiences are drawn to the unique traditions of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, positioning the nation as a distinct cultural destination. By showcasing their heritage, indigenous communities contribute to national development while benefiting directly from tourism revenues. Chataya's legacy is not confined to history books. It lives in the rhythm of our festivals, the narratives of our poets, and the courage of our youth. His spirit is the drumbeat in our veins, steady and unyielding. His courage was a torch, and we are the flames that continue to burn brightly. We are the branches of a tree he planted, reaching skyward, yet rooted deeply in our heritage. Government and civil society must honor this legacy by ensuring that indigenous communities are not marginalized but celebrated as vital contributors to the Vincentian identity. By cultivating roots and sharing stories, we ensure that the fruits of our heritage thrive for generations to come. In conclusion, the preservation of indigenous culture in St. Vincent and the Grenadines requires a collaborative effort between government and civil society. The government must enact supportive policies, invest in education, and promote cultural tourism. Civil society must raise awareness, advocate for indigenous rights, and empower communities economically. Together, these efforts safeguard the heritage of the Garifuna and Kalinago, ensuring that the children of Chataya continue to flourish. By honoring the past and nurturing the dreams of a brighter future, we celebrate not just Joseph Chataya, but the enduring spirit of resistance and resilience that defines us. The preservation of indigenous culture is not merely an act of remembrance, it is a promise to carry forward the indomitable spirit of our ancestors, ensuring that the fruits of our heritage remain vibrant and alive for generations to come. I thank you.
Okay, Kiss, for your question, you are allowed to be as simple as you wish. Let's say as a minister of government, you were asked to lead in the development of a law that promotes Garifuna existence and or their culture. What will it be? Let's say as the minister of government, you were asked to lead in the development of a law that promotes Garifuna existence and or their culture. What would that law be? You could be as simple as you wish.
Okay. It would be to not tear down any old Garifuna heritage sites. Let's say that it was in for a long time and people want to build a casino or spa over it and they want to demolish the historical sites. Let's say that when they do it, they would be charged with tearing down of historical property and be fined a large sum of money. I thank you.
I say, boom! Stand and give her a round of applause, man. You were excellent. That was great. That's what you call thinking on your feet. Okay, let's move on, please. We have Lucas Huggins from the St. Martin's Secondary School. Let's welcome him.
Good morning, everyone. Before I start, I would like to thank Edgar Adams, Lennox Honeychurch, Olton Ackley, the SVG Indian Heritage Foundation, and of course, Father Mac. He's a very educated author. I would encourage everyone to at least read one of his books. And I thank these people for the information they gave for me to put together my essay. How can Heritage Month activities celebrate the diverse ethnic groups within Vincentian society? March, also known as Heritage Month, is an important time in St. Vincent and the Grenadines because it is the month when the country celebrates National Heroes Day. On March 14th, Vincentians honor Paramount Chief Joseph Chatouillet, who was a brave leader in the Garifuna people, who fought to protect the land and freedom of his people. According to Edgar Adams, he was allegedly killed or mortally wounded during the encounter between the Caribs and the British Army under General Abercrombie on the 9th of March 14th. His contributions are remembered during the Garifuna's annual visit to Baliso and through other heritage activities. But what about all the other ethnic groups that make up our country? St. Vincent and the Grenadines, like all of the Caribbean, is a melting pot. Our forefathers came from each of the 4 main continents: Africa, Europe, Asia, and America. Vincentian society is made up of the Kalinago, Garifuna, Africans, Europeans, East Indians, and people of mixed heritage. Each of these groups has contributed to the country's development in different ways. Because of this, Heritage Month activities should celebrate all ethnic groups, and help people understand and respect the country's cultural diversity. This can be done through well-planned events, activities in schools, communities, and at the national level, like exhibitions, music and dances, storytelling, learning activities, and community events. One way Heritage Month can celebrate different ethnic groups is through school-based activities. Schools play an important role in teaching students about culture and history. A practical activity that schools can organize is a Heritage Day, where students can dress in traditional clothing, bring cultural food, and create displays of different ethnic groups. This would require students to do research beforehand, which would help them learn about cultures other than their own, while sharing their own traditions. Learning in this fun, interactive way may make students more interested in their history and culture. It would also give those students from different ethnic backgrounds a sense of pride and inclusion. For example, if there are Indian students who practice their traditional ways, they can have a booth that displays their various dishes besides the popular roti. They may also have family photos they can share in booths they set up, which can tell stories of how the Indian population have contributed to the society. This type of activity would allow students to experience culture firsthand rather than only reading about it, and help them develop respect and a stronger connection to their own heritage and that of others. Also, maybe there can be community activities where people get to learn about their own heritage and others while doing some type of service, like restoring a cultural site. For example, in the community, can be asked to assist in the cleaning and maintaining of the obelisk at Dorsetshire Hill. This activity celebrates ethnic diversity by recognizing the Garifuna people through both education and community service. Other community activities could include cultural barbecues featuring traditional food from different ethnic groups, storytelling sessions where elders share old folk tales, or musical gatherings that showcase drumming, songs, and dances passed down through generations. Heritage Month can also be celebrated at the national level to organize events such as matches, exhibitions, and cultural shows. This has been done over the years during the annual Heritage Month Festival, where different schools march to now Independence Park and perform choral speeches, songs, dances, etc. This and other month-long activities are organized by government ministries such as the Ministry of Tourism, Civil Aviation, Sustainable Development, and Culture, with the Department of Culture taking a lead role. The Ministry of Education, and supported by cultural groups such as the Garifuna Heritage Foundation, as well as schools and community organizations. This festival is enjoyed by those who participate and the spectators, but it mainly focuses on the Garifuna. So, to make Heritage Month celebrate different ethnic groups, other groups like the SVG, Indian Heritage Foundation, can be included so that their role in the nation's history can be shown outside of Indian Arrival Day, celebrated on June 22nd, which is the date the first group of Indians reached St. Vincent in June 1861. Members from this group can have a booth at the festival where they can interact with the public and share their stories, food, music, and other things. The role of the Portuguese who came to St. Vincent and the Grenadines from Madeira in the mid-1800s can also be highlighted, since they worked on plantations at first, became small farmers and shopkeepers, then got into local government. They also helped spread the Roman Catholic faith here. This will make history feel more alive to the people, especially history students who may be learning about the topic of indentured immigrants. By involving different villages and cultural groups in these national events, they would feel valued and represented. I also think that the media and technology should be used more to spread information about our heritage. For example, more local programs could be shown on SVG TV to give virtual tours of cultural landmarks. Short documentaries by people like Ackley Olton could be shown to reach more people, especially young people. He has a YouTube channel with a video showing Bookament petroglyphs and a documentary called Crafting Our Indigenous Memory. This would be a good idea because some people have never visited these historical sites and may not want to read textbooks. But by watching the videos, they would learn about the nation's heritage, and it may help more people appreciate the different ethnic groups that shape St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In conclusion, Heritage Month in March is a special time to celebrate the history and culture of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It is important that activities during this month recognize all the different ethnic groups, including Kalinago, Garifuna, Africans, Europeans, East Indians, and people of mixed heritage, through school-based activities, community projects, national festivals, and the use of technology. Vincentians can learn about and appreciate each group's contributions. By taking part in these activities, people can feel more proud of their own culture while respecting and understanding others, which makes Heritage Month meaningful for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, Lucas, let me ask you quickly, if you were asked to organize a festival in your school with an aspect of Garifuna culture, what would you showcase?
Well, firstly, if I were to showcase an event in my school, the major thing that I would showcase is music, because in my opinion, music is basically how feelings sound. It is how people express their emotions in an audio way, right? It is an important way to make people understand your heritage and ones of others. And it dates back centuries. Music has been a thing where people from thousands of years ago have started. Even before biblical times, music has been a part of someone's society in some way or another.
Thank you, Lucas. We would now have Wineska Glasgow from the Georgetown Secondary School, please. Okay, so we'll move on until she appears. Leandra Pemberton, Leandre. Lendre, okay. Lendre Pemberton from the St. Vincent Boys Grammar School. Let's put our hands together for him, please.
Bueti Benafi. A wound in the sea, giving Baliso the future its people never had. My essay was based on the question, what types of development program will best suit Baliso? Justify your response. They came to an island that was not a home, a piece of rock that the sea washed with different eyes. Why? Because the Garifuna people, children of the Carib and the African descendants, were driven like sheep from the hills and valleys of St. Vincent. They were rounded up and held on the small island called Baliso, like prisoners. Baliso received them, but not gently. The island offered no shade and no shelter from the dying. Thousands perished on that small, cruel shore between 1796 and 1797, their breath taken by disease and starvation. Anderson, 2009. I could only imagine how they cried in pain to the sea because there was nothing else, how they buried their children in soil that was never theirs. The ones who survived were eventually exiled to the Bay of Honduras. They carried Baliso inside them. I am sure it was carried as a wound and not a memory. That wound cannot be fully closed. The island still stands today, uninhabited as part of the 32 islands and cays. Its hills thick with the ghosts of a people the world tried to erase. Because of this history, Baliso is one of the most significant sites in indigenous suffering in the entire Caribbean. Today, people are starting to ask, what should be done with this island? Should it be turned into a tourist resort? Should it be left alone? Should something be built there to remember what happened? In my considered opinion, the most appropriate development programs for Baliso must center on three interconnected priorities: heritage conservation and memorialization, sustainable ecotourism, and governance that empowers Garifuna descendants in any decision made about the island. First and foremost, any serious development on Baliso must not begin with economics, but with the establishment of a formally recognized memorial and cultural heritage site. Many people outside and within the Caribbean have never even heard of Baliso or the Garifuna people. This needs to change. One of the heritage sites is a place that is protected and preserved because of its historical importance. My hope is that this island can carry the same significance as the island of Gorée, off the coast of Senegal in Africa. This is a place where enslaved Africans were held before shipped across the ocean. Today, it is protected by UNESCO, the United Nations organization that looks after important cultural sites. And people from all over the world visit to learn and reflect to it. I recommend that Baliso follow a similar path. The UNESCO World Heritage Convention provides a pathway for nominating sites of outstanding universal significance. Getting Baliso formally recognized as a heritage site would help protect it and ensure that what happened is never forgotten. Furthermore, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, 2007, clearly states that indigenous communities have the right to have their cultural heritage maintained and protected. Therefore, I am suggesting that an archaeological survey be conducted to locate burial sites that a dignified memorial be constructed and that an interpretive center be established to contextualize the Garifuna experience within our history. Building a memorial on Baliso would be one of ways of honoring this principle. The second program I would suggest is the development of sustainable ecotourism on the island. I want to be clear. I am not talking about building hotels or bringing in cruise ships. I am talking about something much more careful and respectful. Baliso has been uninhabited for so long that its coral reefs, birds, and natural vegetation are, I believe, still relatively healthy. Small guided tours, strictly limited in numbers, could allow visitors to experience the island's beauty and learn its history without causing damage. Researcher David Weaver, 2001, explains that this type of careful ecotourism is far more effective at protecting natural sites than tourism that only pretends to care about the environment. Our own government's National Development Plan has already identified cultural and heritage tourism as a priority for the country's future. Government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 2013. Therefore, developing Baliso in this way would perfectly fit into that vision, with the proceeds going toward conservation and Garifuna cultural programs. Additionally, the United Nations Samoa Pathway, which focuses on helping small island countries develop, says that countries should grow their economies while also protecting their culture and environment. For a country like St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which is very vulnerable to natural disasters and was badly affected by a volcanic eruption in 2021, building a sustainable and low-impact development model for Baliso could help the economy while also serving as a good example for other countries around the world. The most important thing about any development on Baliso is that the Garifuna people must be involved in making the decisions. It would be deeply wrong and historically ironic to plan the future of an island where the Garifuna were imprisoned without giving their descendants a real voice in what happens. Taylor, 2012, stated that in the Caribbean, heritage sites are only truly successful when the communities most connected to them are in charge of how they are managed, not just consulted after the fact. This makes sense because the people who have the most emotional and historical connection to a place are the ones who will care most deeply about doing it justice. A practical way to do this would be to set up a Baliso Heritage Trust, a formal organization made up of representatives from Garifuna communities in Honduras, Belize, Guatemala, and Nicaragua, as well as local Vincentian citizens and environmental experts. This trust would have real authority over what gets built, who can visit, and how any trust would have real authority, and any money made from tourism is used. Norse, 2006, points out that heritage trusts of this kind have worked in the past other parts of the Caribbean to protect important sites while also making sure communities benefit. Baliso is a small island, but it carries a very important historical story. The Garifuna people who have suffered and died there deserve more than to be forgotten. I believe that if our government takes the lead on creating a heritage memorial supporting responsible ecotourism and empowering the Garifuna through a community trust, we would be sending a message to the entire world that St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a nation that faces history with courage and compassion, that we understand some places are too important to be turned into just another resort, and that some stories are too important to be silenced again. Our ancestors deserve a living memorial, one that generates not only revenue, but recognition, not only visitors, but understanding. Building that future wisely is the obligation of all who claim to govern in the interest of justice. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think these speeches are incredible. These compositions are incredible. I would take your speech and bring it to the Prime Minister and said, this is the document. You know, you hit every single spot, you know, in terms of what we need to do to preserve Baliso. Developing a trust, you know, so it's amazing. So I'm going to get a copy of your speech. Great job.
Okay, Lendry, were you given the opportunity to set something down here in this country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines? What would you want to set down that is a reminder to locals and visitors to our country, a reminder or an understanding of our Garifuna heritage? What would you set down?
Well,
and where?
so why I would set down and where? And what would I set down? I would set down some learning centers that could help educate our young people to know that what we're learning is a big important role in history. And while also doing that, we help educate our children learning a new language that sharpens their minds. Where? It would be probably in Fancy, that's where Garifuna was, and it played a big role in the history of the Garifuna.
What form are you in?
I'm in Form 2, Room 6.
Okay, Mr. Prime Minister, Form 2 in St. Vincent Grammar School. Give him a round. Wasn't he great? Yes, he was absolutely great. Thank you. We would now have Nelisa Valentine from the Sandy Bay Secondary School. Is she here? Come on, let's welcome her.
Good morning, everyone. Wouldn't it be wonderful to see our indigenous culture thriving throughout the nation? The indigenous people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, descendants of the Kalinago, are an important part of our country's history and identity. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is known in the Garifuna community as Yeremen, their spiritual homeland, and is home to Baliso, which symbolize both the death and rebirth of their culture. Before the arrival of Europeans, the Kalinago had their own way of life. They lived off the land and sea, developed rich traditions, and built strong communities. Although colonization brought conflict, displacement, and many hardships, their descendants remain today, holding on to important aspects of their culture. However, in today's modern world, globalization, economic pressures, and changing lifestyles make it difficult for some traditions to survive. Therefore, both the government and civil society must play a vital role in preserving indigenous culture and ensuring that these communities can benefit from it by protecting their rights, teaching history in schools, and creating economic opportunities rooted in their heritage. Firstly, one of the most important responsibilities of the government is to protect the rights of indigenous communities, not just in words, but through meaningful action. This protection safeguards not only their rights, but also the identity of the island, which is deeply rooted in the struggles of indigenous people. For many years, indigenous people in St. Vincent and the Grenadines faced land loss, discrimination, and exclusion as a result of colonization. If their rights are not clearly protected today, similar patterns of neglect and conflict may continue in new forms. Protecting their rights means legally recognizing indigenous identity, continuing and ensuring that their lands, cultural sites, and traditions cannot be taken or damaged without their consent. It also means guaranteeing that they have a voice in decisions that directly affect their communities, especially in regarding development projects and national policies. As stated in the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Economic, Social, and Cultural Institutions, United Nations 2007, too often indigenous communities are left out of discussions about land use and economic planning, even though they are the most affected. The government can strengthen these protections by enforcing laws that preserve cultural sites and prevent the misuse of indigenous heritage. While international agreements are important, real and lasting change must happen at the national level. When indigenous rights are respected, communities are better equipped to preserve their culture and fully participate in society. Secondly, the government and civil society can support indigenous communities through education. There is a clear need to teach indigenous history more thoroughly in schools. For many years, Caribbean history at the upper school level has focused mainly on European settlers and slavery, while indigenous peoples are only briefly mentioned. As a result, many students do not fully understand the role of the Kalinago played in shaping the country or the determination the Garifuna people demonstrated in resisting colonial oppression. Teaching more accurate and detailed information about indigenous history will help students develop greater respect and appreciation for their culture. Schools can also support cultural preservation by hosting heritage activities and inviting elders to share their knowledge and experiences. When indigenous students see their culture valued in the classroom, it helps build pride and confidence. At the same time, other students gain a better understanding of and respect for indigenous communities. According to Richmondville Academy, the story of the Garifuna people is one of the cultural fusion and resistance against colonial oppression, and it is important to spread awareness so the legacy of this unique and complex culture can live. Richmondville Academy 2025. Education can make cultural preservation a national responsibility rather than leaving it solely in indigenous communities. Finally, economic opportunities are another important way the government and civil society can support indigenous communities. Preserving culture should not only be about keeping traditions alive, it should also create opportunities for people to earn a sustainable living. Many indigenous communities face unemployment and limited resources, so supporting cultural businesses can make a significant difference. According to UNESCO, safeguarding cultural heritage can contribute to sustainable development and provide economic opportunities for communities. UNESCO 2003. For example, crafts such as basket weaving and wood carving and handmade goods can be sold at markets, festivals, or online platforms. There are members in my community who weave baskets for sale but struggle to earn a stable income due to limited exposure and marketing opportunities. The government can assist local artisans by providing greater exposure and platforms to advertise and promote their products. Ecotourism is another valuable option where visitors can learn about indigenous history, experience traditional foods, and listen to stories shared by elders. These activities can create jobs for tour guides, craft makers, farmers, and performers. For instance, cassava is a crop grown in the Garifuna communities of Sandy Bay and Fancy in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and it is used to produce various traditional foods and products. The government can create avenues for community members to sell their products while simultaneously promoting and preserving indigenous cuisine. However, this must be done fairly and respectfully. Indigenous people should have the authority to decide how their culture is shared so that it benefits the community and it is not exploited. When managed properly, cultural and economic initiatives can generate income, strengthen community pride, and ensure that traditions continue for future generations. Indigenous people have the right to maintain their cultural traditions and protect their lands and identities, United Nations 2007. In conclusion, preserving the culture of indigenous communities in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is of vital importance. Both the government and civil society have key roles to play in this effort. By protecting indigenous rights, the United Nations 2007, teaching their history in schools, Richmond Vale Academy 2025, and creating economic opportunities through cultural preservation, UNESCO 2003. These communities can maintain their traditions while improving their quality of life. Supporting indigenous people not only fosters pride and confidence, but also ensures that their rich cultural heritage is preserved for future generations. Ultimately, the survival and flourishing of indigenous culture benefits the entire nation, strengthening its identity, diversity, and social cohesion. I thank you.
Okay, Nelicia, quickly. Let's say you're a history teacher and there is a new history book out, The Garifuna of UWI. Which topic would you be eager to teach to your students? The Garifuna of UWI.
Okay.
Just think of one thing you want to teach. You think you want to teach one thing. And I don't talk, you just say why you think you want to teach that. Right, go ahead.
I would like to teach the language because it will unite the communities and strengthen the bonds between the peoples, and it will also give the elders a chance to share their traditions and stories with the younger generation.
Come on, what kind of little clap is that? This was such an awesome answer. Our students are par excellence, you know. Ronique Charles of the Girls High School, please.
Good morning. My topic is what role should Good morning. My topic is what role should government and civil society play in helping the indigenous communities of St. Vincent and the Grenadines preserve their culture and benefit from it? A nation without its culture is like a tree without roots. This old proverb reflects on the dilemma of the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines concerning the history and position of the Garifuna people. These indigenous communities form a historical part of our nation's culture, but unfortunately, as admitted by Minister Siobhan John in a One News SVG article on February 26, 2026, we have lost aspects of our indigenous language and traditions. In fact, as a 12-year-old Vincentian, I was surprised to only recently learn that the Garifuna people originated in our homeland. While activities during National Heritage Month raise awareness, if young people are just discovering this now, 1 month is not enough to make a lasting impact. To truly preserve our indigenous culture and ensure indigenous people benefit from this, the government and civil society must support endeavors to teach the Garifuna languages in school, promote cultural tourism, encourage youth participation in cultural preservation, and create Garifuna-centered community programs that extend throughout the year. One key way to preserve any culture is through the teaching of its language. Our government should be encouraged to include the Garifuna language as part of the nation's curriculum. According to UNESCO 2021, indigenous languages are key to preserving a cultural diversity and cultural identity. This supports the importance of teaching indigenous languages in school. As a student of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Girls High School, I believe that if I could learn Mandarin every Monday as a part of my curriculum, where I also learn about Chinese culture, such as Chinese New Year celebrations, then there is also space in the curriculum for students to learn about the Garifuna language and culture. Why am I not learning the language of the people who originated from the very soil where I live? If students learn the knowledge will also reach homes and families across our nation. To truly preserve Garifuna culture, we should learn it, speak it, and feel proud of it. Another method for preserving indigenous culture is through cultural tourism. When visitors arrive to our shores, it is our duty to present the past as much as we present the present of our countries. Travelers are increasingly looking for cultural histories and experiences. As seen by the heritage tourism market, which was valued at $638.87 billion globally in 2025, and it is expected to expand gradually in the upcoming years. Fortune Business Insights 2026. Visitors have a wonderful experience by learning firsthand about the history, traditions, and customs of this place through cultural tourism. This gives our Garifuna language in St. Vincent a chance to be preserved and promoted. This demonstrates that leaders understand the importance of cultural preservation. in communicating our heritage to others. Descendants of the Garifuna people can be employed to lead paid tours to significant Garifuna sites, such as Dorsetshire Hill, where Chief Chattoyer died, and guides in sea swords to Balasso, where Garifuna ancestors were exiled. This would appeal to history-focused tourists and help indigenous people benefit economically in- from their heritage. The preservation of indigenous culture may also involve young people, since they are the persons who will carry on national heritage. Schools, communities, organizations, and the government should push more youth participation in cultural activities through modern engagement methods such as social media, storytelling, digital cultural exhibitions, and school heritage projects. Young people often connect easily with tradition when culture is presented in a way that they can relate to their daily lives. For example, students could be encouraged to share Garifuna history and tradition through music, school presentations, and online platforms such as TikTok or YouTube. This would help bridge the gap between older and younger generations who hold traditional knowledge. Hold on. This would help bridge the gap between older generations who hold the knowledge and younger generations who are still learning about their heritage. When young Vincentians feel proud of their cultural roots, they are more likely to protect, celebrate, and be proud of their culture in the future. In addition, civil society should organize year-round cultural programs at community centers throughout St. Vincent and the Grenadines. These programs should focus on language learning, storytelling, traditional music, and community participation so that Garifuna heritage is actively practiced rather than passively remembered. National competitions such as Garifuna story writing contests, festivals celebrating indigenous songs and dances, and cultural centers where people of all backgrounds can learn about Garifuna heritage can help engage young youths and adults alike. Continuous community involvement is essential because cultural traditions survive only when they are passed on from one generation to the next. As the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO 2003 states, intangible culture heritage is constantly recreated by communities and groups in response to communities to remain alive. Their year-round programs would ensure that Garifuna culture is not only remembered in March during Heritage Month, but celebrated and practiced throughout the year. By employing Garifuna ancestors as qualified tour guides at museums, historical sites, and cultural heritage sites, the government can help indigenous communities prosper economically in addition to imparting historical information. These tour guides would provide indigenous cultural tales and customs, enhancing the authenticity of travel experiences. It is also critical to support regional artisans. For people who make traditional art, apparel, drums, and other cultural instruments. The government can offer marketing support, training, and small business aids. Establishing designated craft markets in tourist areas would allow artisans to sell products constantly, not only during peak tourism seasons. Community heritage areas include indigenous hometowns can also be developed carefully as cultural learning sites that respect local traditions while allowing controlled tourist activities. As developed, as development should share the experience of cultural and heritage of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, while showcasing natural beauty and cultural history. This demonstrates the heritage preservation and tourism growth can work together to strengthen communities and national identity. In conclusion, more than a few events in March are necessary to preserve the culture of indigenous populations in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The government and civic society can guarantee that Garifuna culture flourishes and that indigenous people gain socially and economically through enhanced indigenous language construction, cultural tourist programs, encouraging young cultural involvement and ongoing cultural activities. Culture becomes a living, sustaining component of a country's identity when it is taught, honored, and incorporated into daily life. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, stand for your certificate.
Good job there. Okay. A lot of stuff that you gave. Next time, just
Okay, Ronique, let's say as a history teacher, you were asked to teach a lesson to your class. What would you talk about about Garifuna or the culture? Just tell us what the topic is. You don't have to tell us what you're going to say. What the topic is would you talk about, and why? Why would you choose that particular topic? Let's say as a history teacher, you were asked to teach an aspect of Garifuna, culture, history, whatever, to a class. What topic? Just tell us the topic you will choose and why would you choose the topic. In other words, what's the importance of that topic? Why would you choose that topic for your history lesson?
I would choose their language because language is what connects us as people.
Okay, come on, give a round of applause. Thank you. Coming up next, I hope I call this name right, Tafia Gurley. Is Tafia here? Okay. Zayana John. Did I call that correctly? Help me. Zena John from the Girls High School. Let's welcome her as she comes.
Good morning. My topic is, what role should the government and civil society play in helping indigenous communities of St. Vincent and the Grenadines preserve their culture and benefit from it? Culture is much more than just music, clothes, or celebration. It's who we are, the stories we tell, and the traditions that our grandparents passed down from one generation to the next. As a young person in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I understand how important it is to know where we come from and to cherish the cultures that have shaped our identity. For many people here, including the Garifuna, culture is deeply woven into the fabric of our daily lives. The Garifuna culture is very unique, rich in music, dance, food, and history. However, some of these traditions are at risk of being lost over time. This is why it's important for both the government and civil society to help indigenous communities protect their culture and benefit from it. The Garifuna saying, "One hand can't clap," reminds us that no single person, group, or institution can preserve culture alone. It takes teamwork. Just two hands are needed for a clap. The government, civil society, and the Garifuna community must all come together. Only then we will be able to keep the culture strong for future generations like me to enjoy and pass down. The government's role. The government plays a key role in preserving Garifuna culture. First, it should make sure that Garifuna history, language, and traditions are taught in schools. This will help children like me understand our heritage and take pride in it. Learning about Garifuna culture in school would make us feel more connected to our roots. Another important thing the government can do is preserve important historical places like Baliso Island. These places should be kept safe and open for people to visit. This will help future generations learn about their ancestors and the struggles they went through. Also, these sites can attract tourists, which can bring in money to help local communities. The government should also continue to support and fund culture events, especially during National Heroes Day and Heritage Month in March. The theme for this year, Appreciating Our Identity, Preserving Our Heritage and Pride, highlights the importance of protecting Garifuna culture. During this month, events like Heritage Market celebrate Garifuna food, music, and crafts. These events not only raise awareness about Garifuna history, but also provide opportunities for the community to come together and celebrate our heritage. Traditional Garifuna foods like tukana, cassava bread, and mondongo bakes are featured at these celebrations as they are a connection to our history and an essential part of our culture. Finally, the government should ensure that the pilgrimage to important historical sites like Baliso Island are organized. These pilgrimages help Garifuna people honor their ancestors and remember their struggles. This tradition helps teach us about our past and why it's so important to keep these customs alive. Civil society, including schools, businesses, and community groups, also plays an important role. Schools can organize workshops and invite Garifuna elders to teach students about traditional songs, dances, and storytelling. This helps us connect with our heritage and pass it down to the next generation. Local businesses can support Garifuna culture by selling handmade crafts like drums, baskets, and jewelry. Imagine visiting a shop and buying a beautiful piece of jewelry or a basket made by someone in the Garifuna community. Not only does this support local artisans, but it also helps preserve their traditions. Businesses can also help bring tourists to cultural events. For example, When a cruise ship visits St. Vincent, tourists can experience Garifuna culture through food, crafts, and performances. This helps share the culture with others and also brings economic benefits to the community. Community groups can organize events like Heritage Market and Prayer Rally during National Heroes and Heritage Months. These events allow people to celebrate Garifuna food, music, and crafts. And they raise awareness about the culture. Community groups can also organize pilgrimages to Baliso Island, where people can honor their ancestors and learn more about the history of the site. In conclusion, the government and civil society both have important roles in preserving Garifuna culture. The government should support cultural events, protect historical sites, and ensure Garifuna traditions are taught in schools. Civil society, including schools, businesses, and community groups, should help by organizing events, sports, supporting assistance, and teaching young people about their heritage. Thank you.
Okay, Zena, I heard you talk about Garifuna food. Which Garifuna dish do you prefer and why?
I prefer dukuna because I like how they wrap it up inside the leaf, and then when you have like a little surprise when you open it, and it also tastes very sweet.
Okay, give a round of applause. I was going to say we are winding down, but I should say we have wound it down. Because we have now come to our final speaker, and I want to let you know that that is none other than Adriana Peters, Adriana Peters from the St. Vincent Girls High School. I want to let you know that Adriana's teacher has reported that she has a speech impediment, so she is going to read the speech for her. Oh my, come wrong, miss. Where is she? She's coming. Okay, she's coming. Her grandmother, I was corrected. Let's give the grandma a rousing round of applause. And the thing is, could they get this on her own without even seeing it? Oh, and Granny said she did it on her own without her even seeing it. Let's give her a round of applause. Okay, now she is going to read. Because of her situation, you would not really hear her properly, so Grandma is going to inform you about what she wrote about. All right, so let's give them both a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I will be reading for Adriana Peters. And the topic she chose, preserving and celebrating the diversity of Vincentian society. Vincentian society is a vibrant, ethically diverse blend of African, Europeans, and indigenous influences shaped by a complex history of settlement, enslavement, indentureship, resistance, and survival. This diverse population includes descendants of African slaves, East Indians, Portuguese, and the Kalinago Garifuna people, all of whom contribute to a rich and dynamic culture tapestry. Each group, through struggle and perseverance, has helped to define what it means to be a Vincentian today. Gonsalve, 2007. The soul of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is not a single note, but a complex harmony. The soul of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is not a single note, but a complex harmony, often described as a melting pot. Vincentian society is the result of centuries of migration, some forced through the horrors of slavery, some driven by economic necessity, and others rooted in the indigenous will to survive colonization and displacement. Understanding this diversity is essential to understanding our national character, beautifully summarized in our national motto. I may not pronounce this the way it should, but par adex justia, peace and justice. Peace and justice are not abstract ideals. They are principles that require the intentional recognition and preservation of every community that forms the nation. The demographic landscape of the islands was forged through successive waves of arrivals and encounters. The Kalinagos, Caribs, were the original inhabitants of the land, living in harmony with their environment long before European contact. Later shipwrecked and escaped Africans joined them, forming the Garifuna, Black Caribs, a people who famously resisted British colonial rule and remain a powerful symbol of indigenous resilience and resistance. Kirk and Martin, 2004. Their legacy of courage continues to inspire national pride and identity. The tragic era of the transatlantic slave trade dramatically reshaped the population, establishing a majority African descendant society. Despite the brutality of slavery, African trades endured and evolved, influencing our music, spirituality, folklore, language pattern, and communal values. Fraser, 2011. Emancipation in 1834 marked a turning point, but it also introduced new changes. The mid-19th century saw the arrival of Portuguese laborers from Madeira and East Indians brought under the indentured contracts to address labor shortages on plantation, Lawrence, 1994. These groups, along with a smaller European descendant population, gradually integrated into the social fabric of the society. Each community left an indelible mark on our cuisine, religious practices, festivals, and social customs. Together, these influences have created a distinct cultural identity we now proudly call Vincentian. Despite a high degree of social integration, challenges remain. Minority communities, particularly those in rural or historical marginalized indigenous areas, sometimes face economical disparities, limited access to opportunities, or insufficient representation in national narratives. Additionally, as globalization accelerates and external cultural influences become dominant through media and technology, there is a growing risk that the specific histories and tradition of smaller groups, such as the Portuguese community or the distinct customs of the Kalinago, may become diluted or forgotten by younger generations. Cultural preservation, therefore, must be intentional rather than incidental. UNESCO, 2003. To move from coexistence to proactive inclusion, the authorities entrusted not only with governance but also with cultural preservation must implement practical and sustainable strategies. Heritage Month provides an ideal platform to highlight these efforts and engage citizens meaningfully. First, we can establish integrated heritage tourism by developing community-led tourism initiatives in areas such as Sandy Bay, Owia, Fancy, and Greggs. These communities possess deep historical and cultural roots that deserve national and international recognition. By empowering residents to share their stories, traditions, and crafts, we create opportunities. We create opportunities for economic growth while fostering cultural pride. During Heritage Month, activities such as storytelling sessions led by elders, traditional drumming, folk performances, and indigenous dance showcases can be organized. Involving young men and young women in planning and performing these activities would not only provide positive engagement, but also ensure that traditions are passed down in authentic ways. When culture becomes both visible and economically valued, communities are more likely to preserve it with pride. Secondly, the establishment of a Vinci Roots digital archive would serve as a transformative step toward inclusive historical preservation. A government-supported digital repository where citizens can upload family genealogies, oral histories, photographs, and communities records would democratize history. Every ethnic group would see itself represented as part of the national story. This initiative could also involve collaboration with schools and libraries to train young people in conducting oral history interviews with elders. A modest subscription fee could help sustain the platform and provide an innovative alternative to the current absence of a fully developed national museum. In this way, technology becomes a tool for unity rather than cultural erosion. Another impactful initiative would involve cultural exchanges within classrooms during Heritage Month. Education must extend beyond textbooks and examinations. Teachers could invite national practitioners, Indian drummers, Garifuna dancers, Portuguese bakers, and local storytellers into school to conduct workshops and demonstrate. Such interaction would transform historical knowledge into living experiences. Students would not only learn about their heritage, but actively participate in it through music, dance, food preparation, and storytelling. Research shows that experiential learning strengthens memory and engagement. Therefore, cultural participation ensures that information seen, heard, and practiced remains meaningful and lasting. Culinary tradition also provides a powerful bridge between generations. Dishes such as madongo bakes and dukunas are often prepared by older generation, while younger people may perceive these traditions as outdated or irrelevant. Organizing intergenerational cooking competition or bake-off during Heritage Month could encourage collaboration and creativity. Elders could serve as judges or mentors, guiding younger participants in traditional methods while welcoming innovation. Such events would foster respect for ancestral knowledge while allowing room for contemporary adaptation, ensuring that traditions remain alive rather than static. Linguistic preservation is equally essential. Language carries worldwide view, history, and identity. During Heritage Month, school could incorporate poems, songs, and greetings in the Garifuna language into assemblies. Dedicated classroom sessions could introduce students to basic vocabulary and pronunciation. Encouraging research projects or creative writing in Garifuna would further normalize its presence in academic spaces. Supporting the study and recognition of indigenous languages and local dialects ensures that the unique voice of our islands is not lost at time. Gonzalez, 1988. With sustained effort, future Vincentian scholars may conduct research, public literature, or even develop digital resources in the Garifuna language, strengthening its continuity. In conclusion, ultimately, Vincentian society stands as living proof that diversity is a source of strength rather than division. Our history reflects pain, resilience, adaptations, and unity. By intentionally celebrating the distinct threads of African, indigenous, Indian, Portuguese, and European heritage, we ensure that every citizen feels valued and represented. Inclusion must move beyond symbolic acknowledgement to active preservation, education, and economic empowerment. In embracing our collective past, we strengthen our collective future. Every Vincentian story, whether rooted in resistance, migration, survival, or faith, is a vital note in the national harmony. If we commit ourselves to preserving and celebrating this diversity, we will continue to embody the true meaning of Pax et Justitia, a nation united in peace, grounded in justice, and enriched by its beautiful, diverse heritage.
Okay, folks, we would have had a long morning and it has come to an end. What we saw here is that disability is not inability. Did you see how she stood there and made sure Granny read every single word on that paper? She was quite invested. Let's put our hands together for her. Okay. I want to say every student that presented here this morning received a certificate, but we are going to award the students that placed first, second, third, and fourth. Now, the wonderful thing is that they are going to receive trophies and cash. Now, these are the responsibilities of, he has made himself responsible, a man called Mr. Carlos Gamboa. He's right there. Let's stand and let them see you. He calls himself a proud Garifuna, and I've known him for quite a while, and trust me, he is proud to be Garifuna. And that's why he's doing what he's doing. He's a Garifuna from Guatemala. He's a Garifuna leader, a philanthropist. He graduated from New York University, attended Harvard University, and retired recently from a multinational corporation. Let's put our hands together again for him. So could you come forward, sir? I would begin in fourth position. In fourth place, we have Braxton Lewis of the North Union Secondary School. Coming up next, we will have third position. In third position, we have Leandre Pemberton of the St. Vincent Boys Grammar School. Let's put our hands together. In second position, we have Janaya Bonady of the St. Vincent Girls High School. And in first position, we have none other than Winiska Glasgow of the Georgetown Secondary School. Unfortunately, she was not here this morning to present. But is she? No, she's not here. But let us put our hands together. She plays first. Mr. Gamboa and the Garifuna Heritage Foundation would like everyone to look forward to next year's activity because let's, as old people say, bucket and shore. It's going to be bigger and better. So as you heard what went on with this essay competition, you're going to go back to school and encourage your classmates, other members of the school to try to get involved with the essay writing competition next year. Let's put our hands together for the winners. I now hand over to the chairman of the proceedings. Thank you, everyone.
Let's just give all the students another round of applause. They were well-written essays, and I must say I'm a little bit jealous because I didn't have that opportunity when I was in grammar school, because my learning of Garifuna is now taking place in my adulthood, but you have the opportunity. And in the essays, I saw the past, the present, and the future in terms of what you all said. So congratulations to everyone. You all did well. We started a little late, so we're a little bit behind, so we want to continue with panel 2, which would be on the theme supporting the development of educational material on the history and culture of the Garifuna. But before I turn over to the moderator for that session, I just want to put in a few ads. We have the Bush Tea exhibition, which is taking place at the public library, just up the road, 2 minutes walk, and you'll be there. And they should be sampling it sometimes. I can't remember when, but there's a Bush Tea exhibition which is parallel to this because we worked out with the library to have that exhibition. So I want to move on to our next moderator, Mrs. Julita Edwards, who will come and moderate this session on the educational material. Give her a round of applause as she comes.
Morning, everyone. Am I being heard? Yes. First of all, I want to welcome all my brothers and sisters from the diaspora and those nearer. Thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure for me to stand here this morning and be one of the moderators. Now, I gather from the organizers that this session is going to be delivered virtual. So you will not physically see the speakers. So I'm currently on screen. I'll just allow the school participants, I think some of them are actually leaving. Sorry? She wrote me into this. I wasn't expecting to be on screen. Are we ready? We ready to go with the first speaker? Okay, right. So I have a list of bios here. And the topic I have in front of me says Garifuna language, training in schools, the experience of Belize, the potential for replication in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. One of the key speakers you're going to hear today is Dr. Gonzalez, who was born in Belize and holds various degrees from the University of Belize, focused on bilingual education. Dr. Gonzalez is involved in a number of cultural promotions individually and as a member of the National Garifuna Council. She's heavily involved in the UREMI project and Believe in Belize. Are we ready for the presentation? All right, so I'll... Right. Other person that we have is Dr. Daris. Again, Dr. Daris is from Belize, and his bio is a very long one, so I'm going to paraphrase some of it. So, obviously, highly educated, various degrees from various universities, and has been involved in developing the Garifuna language and working as an educationalist, but also highly involved as an entrepreneur. And of late, he's been given an award by the Prime Minister of Belize in recognition of his accomplishment in terms of developing the Garifuna language and being involved in mentoring various persons involved in a number of businesses. So without further ado, I'll allow the presenters to continue.
Vincent and by the Garifuna Language Commission of Belize, and the topic is Garifuna Language in Schools Program of Belize and the replication. Good morning, everyone. We are very happy to bring this presentation to you by the Garifuna Language Commission of Belize, and the topic is Garifuna Language in Schools Program of Belize and the replication pathway for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Our presenters today are yours truly, Dara Savila, President of the Battle of the Drums, Surusia Alberita Enriquez, co-chair of the Garifuna Language Commission, Surusia Gwen Nunes Gonzalez, co-chair of the Garifuna Language Commission. You may know that Surusia means doctor, and we are very happy to have two doctors as our co-chairs for the commission. Our presentation format is as follows. One, we'll discuss the history of the Garifuna Language in Schools program and the critical factors that have enabled its success, and that will be done by me. And then Dr. Alberita Enriquez will discuss the Garifuna Language in Schools program and its curriculum. And then Dr. Gwen Nunes Gonzalez will discuss our professional development plan. And then we will wrap up with some thoughts as to how the program can be replicated in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So to start out, evolution and critical success factors. Just to give you a little background, efforts at Garifuna language retrieval started even prior to 2007, but we'll start at 2007 when a structured approach to integrating the teaching of the language was done and started at the Gulisi Community Primary School back in April 2007. Again, this saw the integration of the teaching of the language and the Garifuna culture in one school in Dangriga town. In 2012, the Battle of the Drums Language in Schools program was established in the largest primary school in Punta Gorda town. And then there have also been other efforts, for example, the Rume project. Well, fast forward to 2021, the president of the Battle of the Drums, along with the president of the National Garifuna Council, had a discussion where it centered around collaboration to pursue Garifuna language retrieval. This followed the signing of an MOU in 2021, and both presidents recognized that the driving force behind this had to be, in a sense, a separate entity. And so a terms of reference was developed for what we refer to as the Garifuna Language Commission, which is the main driver behind our Garifuna language retrieval. In 2021, like I said, the Garifuna Language Commission was established, and their first area of work was the development of a strategic plan. And shortly thereafter, the Commission moved into the consideration that the Garifuna Language in Schools program should be undertaken so that the teaching of the Garifuna language can be integrated into the school system. A curriculum was developed, likewise a professional development plan, and other discussions ensued. In February of 2024, the Garifuna Language Commission held a meeting with the government of Belize, specifically the Ministry of Education, Chief Education Officer and Chief Executive Officer, and we were informed verbally that the Garifuna Language in Schools program was approved. In March of 2024, we got that approval in writing, and we moved quickly to launch the program in April of 2024 to coincide with Garifuna Survival Day. The approval of the Garifuna Language in Schools program saw the rollout of the teaching of the Garifuna language in 8 schools across southern Belize in the various communities that we refer to as Garifuna communities in Belize. As of now, we have 10 schools in the program where the teaching of the Garifuna language is done every day. In terms of the organizational structure for the Garifuna Language in Schools program, at the top is the implementing agencies, the Battle of the Drums, and the National Garifuna Council. Below is the Garifuna Language Commission, and just below is the Monitoring and Evaluation Team, followed by the coaches. Each school has a coach who is either a retired teacher or a Garifuna cultural activist who is adept in the Garifuna language. And then, of course, you have the 10 schools that are now part of the program. So, in a nutshell, that is the evolution and history of our program. Sereme, I will now pass it over to Dr. Alberita Enriquez, who will discuss the curriculum.
The members of the commission tasked with developing the curriculum were lifelong educators Dr. Gwen Eunice Gonzalez, Mrs. Dativa Martinez, now deceased, Dr. Alberita Enriquez, and ably aided with formatting and editing by Education Officer and Garifuna Culture Activist, Mr. Marion Alberto. Other entities engaged in support of the program were the local managers of the primary schools in southern Belize. Additionally, this being the observance of the Decade of Indigenous Languages 2022 to 2032, the Commission also engaged the Ministry of Indigenous Affairs for support. Fortunately, the curriculum was approved by Ministry of Education for implementation in designated elementary schools. It was then officially used when schools reopened in September 2024. This was a pilot project. In the foreword of the document, it stated that this Garifuna language curriculum is driven by the goal of the Garifuna Language Commission, comprised of members of the National Garifuna Council and the Battle of the Drum Secretariat, to reclaim and retrieve our ancestral language as an integral component of the survival of the Garifuna culture. As emphatically expressed by the National Garifuna Council of Belize, The Garifuna Nation recognizes that the single most important factor in the survival of our language is its transmission to the children. The Garifuna Nation also recognizes the need for greater opportunities to practice and use the ancestral language and calls for the establishment of fora at all levels promoting the use of the language. The Garifuna language curriculum will provide the fora for children, youth, and adults alike to regain and retain the Garifuna language as the language that encapsulates our Garifuna culture and heritage. In the document are also acknowledgement and gratitude to the great Garifuna minds who have engaged others to produce writings that can be used to teach Garifuna and can be referenced. Those are the staff of Golisi Community Primary School, Mr. Sebastian Cayetano and Ms. Judith Cayetano, Mr. Fabian Cayetano, Mr. Eroy Cayetano, our dedicated linguists, as well as fellow Garinago in Honduras and the United States. The Garifuna Language Commission will always need their guidance and support. The next 2 pages of the document have a short explanation of the orthography of the Garifuna language. The body of the document is divided into 3 cycles, as in the competency-based curriculum presently in use in our primary schools. Each cycle has 2 strands. In cycle 1 is myself, Asubidora Nanogo, in Garifuna, and in school and my school, Nilescola in Garifuna. In cycle 2 are the strands, my home, Nubien, and my community, Lila Nagera. And in cycle 3 are Nagera, my country, and the world, Ubo. Each strand has the titles of related vocabulary. The classes are divided into levels. Level 1 comprises preschool and infant 1. Level 2 comprises infant 2, level 3 standard 1, and levels 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are standards 2 to 6. Each strand has learning outcomes and content or learning competencies for each title. Each strand will take 6 weeks to cover in each level. There is also suggested instructional time. Lower division should use 20 minutes daily, 100 minutes weekly for 4 days instruction, plus 1 day for review and assessment. Middle division and upper division should use 30 minutes daily, 150 minutes weekly for 4 days instruction, plus 1 day for review and assessment. Additionally, integration of the Garifuna language within the grammar of other languages taught in schools such as English, Creole, Spanish, and concepts of subjects such as social studies, science, math, religious studies, and others is encouraged for further embedding of the language into the school system for cultural preservation. The rest of the document is comprised of annexes A to O with additional vocabulary words related to the titles of the different strands. And of course, the last page is a references page, acknowledging the sources of research done. Thank you. Honorable Sereme.
All right, Sereme. So, Serit, well, my task is to talk to you about the professional development plan, and we refer to it as a Garifuna language retrieval program. Slide. So this professional development program is focused on research-based instructional practices linked to improve student early literacy, which is key in learning a language. It is aimed at building teacher knowledge and instructional capacity and provides deep knowledge of bilingual literacy instruction. Teachers gain new skills to help young learners build a literacy foundation before they even learn to read and write. Also, the area of focus in terms of specifics, we have intercultural bilingual education program where we show the teachers how what they're doing is tied into the regular curriculum, and also what it means to be intercultural. Orthography of the Garifuna language, we did the scope and sequence of the Garifuna language curriculum, learning outcomes, content, and learning competencies of the Garifuna Language Commission, strategies to teach a second language, because in most cases, Garifuna has not become the second language for these students. And in Yorùbá, it will also be the same. So we have them engage in games and more engagement activities. And then the approach will we realize that you have to have small packets. So the smaller the group, the more impactful. So we do workshops at the school level. Uh, and then at the end of the year, teachers are assembled so that they can review what happened in the year and plan the way forward. Over 127 teachers have benefited from this program. Like I said, participants create games, jingles, songs, and just have fun learning. There are some pictures now that will showcase teachers in action and ourselves as leaders in action. And one of the activities, like I said, is to create jingles. So we also have a jingle that I will share based on what the teachers have created. This one is from Mrs. Doris Sabal, who is a teacher at Holy Family RC. Rumadahatiya, Rumadahatiya, Gogiraya, Gogiraya, Udawa Mogarada, Udawa May Ife, Arumogalamoga. Ceremony, that's it for professional development.
Thank you, Sir Gwen. And now, in consideration of replication of this program at St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in our view, there are key success factors. One, there should be teachers and community buy-in. Very, very important. Of course, approval by the relevant authorities, the government of the day, the Ministry of Education in particular, and other relevant authorities. Allocation of resources. Again, it's not a very cheap program to maintain, but nonetheless, you could be creative as well. But finances are required. Likewise, a structured approach is important, and in particular, integrating it into the school system, you could get the quickest impact in our view. Create support systems such as coaches, as they may be available, and also maintain diaspora relations. For example, we have seen where in Belize this program is working, have worked, and so we can be very helpful in that regard. And as well, monitoring and evaluation systems. Very, very key. As you create and execute, there should be the monitoring and evaluation component, which will inform enhancements as you're moving along. We are thankful that you have given us the opportunity to bring this presentation to you. Sereme, and God bless.
Hello? Okay, all right. So, Dr. Juana Thomas Zapata from Honduras, who holds a PhD in mathematics from Washington State University, where her main dissertation looked at learning for Afro-Indigenous and multilingual students. Dr. Zappa's research focusing on Garifuna learners and other historically marginalized groups in Central America. Her work actually spans mathematical modeling, and as you know, a lot of it is focused, as the discussion would probably outline, on a STEM project. So it'd be very interesting to see how this actually works out, because STEM, as you know, is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And Dr. Zappa was able to actually use this to elevate local knowledge systems within the school system. She's currently a postdoctoral research fellow in the Department of Mathematics at British Columbia, where she focuses on the relationship between culture and mathematics, on supporting learning opportunities for Indigenous students. Second presenter, should be Dr. Francis Enikwe, who I think was also part of the first presentation. Okay, I've got two bios for Dr. Zappa. I think I'm going to leave it at that and actually go to the presentation. Nesta? Nesta? Okay. Sorry. So, Nesta Zapata is also from Honduras, but based in Australia, who also holds a PhD in social science from Swinburne University, Technology in Australia, where he's focused on homemaking processes in housing cooperatives in Australia and Honduras. He has also previous experience of university studies in Spain and Honduras. He's worked with a variety of organizations, including USAID, the American Institute of Research, the Spanish Agency for International Development Cooperation, and Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. In addition to his academic and professional achievements, he is a published author in several peer-reviewed journals and has presented his research at international conferences. He's said here to be fluent in English, Spanish, and Garifuna, and is committed to promoting cultural heritage and inclusivity in public discourse and policy. Okay.
Welcome to our session titled Designing STEM with Culture Insights from Garifuna Learners. My name is Johanna Elizabeth Thomas Zapata, and I am talking to you from Vancouver, British Columbia in Canada. Also as co-presenter is Dr. Nestor Witty Zapata, and he works at Swinburne University of Technology in Australia. And we are really happy to present in the 13th International Garifuna Conference. But for the session and introductions, also we will talk about what STEM education is, the context of the Lego and Robotics project, culturally contextualized in Afro-Indigenous perspectives. I will tell the story of a project that happened in Idiona, Colón, in Honduras. As I said, I'm presenting on behalf of both of us, researchers, scholars, Hondurans in Garifuna, that Dr. Nestor Ortiz Fada, and myself. My background, I'm a mathematics educator and researcher focused on my work, focused on equitable STEM education. I study mathematical modeling and how that integrates culture and forms of knowledge. Right now, I work with pre-service teachers and how or mathematics education can advocate for equity and also support the identity of kids and instructors. Dr. Witi Sapara is a social scientist and housing researcher. His work focused on community-led housing and social justice, that is housing cooperatives and alternative housing models, examining their links to climate resilience and indigenous knowledge. As you can tell and see, our works have these commonality and similarity and working with people, to people, and also the improvement of our society. Contextualizing STEM and integrating social cultural theories and scientific education. What is STEM education? So that is the acronym STEM for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. All of that combined in pedagogies and strategies for problem solving, for the connection of different disciplines, and how having the connection of the different disciplines can help us see the world differently and not working in silos, but in the combination of the subjects. I bet many of us have seen a science fair at school. Many of the projects in science fair use mathematics and also math fairs. And then to provide context to this, we use science and we use technology. So as much as we use the combination of subjects in a coherent way, we are talking and referring to STEM education. It integrates science, technology, engineering, and math, as I just said, emphasizes project-based and inquiry-driven learning that connects theory with practice, develops critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and problem-solving skills. STEM education also encourages the application of STEM concepts within students' cultural and community contexts. This is very important for this presentation. When we are solving these problems and students are thinking of applying critical thinking and creativity and collaboration, one thing that triggers collaboration and that encourage critical thinking is presenting problems and context and tasks that are connected to students' lives. It promotes equitable participation, so we present activities that almost all students can do or all students can do, so that provides access to learning. And also prepares students for future STEM careers while strengthening community-relevant innovation. How do we do this? And I'll go briefly into what this is, but I said project-based learning is very common in STEM education. So project-based learning is centered on open-ended driving questions. It provides authentic collaborative learning opportunities for all students, engages students in presenting final products to relevant real-world audiences. And there are 7 essential practices when we are experiencing project-based learning. And as you can tell in this slide, we have sustained inquiry, authenticity, student voice choice, reflection, public product, and it's also challenging, and there are problems that will take time to solve. So this is what we refer to when we talk about project-based learning, and this is our frame for it. Now, STEM education models. After kind of learning the theory behind it and what STEM education is and what project-based learning is, now we're moving on to the practice. As I shared my interest in research in STEM education and mathematics. I went back home in Honduras and say I should do something with teachers, with schools, and this happened as a collaboration with teachers and principals and school principals in Garifuna communities. So there are different models to do STEM education. The infusion model, it's very basic, it's brief and it's quick. 2 to 3 activities. It could be engineering design, challenges, annual STEM fair, a semester project. And then we have a multi-day integrated project led by a single teacher or grade level team embedded within the existing curriculum. We also have structural models, and in these models, those are way more complex. So we have STEM elective courses, often focused on engineering with applications of science and mathematics. And then the middle one is having a STEM school, where the entire school is dedicated to STEM education. Then by theoretically learning about these models in my studies as I was completing my PhD in math and science education, I said one of the activities and models that I can do back home during my break, that is the summer, is a 2-3 day activity model, an infusion model. And this picture that you see in the slides is at the end of the activities related to Lego and robotics. Where did this happen? Here you see Honduras, and it was in the department of Colón, and also in the, just give me a second, there it is, in Iriona, specifically in Colón, and in 7 schools. Here you see the institutions that participated in the project. As you can see, those are 7 schools that participated in the Lego project. Some challenges faced while I was working with teachers and students in terms of access to education, particularly in STEM fields. Well, first is that many of the schools had 1 or 2 teachers for multiple grades. And while I was working in grade-specific tasks, that didn't work because the teacher said, no, I'm teaching grades 1 to 3 or grades 2 and 4. The reality was different to what I had planned, right? Also, another thing was technology. As you know, having these Legos, it's quite expensive. So I thought of what else can I do? What other materials can I use? And this was thanks to donations, actually. But then I said, this is not going to be sustainable, right? And that's how we ended up with teachers kind of looking for other blocks, not necessarily Lego, but looking for other blocks that will help the purpose of building and creating and modeling. So the beauty of this is that from challenges, we also work together to come with solutions for this. And the first Lego and robotic workshop was in 2022. That's when it first happened, and hopefully you can see a little bit of this video. I am trying to share sound as well. Hola, les saluda Johanna Elizabeth Tomás Zapata desde la hermosa comunidad de Cuzuna, Iriona, Colón, en Honduras. Les cuento sobre el primer taller de creatividad e innovación con Legos que se llevó a cabo el martes, miércoles y jueves 19, 20 y 21 de julio del 2020. Y la creatividad son elementos necesarios para una educación integral, ya que desarrollan habilidades básicas para la resolución de problemas. Uno de los recursos más importantes en la última década para asegurar el aprendizaje de la creatividad y la lógica han sido los bloques Lego. Estos juguetes armables han demostrado ser valiosos para crear una experiencia de aprendizaje única, que fomenta el pensamiento creativo y estructural al mismo tiempo. Su diseño da a los niños la libertad de construir lo que quieran, pero su dinámica de ensamble los ayuda a pensar en una forma ordenada y lógica para formar diferentes figuras, edificios, puentes, ciudades y hasta máquinas con piezas Lego. Well, as you can tell, the video speaks for itself. If you want to have access to it, please scan the QR code. From this project, I wrote an article. Okay, I went to the US with a Fulbright scholarship. I should say this for context. I went to the US with a Fulbright scholarship to do my PhD, and that's why the academic journal that I decided to pursue my publication is the Fulbright Chronicles. So how my Fulbright Award enabled me to improve science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education in Honduras. I presented the process, the challenges, tensions, wins of these projects. So I really encourage you to scan the QR code and read about this work. Now, this is in Spanish. Everything happened in Spanish and Garifuna, but I'll be explaining what the projects were about and how I decided to present this work. There were 6 situations, and this was based on what students experienced. Sometimes there are problems with water. There was no electricity. So this one says, electricity for everyone. And it was about thinking of what we can do if we do have electricity and what would be a good way to solve this problem in the community. And they first thought why it was important. It was important because they could preserve food. It was important because they will have that electricity to study at night, etc. So after analyzing the problem, they started creating models. And one student said, oh, when I go to the city, I see that the electricity comes from poles and that there is light outside. So she started creating one. And again, these are things that are already created by engineers, so we know how that works. But for kids to have access to building blocks, to creating, to solve problems, to use their imagination, this is something that was completely new to them. And they built the houses with blocks and all the process that they thought was going to solve the problem in their community. And how do we make it sustainable? So this is a collaboration, as you can see, this is a collaboration among universities in Honduras, the Autonomous National University in Honduras, myself in the diaspora, and also Dr. Nestor, other community leaders, as you can see in the pictures, and also the Honduran STEM Foundation that is in Tegucigalpa, the Honduran capital, that collaborates with us. So we can continue this work and kids continue using Legos and continue building and continue having access to these opportunities. Observed outcomes, increased student participation and motivation. They were just so motivated. They were having fun. They started playing, but then at the same time, they were discussing, working in groups, having fun. Stronger connections between STEM content and students' cultural realities. Development of collaborative skills and critical thinking. How critical thinking? Why critical thinking? Because they needed to see if things work, if whatever they were modeling made sense in their context, in their brain, in their groups. So it was an amazing experience. Lessons learned: cultural adaptation is key to the effectiveness of STEM approaches. Diverse communities required flexibility in pedagogical strategies. As I said, I had a theory, I have read about them, but now that we were applying this work on site, things look different. And I would say not only different, but better. And definitely when we think about cultural identities, that strengthens learning and academic engagement. In some contexts, it said that they are a barrier or language. No. As I said, this happened in Spanish and Garifuna. Many kids' first language is Spanish or Garifuna, and there were 6 out of the 7 schools that were from Garifuna communities, but 1 was from an indigenous community. The majority of them were indigenous. So it was an amazing space and very rich culturally. Connections to daily life and problem solving, student connected to the projects, improving access to education, quality life, access to electricity, as I just showed you, identify benefits for food preservation and cooking with these projects, reflect on the importance of renewable natural resources for sustainable and environmentally friendly energy solutions. Many of them talk about the sea and water and how we can create energy from water, because that's what they have access to, right? With this, I conclude this presentation on behalf of my dear colleague and friend, Dr. Nestor, and myself. Please let us know if you have any comments or questions, and thank you so much for your attention.
Ready? Okay, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Vanessa de Mission, born in France, mixed heritage, completed her secondary and tertiary education in the Ivory Coast, and then moved to Paris to complete her baccalaureate. There she studied anthropology, where she actually traveled to Guatemala and was fortunate to meet the Garifuna people and develop a passion for their history and culture. She since then has completed a bachelor's degree and a master's degree. And after a number of trips to St. Vincent, she now resides here and is heavily involved in Garifuna culture. She's also the functional director of the Lycée Français of St. Vincent and teaches the French language to children and adults. Thank you. Please give her a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, Witiweyu, everybody. Sorry, I'm just trying to sort out the logistic and have you see this in full screen. That will be much better. Monty, you know how I can do that? I'm sorry. Sorry. Thank you for Monty, who's doing an amazing job every year at the conference, and all the team behind the screen. And while I'm at this, actually, I want to say that it's my great pleasure to be here today and to witness another already successful International Garifuna Conference. Since the theme of this panel focuses on supporting the development of educational materials on the history and culture of the Garifuna people, I would first like to commend the tremendous work that the Garifuna Heritage Foundation has been doing over the years in the field of education and cultural transmission. My first experience, actually, with the Garifuna Heritage Foundation was during a teacher's training workshop about just 20 years ago. Imagine that. And since then, there have been many other trainings, community gatherings, posters and essay competitions, such as those that we heard this morning. How inspiring was that and how encouraging it is, right? I cannot promise that I will express myself or respond to Gloria's questions as good as they did, but I will do my best. But also events like cultural festivals, such as the Garifuna School Fall Festival that was held last Friday. And of course, this international conference itself, which over the years has brought together scholars, activists, community leaders, students, and participants from across the Garifuna nation and the world. Thank you very much. Thank you, I appreciate it. So seeing the evolutions of these events over time has been truly inspiring. What is particularly striking is the growing enthusiasm, creativity, and talent shown not only by students, but also by teachers, who increasingly integrate Garifuna history and culture into their educational activities. I am happy that you got to witness the talent of some of our students and what they can showcase when it comes to embracing the Garifuna heritage. I'm sure that they are making you and the ancestors proud. These experiences also reveal something very important. Schools can be one of the most powerful spaces for cultural transmission. When history enters the classroom through music, storytelling, performance, and artistic expression, it becomes much more than information to memorize. It becomes something that students can interpret, embody, and transform into creativity. Yesterday's opening ceremony offered another powerful moment. Hearing children from Belize, I think, sing the national anthem of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in Garifuna was deeply moving. It reminded me how necessary it is to continue strengthening the connections between Garifuna children here in St. Vincent and Garifuna youth across the diaspora, many of whom face similar challenges when it comes to learning, preserving, and transmitting their language and cultural heritage. So it is in this context that I want to invite you to reflect on the role that historical sources can play in strengthening cultural education. Before moving further, last year I was challenged for my use of the word Carib. So I would like to briefly clarify a point regarding terminology. Because words do indeed carry weight and power. And the way we name peoples and histories can influence how they are understood and remembered. Many of the historical documents that I will refer to use the terms Caribs and Black Caribs in reference to the indigenous peoples of the island. As the use of Kalinago and Garifuna, much more recent in St. Vincent, came later from contacts within the diaspora. I will also occasionally use these terms in that historical sense when referring to those documents. We have to bear in mind that words reflect the vocabulary of the period in which the sources were written, and it is and will be those and others that our students are exposed to. So I truly believe that the power of words depends also greatly on the intention and context. This idea was emphasized by Aimé Césaire, Martinican poet and politician, and many other assets that he had, whose work in the Negritude movement encouraged Black communities to reclaim identities and histories long shaped by colonial narratives. Language in that sense can also become a tool for reclaiming history. When Joseph Chatoyer referred to himself as a Black Carib chief, it expressed leadership and pride rather than stigma. In the same spirit, when children proudly speak about their Carib heritage during cultural events like today, it shows how younger generations are reconnecting with that heritage without shame. For this reason, when children learn about their history, or when people describe themselves as descendants of Caribs or Black Caribs, these words should not be understood only through colonial narrative interpretations. They should understand that they also represent resilience and resistance, the same way that many of us here are pleased to be living in the West Indies. So my presentation today focuses on how French archival sources on the Kalinago and Garifuna people can contribute to education, cultural transmission, and historical awareness. My discussion is guided by 3 questions. What French sources are available? Why are they valuable today? And how can this material move beyond archives to become tools for education and cultural engagement? To begin, let us consider why French sources are particularly important for understanding the history of the Kalinago and Garifuna peoples in St. Vincent and the wider Lesser Antilles. From the early 17th century, French missionaries, explorers, and colonial observers were active throughout the Caribbean. Unlike many British administrative records, which often focus on legal or military justifications for colonial expansion, French authors frequently produced ethnographic, linguistic, and descriptive accounts. These writings provide a different type of documentation. They record not only encounters between Europeans and indigenous populations, but also details about political organization, diplomacy, cultural practices, and everyday life within Kalinago and Black Carib communities. Several important figures contributed to this body of documentation. One of the most significant and often referred to is Father Raymond Breton, who lived among indigenous communities and produced one of the earliest known dictionaries and grammatical descriptions of the Carib language. His work preserves linguistic knowledge while also offering valuable observations about social organization and cultural practices. Another key figure is Jean-Baptiste du Tertre, whose Histoire générale des Antilles provides extensive descriptions of the peoples and societies of the Caribbean in the 17th century. His writings document alliances, political structures, and interactions between indigenous communities and European settlers. Similarly, Jean-Baptiste Labat recorded detailed observations about life in the French Caribbean, including accounts of diplomacy, conflicts, and relations between different communities. Other authors, such as Sieur de Laborde, Julien Simon, and Moreau de Jones, also contributed descriptions of political, social, and economic life in the region. Taken together, these sources provide valuable information about Kalinago political organization, inter-island diplomacy, warfare strategies, alliances with escaped African communities, linguistic practices, and territorial sovereignty. What is particularly striking in many of these texts is the way resistance is described. Rather than portraying indigenous resistance as chaotic or irrational, several French authors describe it as organized and strategic. Kalinago and Black Carib leaders are often presented as recognized authorities within their communities. Leaders referred to as capitaines, who coordinated defense, negotiated with Europeans, and represented their communities in political decisions. Accounts by Dutertre and Labat describe strategies that included guerrilla warfare, strategic retreats into mountainous terrain, and the effective use of rivers, forests, and canoes. They also document alliances between indigenous communities and escaped African populations, illustrating how different groups sometimes cooperated in resisting European domination. These descriptions reveal leaders who understood not only their own territories, but also the political rivalries between European powers, and who adapted their strategies accordingly. In other words, these are not descriptions of savagery or disorder. They are descriptions of political resistance carried out by organized societies defending their land and autonomy. These French sources present a narrative in which Kalinago and Black Carib leaders appear as organized, strategic, and politically capable actors. And this matters because the stories that are preserved and the way communities see themselves represented in those stories play an important role in shaping historical consciousness. When students encounter accounts that portray their ancestors, not only as victims of colonial history, but also as diplomats, strategists, and defenders of their land, it helps build a stronger sense of identity, confidence, and pride. But these sources do not only describe resistance, they also offer valuable insight into the social, cultural, spiritual, and political dynamics of these societies. So as we have seen, French sources provide important descriptions of resistance and political strategy, but their value goes far beyond documenting the conflict. These texts also offer valuable insights into the social, cultural, spiritual, and political dynamics of Kalinago and Black Carib societies in the Lesser Antilles. Although they were written by European observers and must always be approached critically, many of these authors recorded detailed descriptions of everyday life, community organization, and cultural practices. As a result, they allow us to see indigenous and Afro-Indigenous societies not only through the lens of colonial confrontation, but also as complex and structured communities. One important aspect documented in these sources is social organization. As mentioned before, French writers frequently refer to recognized leaders, often called capitaines, who exercise authority within their community. These leaders were responsible not only for organizing defense, but also for diplomacy, alliances, and negotiations with European settlers. Missionary accounts also describe aspects of everyday life, including family structures, gender roles, and system of cooperation within villages. The Dominican missionary Raymond Breton, for example, spent many years among indigenous communities and recorded valuable observations about language, customs, and social interactions. These descriptions help historians reconstruct how communities function internally and how leadership operated within them. French sources also contain important references to cultural and spiritual life. Missionaries sometimes described ceremonies, healing practices, and belief systems that were central to community life. Although these descriptions were often interpreted through a Christian worldview, they nevertheless preserve rare information about indigenous cosmologies and systems of knowledge at a time when written records were extremely limited. Another particularly valuable contribution of French missionaries is the documentation of language. The linguistic work of Raymond Breton represents one of the earliest known attempts to record the Carib language in written form. His dictionary and grammatical notes preserved vocabulary, expressions, and linguistic structures that might otherwise have disappeared. And some of this vocabulary is still recognizable today, and many French words have also been incorporated into the Garifuna language over time, reflecting the long and complex history of contact, exchange, and adaptation in the Caribbean. So when these French accounts are compared with British colonial records, we often see a difference in emphasis. British documents frequently focus on military events or administrative concerns. French writing, by contrast, often contain ethnographic descriptions, linguistic observations, and reflection on indigenous leadership and diplomacy. For historians and educators, this diversity of perspectives is extremely valuable. It allows us to compare narratives, analyze bias, and better understand how historical interpretations are constructed. Ultimately, these French sources provide something very important. They offer a more nuanced and multidimensional view of Kalinago and Black Carib societies. They reveal communities with their own systems of leadership, cultural traditions, languages, and political strategies, communities actively shaping their own history. And this raises an important question. If these sources contain such valuable knowledge about the past, how can we ensure that they do not remain confined to archives or academic research? This question leads directly to the final part of my presentation, where I will explore how these historical sources can move from archives to classrooms and become tools for education and cultural engagement. Oops. So education plays a crucial role in how societies understand their past. When historical narratives are absent from school curricula or only partially represented, younger generations may grow up without fully understanding the depth of their cultural heritage. But when historical knowledge becomes part of education, it can strengthen historical awareness, cultural pride, and a sense of continuity between generations. This is particularly important in the Caribbean, where many histories have long been transmitted through oral traditions, community memory, and cultural practices. Bringing archival materials into educational context, therefore, offers an opportunity not only to teach history, but also to connect written historical sources with living cultural traditions. At the secondary school level, or even at a higher level, for example, excerpts from French missionary accounts could be introduced alongside other historical material already used in Caribbean history courses. Students could analyze short translated passages from authors such as Jean-Baptiste Dutertre or Jean-Baptiste Labat and compare them with British colonial sources. Such activities would allow students to develop critical reading skills, while also exploring how different historical perspectives shape our understanding of the past. All these types of exercises help students recognize that historical sources are not neutral documents, but texts that reflect particular viewpoints, context, and interpretations. Another area where these sources could be particularly meaningful is in language and cultural studies. The linguistic work of Raymond Breton, including his Carib French dictionary, provides a fascinating opportunity to introduce students to the historical presence of indigenous languages in the Caribbean. Even short excerpts could be used to spark discussions about language, identity, and cultural continuity. At the same time, education should not be limited to formal academic analysis. So historical knowledge can also be introduced through creative and participatory activities, even more for younger students. Storytelling, illustrated historical narratives, classroom role-playing, and cultural workshops can help make the past more accessible and engaging for children. Rather than presenting history only as distant events, these approaches allow students to experience it as something connected to their own cultural environment. In this respect, the Garifuna Heritage Foundation's initiatives, such as the School Folk Festival and the essay writing competitions in writing with the Ministries of Education and Culture, and even this International Garifuna Conference in partnership with the UWI Open Campus St. Vincent, provide again excellent examples of how education and cultural heritage can be combined. These events encourage students to explore history, music, culture, traditional storytelling, dance, and other themes. They show that cultural transmission does not only take place in textbooks, but also through creative expression performances and community participation. For me personally, Seeing these initiatives is always a source of inspiration. They demonstrate how educational activities can foster curiosity about history and encourage young people to engage with their cultural heritage in meaningful ways. My hope is that research drawn from archives can contribute to the creation of accessible educational materials that could be used in schools and cultural programs. The goal is to make these historical sources more accessible to teachers and students so that they can become part of the broader educational landscape. I would be very happy to collaborate with educators, cultural institutions, and the Ministry of Education to explore how such materials can be developed and integrated into educational programs. Because when historical knowledge moves from archives into classroom, it does more than teaching history. It helps younger generations understand where they come from, strengthens cultural pride, and ensures that historical knowledge continues to live beyond academic research. And in that sense, education becomes not only a way of transmitting knowledge, but also a way of sustaining cultural memory and identity for the future. Again, I would say that French sources are not perfect. They are colonial documents written within systems of domination, and they must always be approached critically. But they contain evidence that is extremely valuable. They document forms of sovereignty, diplomacy, resistance, and cultural continuity that might otherwise have remained invisible. Access to these sources, therefore, matters, not only for historians, but also for educators and for communities seeking to understand their past. On a more personal level, I would like to conclude by saying that these French sources are actually the reason I first came to St. Vincent 20 years ago. They led me here both academically and physically, and they have shaped my research, my commitments, and my long-term relationship with and love for Garifuna history. Today, as new diplomatic and academic relationships develop between the Caribbean and African countries too, additional French language archives, as well as online translating tools, are becoming more accessible. These sources may open entirely new avenues for research into Afro-Indigenous alliances, displacement, and resistance in the Caribbean. But in order for these sources to truly benefit the communities whose histories they describe, they must become accessible beyond academic circles. And this requires real commitment, particularly from public institutions. To support the access, translation, and dissemination of archival materials, it also requires investment in transforming these historical documents into concrete educational resources that teachers and students can use in school. And importantly, students themselves must be part of this process. As we heard this morning, they often bring thoughtful and creative perspectives, and their ideas can play a valuable role in shaping how history is interpreted and shared. If we can move these sources from archives to classrooms, from specialists to communities, from footnotes to school curricula, then education can become a powerful tool for empowerment, and history can become a foundation for cultural pride, knowledge, and justice for future generations. Thank you. Seremain.
Right, so that ends the second panel discussion. Are there any questions? Oh my gosh. Wow. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Do you want to come to the mic? Oh, you've got one.
Yes, it is. So thank you. It's a wonderful paper, and I know there's going to be a paper that uses these, many of these sources this afternoon. And I've used them also. They are very different from English sources, very true. I just wondered, that one of the points that you raised at the end in terms of making these more available publicly was about translation tools. This is a very small question, but I think, well, small question, but I think big implications. I just have concern, like thinking about the subtleties of the language, changes in meanings of words over time, words that are no longer used, or that there's a bit of a record online now of mistranslation, I guess, and the use of potentially of AI to make these more accessible. So I have some concerns about that. I wondered if you had some thoughts about that translation process, ways that these could be made more democratically available without necessarily having sort of the autonomous invisible hand of AI sort of transform their meaning in the process?
I think that translation, as you say, is actually a big issue and a big obstacle. Also because, as you also say, it's language that sometimes, I mean, students today might, if French students today might not even understand themselves. But I think that this can also be an educational project. I mean, I don't know if Miss Julian Jack is in. She's outside as well. She has a little booth today, but she's the director of the archives, and we've worked together. She gave me like envelopes of archives available here that need translation. But the issue is that first, it takes time. Translating is a job. It really takes time, and you need time or means for that. And second, you need resource people, because a lot of French teachers here are not capable to translate that French. Even me, sometimes it really takes time. First you need to be able to read it even, because sometimes, as it was handwritten, it's difficult to understand. And that's why I'm saying that we need involvement as well, where there's some means put into that translation, because you need resource persons that are able to translate these. And then, but I was thinking also that this can become project as well, like for higher level of education, being history or being French as well itself, where the work is about translating archive work, and this can become also something where everybody benefits from it. And I do think that AI can also be a tool that can be used, but not as it is right now. It still needs to be translated like into proper French first, and then the translation will be easier to just use AI to translate it. And it can be a French student project too at that point, the translation part also. Thank you.
Question on the Garifuna language implementation program that we heard at the very beginning. Any teachers here as to how St. Vincent might actually take aspects of that program into our curriculum?
If I may add here, actually, we come back to the same kind of issue with the language, because we don't really have many resource persons here in St. Vincent to teach the language, and then to maintain the language, because, I mean, our brothers and sisters from the diaspora can probably confirm that they are also struggling with preserving language where they are. A lot of children today among the diaspora do not speak Garifuna anymore. And it's something that for me has always been very challenging, to think that we can actually teach the Garifuna language in St. Vincent when it's not being really practiced, or when there's not many resource persons. So there's exchange programs that can be done. We are seeing with the kids since yesterday, even from the festival, they can sing in Garifuna, they can pray in Garifuna, they can sing the national anthem. And that's also where education helps, because you can learn those things also, and at school. For a lot of them, it came from school. But then to say that you're learning to have proper conversations in Garifuna, it's another challenge, and it's other resources as well needed.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. What about the STEM program, folks? Any observations, questions relating to that program? I thought it was highly interesting to see all those components actually being taken into a developing country, and for children to actually come up with innovative ideas as to how they could actually look at STEM to produce electricity, keep their food cold, etc. I thought it was a very innovative initiative. But does anybody in the audience have any thoughts, suggestions, comments? Oh my goodness. Yeah. No, sorry, could you start again, please? Use the mic. Oh dear.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
stand up and actually make a suggestion.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to, I said I thought it was a wonderful program. I do also know that STEM projects, specifically Legos, can be costly. I'd wondered, I don't know if there people are online, but I also wondered how do they fund the project? How do they maintain the funding to continue with the continuity of the project? I think it's a wonderful idea. Also, as far as language, just to add on to what previous speakers said, I think the resources, the individuals that speak Garifuna fluently, are especially in the diaspora, are limited, and it's a resource that not only St. Vincent needs, but us in the U.S.
Yes.
and Belize need as well. So that was my comment for those two.
Well, as you know, there are lots and lots of monies available, lots and lots of foundations who would actually sponsor these projects. I think the issue for us is whether we would commit in terms of being innovative in trying to get children starting at primary school to look at STEM. Think about it. AI is here. Coding is here. And we have to ask ourselves, what is our part in that? Have we allowed ourselves to be hijacked? Are we, as a people, especially as the Garifuna people, have any part to play in curriculum development, in the future of AI, technology? I think that is a challenge for us all. Yes? Mm-hmm. Right, why don't you just stand and then everybody, possibly people could hear you better.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maurice Herrera. I'm from Belize, Dangriga. I'm a Garifuna. I am the owner of the Garifuna radio station on TV. And there is a curriculum available for the learning of Garifuna by the Battle of the Drum Secretariat in Belize, Punta Gorda, specifically in Punta Gorda, Belize, Central America. There's also AI-generated curriculum that I have access to already, but it is been done privately by an individual that I know. But right now, it's widely available at the schools in the southern part of Belize, where majority of the Garinago people are located. So it's already, last year, it rolled out in the schools, in the school system. So now it is available. So for the organizers and for those involved that are interested, I want to contact the Secretariat for the Battle of Drums and the National Garifuna Council Belize. I am the National Treasurer for National Garifuna Council Belize as well. I'm also a treasurer for the local Dangriga branch, the culture capital of Belize. And so there's a wide range of information and resources that is available for our people at this time. So I'm glad I'm at this conference today so I could share some of that information. And, you know, because sometimes the information is sitting right next to you, you don't know it. And that's one thing that my radio station is doing. You know, it's controlled by me, of course, no government intervention, no NGOs. It's all Garinago owned, Garifuna. We send out our narrative from our people. No one dictates to us what to say, how to say, you know. So, like right now, we're live streaming early, and I'll be here for the rest of the week to transmit that information back to our people home in Belize. They're very active. They're willing to hear and willing to hear from our people here as well in UWI. So, with that said, those are the resources available at this time. Sir, May.
Thank you. Anyone else on that STEM program? And thank you. Mm-hmm. Mike.
Testing 1, 2.
Good afternoon, Channing Martinez. I'm also Garifuna here with the Garifuna Survival Los Angeles. This has been wonderful. I guess my question is, usually when we think about STEM, we think about all the high-end levels of STEM, engineering, mathematics, and solving real issues. But I know, even just talking to my grandmother, the Garifuna people have a long history of astrology, as an example, and understanding the weather. And so I'm curious if the program is at all reaching into indigenous knowledge and trying to make that official in some way that can be replicated to further generations.
I think currently in St. Vincent, what I'm concerned about is that we still have a lot of chalkboard, chalk and talk. Whereas children are going home and they're on their smartphone, on their tablets, and they're accessing a lot of AI-generated materials. I think we're so way behind. I think that current administration have to look at how we actually encourage the other worlds that are so far advanced to begin to actually assist us with funding whiteboards, interactive tools, so that we could begin to actually make a little inroad, a little step in terms of where the future is going. Any other questions? Any comments?
Sure. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Zoila Ellis Brown. Just to respond to Mr. Herrera, there was a full presentation which you were out on the Battle of the Drums Garifuna language program. So we got a full report from Darius and Gwen and Dr. Enriquez this morning. And they are hoping we can partner with them here in the future to bring the language revitalization program here to Urume. So we're on board with that. I think the question about the astrology is very critical. We haven't really done any work in terms of reaching back into indigenous knowledge for the Garifuna. That's a frontier that hasn't been reached yet. So yes, that's a very excellent point. I think the furthest we have gotten is indigenous knowledge in terms of medicine, herbal medicine. Work has been done. And the Garifuna Heritage Foundation, which I am the technical advisor, we've had, in collaboration with the forestry department, a workshop with herbal traditional medicine practitioners here. And that was very, very wonderful and insightful. We need to do more of that. But as far as the astrology is concerned, no. But that still remains to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Ellis. Any other questions, comments, observations? I think I'm being asked to wind up. Yes, Driggs, sorry.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Don Driggs. Just an observation and comment. We need not to be scared about AI. What we need to do as Garifuna descendants is to make sure that we have all that information on the AI database. So the work is on us now to ensure that all the Garifuna history is on AI, so that when we do the research, you get authentic information. The other point is that our friend there who's been doing a lot of research, I think that research will help form the basis for reparations, and we need to keep that information so that it will make our case for reparations much stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Driggs.
Thank you. Yeah, if I can just add, last year actually, I also presented on that, on how the French sources can make up the case for reparation. And I had something else in mind, but I forgot, so we have to wrap up. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Ms. Edwards, and for the presenters and all the participation during that last panel. We're about just over almost 50 minutes behind time. We had a late start this morning. I know some persons would have slipped out and have a snack, some lunch, and so on. So we want to move on because we have the presenters for the final panel, the third panel here already, and all tuned up, ready to go. So we won't want to delay, but also I've spoken to the person responsible for showing the film. There was one to be done during the lunch period, but because we're missing that, he's agreed that at 4, he will come and do the other one, which is very important, because the film is also a very important part of the sessions. And you're reminded about the bush tea exhibition and drink up at the library. There are periods of sampling daily between 10:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m., and then between 2:30 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. So if you interested for some bush tea, some local tea, you can join them there during that time. So we're going into the third panel, and I'm going to introduce the moderator, Mr. Marlon Joseph, who is very active in these things. I believe he's with the Tourism Authority, and he will come and present the panelists and the presenters for the third panel. So welcome, Marlon.
Thank you, Chair. So for this final panel, we have three panelists who will present to us. The first will be presenting on the topic, "This Island's Mine, Sycorax, My Mother, Garifuna Woman, Memory, Work, and Caribbean Gender History," and this would be done by Professor Dr. Melanie Newton, a professor of history at the University of Toronto. Melanie J. Newton is Professor of History and Caribbean Studies and Graduate Chair of the Department of History at the University of Toronto. She completed her BA at McGill University and her doctorate at Oxford University, and studied for a year at the University of the West Indies, Cayfield campus. Her publications include The Children of Africa in the Colonies, Free People of Color in Barbados in the Age of Emancipation, Returns to a Native Land, Indigeneity and Decolonization in the Anglophone Caribbean, and Counterpoints of Conquest, the Royal Proclamation of 1763, the Lesser Antilles, and the Ethnocartography of Genocide. She is the winner of the 2023 Lester J. Coppon Prize for Best Article in the WMQ, an Outstanding Teaching Award in 2016, and the 2023 Milner Memorial Award for the Defense of Academic Freedom from the Canadian Association of University Teachers. Let us welcome our first panelist to do her presentation, Dr. Melanie J. Newton.
I'll start. Hi, it's lovely to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I will try to go quickly because I realize, sorry, that's okay. We're running a bit behind. So thank you for being here. It's wonderful. It's been 11 years since I was able to come to the conference, and I've thoroughly enjoyed being here. So I'm just going to start, and hopefully slides will appear as if by magic. So the title of the presentation is This Island's Mine by Sycorax, My Mother, Garifuna Women, Memory Work, and Caribbean Gender History. So Sycorax is a key character in one of Shakespeare's plays, The Tempest. Just to keep talking, anyhow. So I'm going to start by acknowledging that this paper was written, hallelujah, at the University of Toronto, which is located on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and the Mississaugas of the Credit. This territory was the subject of the Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement by various Indigenous nations to share and care for the land. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. I'll also share with you a version of the African Ancestral Acknowledgement, which was created by the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit of the City of Toronto. And it asks that we acknowledge all ancestors of all of those who came to this hemisphere involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of transatlantic human trafficking, the enslavement of millions of African people, and we pay tribute to those ancestors of African origin and descent. So, can you advance the slides? Yes, thanks. So, this is a famous section, it's a soliloquy from The Tempest, which was written by Shakespeare and performed between 1611 and 1613. You're probably familiar with it. I will say for kids in school, I'm sure you're like, oh God, Shakespeare, he's way more interesting than he appears in school, and much more complex, but probably you're not going to get that in school. But anyhow, I will read this. I also hated him in school, but find him fascinating now. This Island's Mine, by Sycorax, My Mother, which thou takest from me. When thou camest first, thou strokest me and madest much of me, would give me water with berries in it, and teach me how to name the bigger light and how the less, that burn by day and night. And then I loved thee, and showed thee all the qualities of the isle, the fresh springs, brine pits, barren place, and fertile. Cursed be I that did so. All the charms of Sycorax, toads, beetles, light on you. For I am all the subjects that you have, which was first was mine own king. And here you sty me in this hard rock, whilst you do keep from me the rest of the island. And Sycorax was born on the island, and he's speaking to, Caliban was born on the island of a mother called Sycorax, who was killed by a conqueror called Prospero. And Caliban is speaking in this soliloquy to Prospero, telling him, you know, you needed me to survive here when you first came, treated me like, you know, a son. I believed you saw me as a sort of adopted son, and then you basically imprisoned me, turned me into your slave, and now you are king here, but I am your only subject, and I should never have helped you to start with. All right. If you could move to number 3. In March 2025, the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines declared Balasso, a private island in the Grenadines, a public heritage site. The island spent years on the market at the price of $30 million, but no buyer materialized for a relatively remote island with no natural harbor, shelter, or potable water source. Since 2001, annual spiritual journeys to Balasso have marked the anniversary of the death in 1795 of Joseph Châteauyer. For many Garifuna people, these journeys are a rediscovery of Yerumain, their homeland. This presentation places the SVG government's decision in the context of Garifuna women's memory work, as well as histories of gender in the Caribbean's public commemorative, heritage, monumental, and memorial practices and sites. I focus primarily on public statuary and memorial parks. Memorials that acknowledge women are pretty much all statues, by the way. There are a few parks or other places named after women. Colonial-era public representations of Caribbean women largely ignore Black women and depicted Indigenous women in ways that venerated colonial rule, commodified these women and their bodies, and affirmed narratives of Indigenous absence. Monuments to anti-colonial and anti-slavery rebels, including modern examples, seldom feature Indigenous or Black women, and those that do tend to fold them into patriarchal narratives of rebellion, family, and social order. Even when the subject is revolution or rebellion, traditional statutory placement typically discourages critiques of the state, demonstrating state authority over historical narratives and public space. Pedestal statues typically reify patriarchal concepts of land as patrimony, so land inherited from a father, bequeathed to the nation by its forefathers, with foremothers not being mentioned or suggested as bequeathers of property. Across the Caribbean, several recently unveiled memorials to slavery depart from this heroic and patriarchal mode of emphasizing anti-slavery rebellion. Often in more natural settings close to the earth or the sea, these monuments invite quieter reflection, explicitly representing the violence, death, grief, and loss of forced displacement. I place two such monuments in conversation with Garifuna women's embodied memory work as reminders of the importance of commemorative practices that meaningfully acknowledge slavery's roots in and legacy of systemic gender-based violence. Just a quick note on terminology. In my own analysis, I use Kalinago and Garifuna for Indigenous people of Lesser Antillean archipelagic heritage, and Taino, which is now the term that has come to be used, it was not originally, for the people of the Greater Antilles. And I use terms like Kahaib or Caribs and Black Caribs only in citations. I am not Garifuna, so I don't feel it's my place to reclaim those terms. It is no judgment on people who choose to use them who are Garifuna. Every year since March 2012, which is Garifuna Heritage Month, as you all know, here in SVG, the Garifuna Heritage Foundation has brought Garifuna descendants, scholars, and community members together here for a gathering that includes a pilgrimage to Baliso. Until the government acquired it in 2025, Baliso was featured on real estate websites as an undeveloped tropical paradise, waiting to join an archipelago of luxury in the Grenadines. When it came to power in 2001, Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves' United Labour Party recognized the Garifuna's importance to SVG's national heritage. In 2002, the government named Chief Joseph Chatoyer as SVG's first national hero and named March 14th, the day in 1795 when the British claimed to have killed him, as National Heroes Day. In 2007, Rabaca National Park on the Windward Coast, located within late 18th century St. Vincent's Garifuna territory, was renamed Joseph Chatoyer National Park. And the Garifuna are key to the Caribbean community's case for reparations for slavery, the slave trade, and indigenous genocide, which Ralph Gonsalves himself announced at the UN in 2013. Slide 4. During the first International Garifuna Heritage Conference in March 2012, I, along with many others, boarded a catamaran in Kingstown with other conference attendees. When we reached Baliso, most of us were rowed ashore in boats, as there was no natural landing place for a large vessel. Among those who disembarked that day was Lucia Ellis, a Belizean Garifuna healer and sister of a GHF technical advisor, I think she is, or coordinator, Zoila Ellis, who moved from Belize to St. Vincent. Visiting Baliso for the first time, when Lucia reached the shore, her first act was to kneel, spread her hands in the sand, and weep. The moment, for those of us who were there, instantly enveloped us all. We stood around Lucia together, some weeping, but all quiet, until she was ready to go on. In his keynote address published after the conference, Belizean Garifuna anthropologist Joseph Palacio, who also visited Baliso for the first time on this 2012 pilgrimage, described his photograph of the moment as, quote, Garifuna healer Lucia Ellis from Dangriga, Belize, kneeling in deep meditation on the sand on arriving at the beach in Baliso. She was paying obeisance to the memory of the over 2,000 persons who died there during 7 months of imprisonment prior to leaving for Central America. Later, Lucia expressed thankfulness for the fact that, as the descendant of Baliso's survivors, she was able to return. Lucia's mournful yet celebratory return to Baliso has since been shared in film, writing, photographs, virtually, in print, and during in-person lectures with others who were not there. The moment survives as a memorial to Garifuna women's role as keepers of memory who connect Garifuna diaspora communities to their ancestral home in St. Vincent, challenging centuries of patriarchal, anti-Black, and anti-Indigenous representations of Caribbean history with a simple act of grief, loss, and an affirmation of survival. There is a reverberating contrast between the image of Lucia's return to Baliso and to SVG, and this image. Can you have the next slide? In 1594, a century after Europeans arrived in the Caribbean, Protestant printer Théodore de Praye published his engraving, Columbus as he first arrives in India, or America, it's sometimes translated as both. And this is based on Columbus's own self-serving description from 1492. The foreground depicts a fictitiously well-dressed and clean Columbus, with other conquistadors erecting a cross behind him. Swords and muskets clearly visible, the Europeans face a delegation of unarmed indigenous men who offer them the island's riches. In the background, 3 caravels are lined up offshore, the first having disgorged a company of Spaniards who stand at the shoreline, watching a group of other indigenous men fleeing before them. Columbus, as he first arrives, represents an imposition of a militarized geography on everything pictured. The beach was transformed into a beachhead, highlighting Europeans' capacity to conquer territory from the sea. Everything in the island beyond the beachhead became a gift transferred to Europe and transformed from useless objects to commodities of value. Columbus, as he first arrived, inaugurated a commemorative history of the doctrine of discovery. This is a term for the 15th and 16th century legal instruments that enshrined within international law European Christians' collective right to vie for supremacy in the theft of indigenous land in the Americas and the trafficking of Africans. Slide 6. Thank you. Thank you. Colonial representations of the indigenous women of the Greater Antilles, the people who have come to be called the Tainos, were key to colonizing strategies. The most frequently depicted Taino woman is Cacique Anacaona, a national hero in the Dominican Republic and Haiti. In the DR, she is memorialized as a symbol of white patriarchal Creole nationalism. A female figure you can see on the right, your left, right, your left. So a female figure who is readily interpreted as Anacaona stands on the pedestal plinth of an 1887 Columbus statue in Santo Domingo, gazing up at him and writing his name on the die. In the process, erasing the roles that Black and Indigenous people have played in shaping island lifeways since 1492. In Haiti's Anacaona monument at Place d'Armes in Léogâne, she is a more imposing figure. That's the top on my left. Yet all public depictions of Anacaona place her on a pedestal in public squares, parks, or over major urban thoroughfares. They represent public subordination to state authority, folding Anacaona and the Cacicasco, or chiefly system of government, into colonial and neo-colonial forms of governmentality. And the one on the closest to me on the bottom, that is from 2023. That is in Parco Miro Sur in the Dominican Republic. So these are not old statues that represent her this way only. This replicates Spanish colonial uses of Anacaona's story to impose Eurocentric class, gender, and spatial hierarchies onto indigenous Hispaniolan society. Next slide. Across the Lesser Antilles, colonial-era public heritage sites, such as the 1905 Barbados Holetown Monument, erase indigenous people and use public commemoration to deny the reality of Europeans' initial failure to overcome indigenous resistance. In erecting this monument, the Barbadian colonial government drew on scholarship from imperial historians who converted a disastrous 1605 English expedition, which failed to reach Guyana and may not even have stopped in Barbados at all, into a possession claim for England over Barbados. The Holetown Monument draws selectively on an account of this voyage preserved in Samuel Purchas's 1625 Hackletus Posthumus, or Purchas's Pilgrims, which is a collection of early colonial travelers' accounts from England. Yet several accounts in Hackletus Posthumus illustrate the failure of European colonists to overcome indigenous military resistance. Their reliance on indigenous people for survival and indigenous women's role in resistance to Europeans, So several accounts illustrate the failure of European colonists to overcome indigenous military resistance, as well as Europeans' reliance on indigenous people for survival and indigenous women's role in resistance to Europeans' systematic enslavement of women and girls. Slide 8. The principle that women passed enslavement on to their children was at the heart of the gendered violence of colonization in the Caribbean. The closest public heritage acknowledgement of this principle are statues depicting pregnant Black mothers across the Americas and Europe, including Guadeloupean artist Jacques Pouleur's La Mulâtresse Solitude, on the Boulevard des Héros in Abîme in Guadeloupe. There's a very similar monument in Paris. Long before this principle of maternal inheritance, women passing slavery on to their children, was codified officially in slave law later in the 17th century, Shakespeare's 1611 play The Tempest illustrated its influence. The assumption that the children of witches, non-European and non-Christian women might be condemned to enslavement was central to The Tempest's plot. Sycorax, the absent mother in the play, symbolized the type of female power, supposedly in league with the devil, that European empire in the Americas set out to destroy. Prospero's move in the play from exploiting Caliban under the guise of almost paternal affection to enslaving him, based ultimately on the claim that Caliban's mother Sycorax was a witch, mirrors the dangers that indigenous women faced in the 17th century Lesser Antilles. Like Prospero, English colonists did not recognize indigenous or black women as bearers of legal claims to protection from enslavement based on property rights, national status, or citizenship. English settlers from expanding plantation colonies like Barbados routinely captured and enslaved indigenous women and children from other islands, as well as the Guyanese mainland, claiming that they were already slaves or that their male kin had sold them. Many indigenous women's cultural practices described for the 17th century became essential to Afro-Creole culture, while fewer practices described for indigenous men seem to have survived. This suggests unevenly gendered processes of transculturation between indigenous people, Africans, and Afro-indigenous offspring. As plantation slavery expanded in the Lesser Antilles, French and English settlers raided St. Vincent for people and natural resources. Even as St. Vincent remained autonomous, that freedom was perpetually under siege. After 1763, when France ceded its claim over St. Vincent to Great Britain, English colonial administrators embraced a racist and patriarchal narrative about the origin of the island's Afro-Indigenous Garifuna population. This carefully constructed gendered narrative was crucial to the British genocidal plan of removal and was laid out in a 1795 treatise, penned by William Young Jr., who you're all familiar with here, a parliamentary MP, slave owner, and planter. Young's account of the Black Caribs in the island of St. Vincent located Garifuna origins in a war between Kalinago men and African men, who supposedly escaped a 1675 wreck of a slave ship bound for Barbados. In Young's account, the warlike Africans killed the Kalinago men and enslaved their women, forcing them to bear Afro-Indigenous children. By asserting that the fathers of the Garifuna nation were fugitive Africans rather than Kahaib or Kalinago men, Young tried to nullify any claims that the Garifuna people could have in English law to land or freedom in St. Vincent as the descendants of free indigenous men. By insisting that the mothers of the Garifuna nation were captive indigenous women, Young argued that the Garifuna were natural slaves with, in his words, quote, no original right in the soil of the country as the descendants of enslaved women. Slide 9. In 1795, in response to a major armed Garifuna uprising against British rule, the British massacred entire villages and rounded up thousands. As you all know, this is the exile. And they returned those whom they considered light-complexioned enough to be Red Caribs to mainland St. Vincent. In March 1797, the survivors were exiled to Roatan off the coast of Central America. The death toll at every stage of exile was enormous, not accounting for the loss of life in the war. Colonial sources say little about 18th century Garifuna women's interactions with the outside world, and even less about women's decision-making role within their own communities. Young described Garifuna governance in late 18th century St. Vincent as a system of, quote, heads of families, a kind of patriarchal chiefs, never mentioning women having a decision-making role. He noted that women were crucial to Garifuna food production and that, he quote, increased number of Carib women sold their produce every week in Kingstown Market. However, he described these women as, quote, beasts of burden, driven by their men with the flat of the broadsword from the Carib territory, 15 miles, to the English market. No slavery, he said, is equally wretched with that of Carib women. This misrepresents the fact that men and women engaged in different aspects of agriculture, with women predominating in internal marketing and men in long-distance seafaring trade. Despite his insistence on Carib women's so-called slavery, Young bitterly recalled how, on the 8th of March, 1795, 2 days before the war, a, quote, more than ordinary number of Caribs crowded the Kingstown market with different articles for sale and assumed a more than common air of social ease and festivity. In hindsight, this was obviously done so that the British would not realize what was coming. Colonial authorities would have been suspicious to see the market teeming with men, which suggests that it was women who carried out this dissembling. The stereotype of Afro-Indigenous women's drudgery served the genocidal purpose of Young's narrative and should not be taken for granted. But there is a ring of truth in his inadvertent suggestion that women played an important role in concealing the 1795 war plan, indicating that they had a bigger role in community politics than he understood. In Belizean Garifuna oral tradition, Chief Joseph Chatoyer's daughter Galisi survived Baliso, the crossing to Roatan, and then sailed from Roatan to the mainland, settling first in Honduras and finally in Dangriga, Belize. Comparing Galisi's narrative to slave narratives, anthropologist Joseph Palacio emphasized the role of women in Galisi's family in preserving memories of pre-1795 St. Vincent as the crucible of their identity as a nation. Galisi told these stories to her granddaughter Amahuni, who told them to her granddaughter, Mrs. Felicita Francisco, who shared them with Dr. Palacio. Dr. Palacio emphasized that this research, quote, gave a human face to an icon who had been almost completely obliterated within the consciousness of the Belizean Garifuna. Since then, the Galisi Community Primary School, dedicated to the teaching of Garifuna culture, and the Galisi Garifuna Museum have opened in Dangriga, and Galisi spirit has appeared in ancestral rites to rituals to persons in trance. The period 1940 to 1970 were years of extreme hardship and large-scale outmigration of men from Central American Garifuna communities. Anthropologist Nancy Gonzalez found that in that difficult period, it was largely the women and the sons they trained who kept the Garifuna culture alive and provided the impetus for the emergence of a new ethnic consciousness and pride, the redefinition of the Black Caribs as Garifuna. Garifuna women have led movements against land expropriation across Central America. They are key to the leadership of Belize's Garifuna National Council and the Garifuna Heritage Foundation here in SVG, and are vocal supporters of the SVG government's acquisition of Baliso. Garifuna and non-Garifuna Vincentians began organizing to honor Chatoyer's memory in the 1970s and 1980s. When the ULP came to power in 2001, it gave state support to this struggle, but the Gonzalez government focused its efforts on venerating Joseph Chatoyer as the founding father of both the Garifuna and SVG nations, arguably consolidating a narrative of Garifuna heritage that marginalizes women as political actors. The Galisi narrative, for example, which speaks of a tradition of women as keepers of Garifuna memory, attracted no interest from the ULP government. Scholars have questioned the ULP government's, quote, carefully curated image of Chatoyer, including silence about claims that he was a slave owner. The emphasis on Chatoyer as the paramount chief might be nuanced by evidence of the complexity of Euromé's politics at the time. Galisi's story speaks of, quote, intertribal differences among 18th century Garifuna. Young's account, while self-serving and genocidal, notes that chief's power was constrained by processes of collective decision-making. Descriptions of indigenous political decision-making in Hacklutus Posthumus, for example, clearly illustrate the decisive role of women. Slide 10? Sorry. Yeah. So on Saturday, we'll all go to Dorsetshire Hill, and because the government holds national hero celebrations every year at various locations, including at Dorsetshire Hill, which is the imperial fortress from which British forces waged war on the Garifuna, and this is a spot that has come to stand in for the location of Chatoyer's death. These ceremonies involve pageantry and speeches with diplomatic representatives from other governments and indigenous communities. The location itself, a fortress with a commanding view over the Caribbean Sea, Kingstown, and the surrounding hills, was a monument to colonial violence and state power. Theorist Saidiya Hartman's critique of Door of No Return ceremonies in Ghana notes that such official commemorative practice focuses typically on a single historical narrative and can serve as, quote, a potent means of silencing the past in the very guise of preserving it, since it effectively curbed all discussion of African slavery and its entailments, class exploitation, gender inequality, ethnic clashes, and regional conflict. The sorcery of the state was also intended to wash away the past, at least those aspects that might create conflict, and to pacify the heirs of slaves, except that now this process was described as memorializing rather than forgetting. The SVG states the acquisition of Baliso as Crown land in 2025 creates a significant power imbalance between the government and Garifuna people when it comes to determining what a master plan, which is the language that Gonzalez used when he announced the acquisition, for development involves. Gonzalez announced in early 2025 that Baliso had been acquired for, quote, the purpose of a cultural historical memorial site and to keep as our national patrimony. He outlined a vague plan to work with, in his words, the Garifuna community on the elaboration of a master plan for Baliso's development that, quote, aligns with the island's historical significance. The problem with the language of consultation, which we also heard yesterday from the Honorable Godwin Friday, is that it does institutionalize a top-down approach. The person who reaches out for consultation is the person who calls the shots in such a relationship. Despite statements to the contrary, states do dole out recognition of Indigenous rights as gifts and not rights. So I quote here from Dene scholar, Indigenous scholar Glenn Coulthard, who critiques such politics of recognition as in fact non-recognition, when he talks about, quote, explicit non-recognition of the equal status of the colonized population, or with the strategic domestication of the terms of recognition, leaving the foundation of the colonial relationship relatively undisturbed. The emphasis on Chatoyer as a patriarchal figure and the lack of women in the Gonzalez government, 2 of 11 cabinet posts in Gonzalez government were held by women, and 4 of 17 positions in the current cabinet are held by women. So that's an increase from 18 to 25%, which is not a huge increase. These raise questions about women's role in the consultations about Baliso, especially in relation to the previous government, which was singled out among Caribbean regimes for failing to address gender inequality and violence. Now that the SV government has acquired Baliso and anxiety over the possibility of it being sold has dissipated, the focus of the state's Garifuna heritage reclamation efforts may widen. Plans for Chatoyer National Park, for example, include a documentation center dedicated to Joseph Chatoyer, as well as the history of the North Windward constituency, where the park and many Garifuna villages are located. This region was also, of course, part of the last autonomous Garifuna territory between 1773 and 1795. And I apologize if this is going long. I was told 30 minutes, so I'm trying to wrap up quickly. But there's a problem if we think about this language, particularly some language that we heard, again, yesterday, but also in speeches from the previous Prime Minister, the language of, quote unquote, developing the North. Because what exactly is understood by development, for whose benefit, and we can draw on examples from other parts of the Caribbean, for example, Guyana. So another scholar, Shona Jackson, who's looked at the history of the Guyanese government in relation to indigeneity, in a book called Creole Indigeneity, which I recommend to people. She's deeply critical of state-centered narratives of Indigenous development in her analysis, and she argues that the government of Forbes Burnham in Guyana used developmentalism to produce Indigenous peoples and the interior as an internal other, the necessarily different and uncultivated, but potentially assimilable and profitable cultural base against which the liberated, sovereign, and Indigenous Creole could emerge as both post-colonial and bourgeois. Going further than this and recognizing the centrality of gender to the horrific violence of genocide in 18th century St. Vincent and the connection between this history and gender-based violence in contemporary St. Vincent would represent a turning point in the conversation between the government and its citizens about the Caribbean past. Centering Garifuna women in memory work resonates with recent examples of commemoration that account more fully for women's experiences of colonialism and slavery, and which have emerged out of more collaborative relationships between heritage activists, local community organizers, artists, and historians. Can you move to the next slide? In 2007, the Grenadian government unveiled an underwater marine eco-park featuring sculptures by British Guyanese artist Jason de Carys Taylor. The statues are meant to attract marine life and to become covered over time with coral reefs. So you can see, this is the statues when they were originally unveiled, and here is a more recent picture. So one sculpture in particular, this one, called Vicissitudes, features the repeating figures of a woman and a boy, standing in a circle on the seafloor, holding hands. De Curies Taylor did not mean the sculpture to represent slavery's violation of the mother-child relationship, but he embraced this interpretation all the same. As one commentator put it, Jason de Curies Taylor's piece Vicissitudes is not a work about the Middle Passage, except, of course, that it is. Next slide. At Clifton Heritage National Park in Nassau in the Bahamas, located on the site of the ruins of Clifton Plantation, the Genesis Garden was carved from a stand of dead trees at the edge of a cliff looking out over the Atlantic Ocean. And I should just say, I have visited most of these sites and was present when a lot of these pictures were taken. I am just a terrible photographer with a terrible camera, so usually I would get images from others who I was standing next to. So I'm usually standing next to the person who's taken some of these pictures, but I didn't necessarily take them myself. Working with a team of community members, historians, and preservationists, a Bahamian artist carved the top of each tree trunk into a minimalist, larger-than-life, faceless black female figure, heads painted with a white scarf. The women's faces look in different directions, seeking in vain for the way back home across the ocean and for lost kin, perhaps children. In their faceless sadness, they recall Trinidadian feminist theorist Jackie Alexander's observation that, quote, not only humans made the crossing, grief traveled as well. The 2012 pilgrimage to Baliso felt like the kind of journey that I, as the non-Indigenous Afro-Caribbean descendant of enslaved Africans who survived the Middle Passage, cannot ever make in the same way. I cannot identify a specific place or moment when, for my first ancestors in the Americas, one world ended forever and another began. I am also not Garifuna, and the Baliso crossing is not in my ancestral memory. But every time I speak the word Baliso, I return to March 2012, to the roar of the waves crashing on the beach, the quiet sounds of Lucia's anguish, her defiant expressions of joy at her return. Baliso activated a tangible, embodied connection to a sense of the crossing that is in our collective Caribbean past. And the memory of Lucia on the beach is more than an image. It is a physical sensation so powerful that even years later, the experience might have happened yesterday. Slide 13. This is the last slide. At the heart of the struggle for Baliso are thousands of memories, stories, and voyages of return that emerged through 2 centuries of grassroots collaborative storytelling and sacred memory work, in which women have always played a critical role. The fruits of this memory work are available to state actors, tourists, and visitors, but this work of repair was conceived neither by them nor for them. Genocide survivors tell their stories and return to the sites of the violence done to them to heal, reconnect with the sacred ground of a home that is lost but can never be let go, to tell their violated ancestors that their people survived, and to make the journey home that their people were once denied. But repeatedly, in modern history, state power has seized these stories for other purposes. On Baliso's beach in 2012, Lucia opened a portal to the long history of Indigenous and Black women's struggles for the future and for the return of Sycorax's power. Intersecting histories of gender, genocide, survival, and the sacred come together on Baliso. The island's dry hills and rocky, unpleasant beaches have refused the exploitative logic of the market and every tourist stereotype of what makes the Caribbean beautiful. In contrast to forms of commemoration ultimately rooted in the legacy of heteropatriarchal and racist triumphalism, Baliso recalls Caliban's proclamation that the island had come to him from Sycorax, the submerged mother, to quote Kamau Brathwaite, in the land and water of the Caribbean world. The SVG government's 2025 decision finally centers Garifuna memory of Baliso as a place whose true worth cannot be measured in money. But colonialism reinvents itself, not just in people or their good intentions, but in heteropatriarchal structures, relations of power, and efforts to conquer the past. In this gendered history of Afro-Indigenous memory work, there is a lesson for Caribbean state actors, including new regimes like the one here in SVG, should they choose to listen and learn, about how decolonial relationships with our ancestors in the past can shape more respectful and democratic relationships with the living. Garifuna women will not let Prospero, whom they have met before, always dressed in new clothes and feigning friendship, take this island from them. Thank you.
think it's on now. Thank you so much, Dr. Melanie Newton, for that excellent presentation. And just to let you know, we'll go through the other two presentations from the other two panelists, and then we'll take the questions and comments after all together. So our next panelist is Dr. Michael Denny, no stranger to this conference, of course. Sorry, can someone just the light switch for me, please? Yes, thank you, Doc. Dr. Gary Michael Denny is a professor of history at St. Mary's College of Maryland. He obtained his first degree at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill, Barbados, and his PhD at the Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore, Maryland. Dr. Denny has also lectured at the University of the West Indies, Mona, Jamaica, and Kanya College, Johannesburg, South Africa. As a Vincentian national who has studied in the United States of America and who has lived and taught in Africa, Dr. Denny used this experience and expertise to create the program in Africa and African Diaspora Studies at St. Mary's College. He has written and lectured extensively on the politics of death in modern South Africa and his role as a speechwriter for Nelson Mandela. His major works include Flames of Race, Ashes of Death, Reinventing Cremation in Johannesburg, and The Standard of Dying, Race, Indigence, and the Disposal of the Dead Body in Johannesburg. Dr. Denny has also been deeply committed to the study of the Garifuna people and participated in the first International Garifuna Conference, where he presented a paper entitled From Villain to Hero, the Reinvention of Chief Chatouillier. Let us welcome Dr. And he's also one of the co-authors, one of three Vincentian historians who have co-authored a history book, and I think I see a copy outside already on display and for sale. So let us welcome Dr. Denny, and he will speak to us on the topic. He will speak to us on the topic, Linked Histories, Native Genocide, and African Enslavement in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Yes, and the name of the book, the history book, here it is, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, A General History of the Year 2025, Volume 1, Native Peoples, Genocide, and African Enslavement in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, circa BP 5000 to 1838. Thank you, Dr. Denny.
Thank you for that introduction so much. And welcome to everyone. I'm quite happy to be here. It is true, the final point made about the different things I've done and the last piece of work, which I have spent quite some time working on. Volume 1 of the History of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Native Peoples, Genocide, and African Enslavement in St. Vincent and the Grenadines from 5000 BP. So thank you so much. I have here with me a copy of the latest published history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In fact, I perhaps should say the only history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines that does precisely what the topic of my talk entails. That is, it links the history of the Garifuna to the history of enslaved Africans who arrived in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The point is crucial. At a Garifuna conference such as this, we are unsurprised, and we do expect to hear an enormous amount of material on the Garifuna. That is as it ought to be. And it is also true that we have a significant amount of material written on the Garifuna. If we're looking at the enslaved peoples in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we do not have as much as we probably would like written on the history of enslaved peoples in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but also we do have a body of literature that seeks to illuminate what the experience of enslavement was for enslaved Africans in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. What is lacking is the nexus, the link between both of these two phenomena: native genocide in St. Vincent and African enslavement in St. Vincent. And so it is in that sense that the work of Dr. Clee Scott, who is, he teaches at Kayville in Barbados, and Dr. Adrian Fraser, who's sitting on the left side of, Dr. Fraser, may you just stand, please, so that you can be acknowledged. I'm going to have to say, because it would be remiss of me not to say that when I first start doing history, I suppose seriously, if I'm going to speak of seriously doing history, it would be, the year would be 1977. And my teacher was Dr. Adrian Fraser. So the teacher and the student are now working together. And none of us, we were not prophets, we're historians, so we don't do prophecy, we do history. So we couldn't see the future to tell you this is what's going to happen. But it is a truth that you should know. Okay. And so what I want to do then is to, I suppose I should insist that whatever I read here, I'm going to read from the text. Okay? I'm going to read from the text. You got to feel a sense of this history that we have here. Okay? And so it is the work, not just of me, it's the work of, Dr. Fraser, Dr. Scott, and myself. Okay? But to the extent that the topic is link histories, this is precisely what this book does. And the piece I'm going to read would demonstrate the truth of this proposition that I put forward, that the histories of the Garifuna and enslaved Vincentians in St. Vincent and the Grenadines constitute a single story which has never been told before in that singular fashion. This book does it. And so it stands alone as a particular scholarly work on the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It stands alone. So let me begin with some of what we have written here. And the place to begin is, of course, the beginning. So chapter 1 begins. It is entitled, From Virgin Land to Settled Communities, the Foundations of Vincentian History. Well, let me say, when we say virgin land, what it means is that St. Vincent is utterly and completely devoid of human presence 5,000 years ago. Hence, it constitutes virgin land. Okay. And to settle communities means that human beings enter this land and transforms it into a place fit for human habitation. So that's the sense behind this title, From Virgin Land to Settled Communities, the Foundation of Vincentian History 5,000 years ago. So the first paragraph reads, About 5,000 years ago, the first human beings arrived in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We do not know the precise day, month, and year when these first peoples landed on the Vincentian shores. This is unsurprising. At the time, no calendar existed anywhere in the world. Indeed, it is not until 1582 that the modern calendar that we use today would come into existence. Moreover, 5,000 years ago, with the important exceptions of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, every human society in the world was preliterate. Hence, the first peoples of St. Vincent and the Grenadines left no written records. We will never know their names, but we do know this: they arrived by sea. Thus, it can be said that the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines began quite literally on its beaches. That is the first paragraph of the first chapter. The introduction of the book itself asks why the title Native Peoples Genocide? Because the book, Volume 1, Native Peoples Genocide and African Enslavement in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Why this title? So let me read. Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, in his work Britain's Black Debt, establishes the case for why reparations are due from Britain for the atrocities it committed on the bodies of indigenous peoples and enslaved Africans. Professor Beckles has laid the historical, legal, and moral case. For him, the evidence is clear. The British wished to exterminate the savages. Those are the words of the British. And so they committed, according to Beckles, genocide in the Windwards. On this case, Beckles concludes, quote, this history speaks to the origins and legacy of the British official policy of genocide in the Caribbean, end of quote. The native community experienced the full impact of this policy. They have a legal right to reparation claims. No legal claim is clearer, says Professor Beckles. Remarkably, we begin to respond to Beckles' comment. The writings of the British military themselves provide powerful evidence that supports Professor Beckles' laser-like description of the genocidal assault Britain launched against indigenous peoples in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. For example, in 1795, as the Garifuna fought the British for the control of mainland St. Vincent, a member of the 60th Regiment described the conduct of British soldiers towards Garifuna warriors in the following manner. We have suspended the rules of war and executed all of them, end of quote. They suspended the rules of war. They understood at the moment that they were committing these atrocities, that they stood outside the regime of law that determined how war was fought. War doesn't mean the absence of rules. There are some things you don't do. You ought not to murder children. You ought not to engage in mass rape. You cannot murder prisoners. All of these things are understood as beyond the boundaries of war. The soldier says here, we have suspended the rules of war and executed all of them. So they understood from the very beginning that they were engaged in a genocidal act. Later generations of British apologists have sought to erase two fundamental truths. The first is that the Kalinago and Garifuna were victims of genocide. The second is that Britain was the perpetrator. Our decision, that is, Dr. Fraser, Dr. Scott, and myself, our decision to offer native genocide and the enslavement of Africans in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a single text proceeded directly from the research and the writing process. As we sought to make sense and to convey in the clearest language our findings, it became clear to us that we had captured a very detailed history of native genocide and the enslavement of Africans in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Of course, within the historiography of the Caribbean, indigenous enslavement has been treated as a precursor to the enslavement of Africans. But what our research and writing revealed is that in St. Vincent, their genocide was the absolute and necessary precondition or the key platform upon which the British pursued their project of transforming St. Vincent and the Grenadines into a slave society. Before 1797 and the defeat of the indigenous resistance to British colonial rule, the multi-island colony was a society with enslaved persons. The evidence shows that enslaved Africans were in the multi-island state since the mid-16th century. The French and the Spanish used enslaved Africans on mainland St. Vincent when this island served as an entrepot for buying and selling of all kinds of stuff within the Caribbean. The Kalinagos removed Africans from South America, Venezuela, Colombia, and Brazil, and Puerto Rico to the Lesser Antilles, including St. Vincent. However, after 1797, the British catapulted St. Vincent into slave society as it had done elsewhere since the 17th century. Certainly, the Kalinago and the Garifuna, they stifled the British drive to construct a slave society in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Numerous historical sources attest that the Vincentian plantocracy could not always easily distinguish between Kalinago and Garifuna an African, whether free or enslaved. We do know that before 1797, enslaved Africans also fought alongside the Garifuna. While we are recognizing the role of the indigenous peoples in delaying the establishment of slavery, of a slave society in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it is also true that in Trinidad, the establishment of a slave society was later than almost everywhere else. Professor Bridget Britton argues that a slave society in Trinidad was created around 1787. So the value of understanding what took place in St. Vincent and the Grenadines cannot be understated, because here we do not have a true slave society until 1807, which is about 20 years later than Trinidad. Let me make a point here. When the British established by European law their claim to control of St. Vincent in 1763, simultaneously, we have Châteauneuf establishing and defending equal claim. So what you have in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is two competing sovereignties. The British claim sovereign rights, and the Châteauneuf and company are claiming equally sovereign rights. So dual sovereignties in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, that fact in and of itself made impossible the establishment of a slave society in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now, what do we mean by slave society? That's a crucial point. In the scholarship that we do today, a slave society is understood to be a particular system where the laws of the country, the economy, the politics, every single aspect of that society is governed by slaves. Enslaved people generate all the production that produces the wealth of that society, and nothing in the society can be delinked from the existence and the exploitation of enslaved labor. That is different from a society with slaves, which is to say there are enslaved people in that society, but there are many other things that's going on within that society that the society could use to generate money. So when Châteauneuf was in command of St. Vincent and the Grenadines alongside the British claiming equal command. That is a society with enslaved persons, because the British do have Vincentians whom they are enslaving, but they do not have complete and absolute control over St. Vincent. So it is not a slave society, as say Barbados was, or Jamaica, or Antigua. So when we make the distinction between a society with slaves and a slave society, it is a reflection of the nature of the power that the enslavers had within the society at the time, and their capacity to extract labor from the enslaved people for the purposes of generating wealth, and putting in place an entire regime of laws which guarantee that their capacity to dominate that society could never be questioned. But in St. Vincent, dual sovereignty meant that the very existence of Châteauguay and the claims of the Garifuna over St. Vincent prevented the British from establishing that kind of hegemonic power over St. Vincent as they had done elsewhere in the Caribbean. So it's not until you can defeat the Garifuna, that you can kick them out of St. Vincent, that you can eliminate them as resistors to imperial rule. Only then is it possible to put in place into St. Vincent a slave society. The consequences that in the history of the Caribbean, St. Vincent had the smallest duration as a slave society anywhere where the British indeed had succeeded in imposing a comprehensive slave system across the region. So 1807, 1834, that puts us for 27 years in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In Barbados, the creation of an enslaved society, that would have begun by basically the 1650s. So you're looking at, 150 plus 34, nearly 200 years. So the difference between Barbados and St. Vincent in this instance, in terms of the duration spent as a slave society, is huge. And the key reason behind that is the Garifuna. So in that sense, when one speaks of the link histories of the Garifuna and enslaved Africans, it is to acknowledge that absent the capacity, the resilience, the endurance of the Garifuna in waging that war against British penetration of St. Vincent, which they had begun, they claimed in 1763 that they possessed St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but their actions by the British and others predate 1763. So the fight against, European penetration of St. Vincent, broadly speaking, I see it as a 300-year struggle, that from basically the 1500s to the 1800s, the Garifuna, the indigenous peoples, the Kalinyago fought and fought and fought. And they were the last ones to fall in the history of the Caribbean in that fight against European penetration. And only then was it possible for St. Vincent to be transformed into slave society. So the link histories begin with the recognition that we cannot speak about enslavement in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and when a slave society is created without acknowledging that it is the work of the Garifuna for a couple of hundred years that delayed the process of the creation of a slave society in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now, so let me return to the text. A slave society and a slave economy never became fully entrenched in this colony, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as it had become in Barbados or Jamaica since the 17th century. In 1807, the British government passed the Abolition Act to end the transatlantic slave trade throughout the British Empire. Therefore, from 1808, it was illegal for British ships to participate in the trade in enslaved Africans, and so the British Navy was empowered to stop suspicious ships in order to search for the now illegal cargo. After 1807, about 1,000 of these liberated Africans were settled in St. Vincent. There are a few first-hand accounts of the chattel slavery experienced from the enslaved themselves. Among these is the 1831 autobiography of Ashton Warner, who was born and enslaved on Cane Grove Estate in the Bookermint Valley on the western side of St. Vincent. It was his aunt Daphne Crosby who secured his freedom along with his mother by effecting a manumission. A manumission is when the enslaved succeeded in paying the enslavers, for their freedom, and so they become manumitted. You have to buy yourself out of slavery. When the slave system in the British Caribbean was terminated in 1834, some 20 million pounds was paid to appease the planters. Well, appease is probably, we probably made a, I might change the verb now that I think about it, appease. Pay them off, that's what happens here. One of the things that you can do, I have a daughter who decided to become a historian. She teaches at Washington and Lee University, somewhere in Virginia. I have a daughter. Well, I have several daughters, but this one is a historian. She brought my attention to the fact that this 20 million pounds that the British gave to the enslavers, not the enslaved. So when we speak about reparations today, the enslavers were paid by the British, not the enslaved, not the descendants of the enslaved. But it gets worse. My daughters who pointed out to me that in about 2015, it could be a little bit later, and so you could put it up on Google, the British government borrowed the money at the time to pay these enslavers. And the money they borrowed from the banks, it was like over 100, they did not finish paying back the money until 2015. In other words, black people in England, black people in the Caribbean who are colonies and we are paying taxes, over all these years, paying money into the British Treasury, our money was being used to pay back the banks who made money from lending to the, it's the craziest thing out. It's the craziest thing out. You could actually Google that story. When they finished paying off the bankers who lent them the money to pay the 20 million pounds. Okay? The other thing that you can do, okay? You can, again, you can Google, you ask yourself the question, what is 20 million pounds in 1834 in today's money? Because the economists, they have a model that will tell you how much money it is today. Okay? It is worth billions of dollars. In today's money, that 20 million pounds constitutes billions of dollars. So the enslavers, who were the first benefited from the enormous amount of labor, the value that they extracted from enslaved Africans, when the British persuaded them to end enslavement, and that, of course, was part of the British were, in part, pushed to this proposition, pushed that position by the resistance of enslaved peoples. But the money they paid them was enormous. What is 20 million pounds in 1834 constitutes billions of dollars today. And they never finished paying back off that money until around 2015, which means that the descendants of the enslaved, you and I, and our grandparents and great-grandparents, as colonizers, as colonials in the British Empire, and paying taxes and all kinds of stuff, we were paying for our forefathers' freedom. So that is something that we really ought to know. So when one speaks about reparation, we shouldn't have to say too hard that reparations is due. Whether we get it or not, that's a different story. So let me read something else. So summary of the chapters. This volume consists of 5 chapters. Chapter 1 is entitled, as I told you before, From Virgin Land to Settled Community, the Foundation of Vincentian History. It focuses on the history of the first peoples in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Starting with their arrival, it then draws attention to the phenomena of first contact in a new land. The chapter then focuses on the challenges of being the first peoples to engage in transforming a land untouched by human presence into a place fit for habitation. It marvels at the extraordinary longevity of the first people's presence. Indeed, in the context of the history of human civilizations, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as elsewhere in the region, the antiquity and longevity of human culture show the foundations of the Caribbean civilization. We are fully cognizant that in writing Vincentian history, deciding when that history begins is both an intellectual and a political act. After all, colonial apologists wrote the earliest histories, and these histories began with the arrival of Europeans. Tales of indigenous cannibalism flourished alongside the idea of the noble savage. European confusion, fears, ignorance, and greed combined to produce representations of the indigenous peoples as lacking the very humanity within which the Europeans clothed themselves. Before Columbus arrived in 1492, not a single European was present on Vincentian soil. In this near pristine world, native genocide is beyond imagination. We behold instead the first peoples constructing an abode of safety, a land of plenty, a habit of civilization in what Europeans called a wilderness, but which later generations would frame as a Vincentian paradise. They sought and received sustenance from the riches of the sea and the land. They were the first Vincentian fishers, the first Vincentian farmers, the first Vincentian builders. They were also the first to bury their dead here, as it was here where they lived. And so they memorialize and valorize their lives through their invention of stone art. These people were indeed the first Vincentians, and so chapter 1 affirms their humanity. This multi-volume work has two key ambitions. Firstly, to explore the particularities of Vincentian history which have gone unnoticed. And secondly, to recognize Vincentians as subjects in their own history. We recognize that the challenge to European imperialism by Vincentians at such an early date is not adequately discussed in Caribbean history texts. This story is, in effect, one that has been hidden from Caribbean people for a very long time. The people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines have played a significant role in the construction of a broader Caribbean-wide identity. In fact, this can be seen in the Kalinago and Garifuna sacrifices to defend their sovereignty. These people were not idle bystanders to history. Rather, they were fiercely committed to the transgenerational struggle, legitimized by the sacrifices of their forebears, whether through moral support or fiercely engaging in battle. When the Garifuna fell in 1797, no sovereign indigenous power would remain in the Caribbean. This volume examines the battlefield strategies and tactics employed by the indigenous peoples. It demonstrates that between 1500 and 1700, the Kalinago had used their superb maritime skills to launch naval warfare against the European invaders. In the 18th century, however, the Garifuna-led combat on land replaced the Kalinago-led combat on sea. The Garifuna launched guerrilla assaults, used new weaponry, and crucially, employed diplomatic tools as they sought to stem the European invasion. The success of their military strategies forced the British to offer treaties that recognized Garifuna's sovereignty over St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Hence, to overcome these successful strategies, the British would break the rules of war and ignore Garifuna humanity. The indigenous peoples, therefore, could never trust the British to honor any treaty made with them. Indeed, by the 18th century, the Garifuna would arrive at the same conclusion, and they understood that these treaties were nothing more than a fragile truce. In this regard, this volume fully recognizes that 1763 was a pivotal date in the history of the Garifuna struggle to retain sovereignty over St. Vincent. The chapter details how the Kalinago and Garifuna rejected the British claims to their land, and rightly so. The chapter goes on to discuss how these clashes of land ownership accelerated the conflict between the British and the Garifuna, ultimately leading to the battlefield defeat in 1795. This chapter also examines how this culminated in the mass murder of Garifuna combatants and non-combatant prisoners
in Baliso in 1797. The volume locates the seed of this terrible conflict in the British desire to transform St. Vincent and the Grenadines into slave society. In detailing the history of Garifuna wars for sovereignty, Chapter 3 dismantles the myth propagated by British colonialists that the British soldier Major Leete defeated Châteauguay in single combat. Instead, the chapter shows that the military and political traditions of the Garifuna invested their collective security through a unified military and political approach to the problem of stifling the penetration of Caribbean land by foreign invaders. In fact, the chapter demonstrates that the death of Châteauguay did not bring about Garifuna resistance to an end. Indeed, the war continued for at least 2 more years. Consequently, the British massively reinforced their combat power and pursued scorched earth policies to starve the Garifuna into submission. In this regard, the genocide of Baliso that preceded their banishment from St. Vincent marked the end of a 300-year battle by Kalinago and Garifuna against European imperialism. The defeat of the Garifuna set the stage for the massive importation of enslaved Africans into St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Your phone is here when you're ready to retrieve it. But I heard a lot of oohs and ahs in response to that presentation. So I'm certain that there are going to be some questions and comments later on. But we will go to our next panelist, who will complete our trio of panelists, and then we will go right into our questions and answer segment. So our third and final panelist this afternoon Hewitt Tades is a fourth-year PhD candidate in history at the University of Toronto. She holds a doctoral award from Canada's Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council. Her work examines how long histories of nutrition science and informal economies were entangled with imperial policies on enslavement and emancipation, naval provisioning, and maternal nutrition education in the Eastern Caribbean. And she would speak to the topic, one knot after another, weaving a history of hospitality, captivity, and dispossession through the hammock in the Eastern Caribbean, 1619 to 1685. Let us welcome Hewitt Tades.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to the Garifuna Heritage Foundation for the invitation to present at this conference and everything that I've learned thus far from being here. This project is drawn from the early research of my dissertation, and it is a bit of a side quest from what my focus is. Although I research Afro-Indigenous foodways, focusing on a technology like the hammock is something new. My dissertation looks at the development of nutrition science in the Eastern Caribbean from the early modern period, which I will be discussing today, to the end of the 19th century. But as I was reading 17th century French primary sources, one element that was continually repeated was the hammock, a technology whose name comes from the Arawakan word hamaka. And here we have an image of Freda Sideroff lying in a hammock. And before I continue, I actually want to ask, because I attempted to Google this but could not find an answer, what is the Garifuna word for hammock? Pardon? Uguro. Okay, thank you. Missionaries, so French missionaries in the 17th century, made note of French settlers sleeping in hammocks. Others detailed the process by which differing Kalinago carabes, or town-village places, wove the fabric from the cotton plant. Last year, scholars Marcy Norton and John Kuhn published an article detailing the history of the hammock in the Caribbean. They used an incredibly diverse set of sources, pulling from Spanish, English, and French, to depict the spread of this technology from 1492 and onward. Theirs was a survey of the socio-cultural history of the hammock, arguing that, quote, the material aspects of the hammock cannot be separated from its cultural functions and the ontologies reflected in and created by them. But this presentation will focus far more on questions regarding the economic and the imperial. Who made these hammocks? And as settlers in the Caribbean adopted this technology, as Norton and Kuhn have detailed, who produced them? Specifically, whose hands carded the cotton and spun it into thread? In Roberta and Carl Breidenbau's monograph, No Peace Beyond the Line, they discuss cotton production in Barbados and had a line that had initiated my interest in the topic. They said, quote, cloth for clothing, ship sails, and hammocks, all consumed locally, were woven by females, red or black, end quote. So what follows here is a history of the settler indigenous hammock that accounts for the place of African inhabitants, captive, enslaved, or free in the development and spread of this technology. And also, before I continue, I want just to make certain choices that I've made clear. When I refer to the Eastern Caribbean, I speak of the islands from what is now St. Kitts down to Grenada, and where I use the word Kalinago, I have replaced instead the word Carib or Caraïbe, which is used in literature in reference to the indigenous peoples of the Eastern Caribbean. But I will have excerpts from French sources that will be on the screen, and they will have the word Carib and Caraïbe there, just to note. When I mention the Garifuna, I speak of the descendants of African and Kalinago inhabitants of Euromaine or St. Vincent. References to Arawak refers to the indigenous language group and not to the people themselves. And also, this presentation draws from historical sources, and if there are any children here, which I don't think there are anymore, there will be images with nudity, but it is not sexual in nature. Okay. So I will start with a tale by an anonymous author. In 1987, historian Jean-Pierre Moreau published the transcription of a manuscript from the Bibliothèque Ingambertine, which you can see just over here. This is the original manuscript from the Carpentras archive. The manuscript is likely either a tale told from the person who experienced it firsthand or from the sailor themselves, or a tale told to from the sailor themselves. Unlike accounts written by French missionaries, this one was never published. The manuscript is also freely accessible on the Bibliothèque Nationale de France's website. So just to go over the outline, after the tale, we will briefly discuss definition and origin of the hammock before moving to Kalinago cotton and hammock production. We'll discuss the African presence in hammock and cotton production in the Caribbean, and then move to the significance, and then finally end on hospitality. Okay. So on April 21st, 1619, French Captain Fleury and his crew arrived at Martinique. In the months prior to the anonymous narrator's arrival to Martinique, the crew had survived a months-long journey to the Americas, battled multiple storms, evaded Spanish patrollers, and were now left with little to drink and even less to eat, to the point where their hunger made the ship rats their next viable meal. Along the Martinican shore, the crew saw evidence of Kalinago inhabitants, and their ship stopped in hopes someone would spot them. Eventually, a Kalinago party of 10 to 12 people made their way to the ship in a canoe carrying cassava, fish, turtles, and fruit. And at first, the party seemed hesitant, as the ship was of such scale, according to the author, that it appeared to them as Spanish in origin. But the crew convinced them they were French, and the party agreed to speak with the captain. But this is where things took a turn. So Salomon was the leader of the party, and he emerged after discussion with the captain and said that, in fact, the captain and the crew were not French, as you can see here, but devils, and that because of this, Solomon would need to warn the other Kalinagos. And together the Kalinagos would hold council for 3 days on whether or not they would wage war on the ship. As the crew waited for the Kalinagos to finish their council, they of course grew hungrier and hungrier. They could not wait for the council to end. Fleury permitted the crew to break Solomon's terms and rowed ashore with dozens of French weaponry, where they were immediately met by a row of Kalinago archers. With arrows pointing directly at their face, the crew showed the goods to them and yelled, France bonne, or good France, good France. The narrator described the dozen of crew members as looking, quote, pathetic. The crew begged the Kalinago soldiers to be allowed to partake in the provisions the crew knew the town had in exchange for the weapons. Later, some of the Kalinago would intensely question why the crew continued to follow Fleury. The crew had been beyond the pale when they had attempted to trespass on the beach. Their appearance appeared to have played a factor in the Martinican Kalinagos allowing the crew to come ashore. Fleury's crew stayed on the island for 10 months following this April landing, during which they recovered from starvation. In a direct reference to the terms of hospitality they extended, one of the Kalinago hosts invited the narrator to stay at his place, saying his female partner would make him cassava for the narrator, and that he himself said, "I will give you a bed of cotton for sleeping." Now, these beds of cotton were hammocks. In the 1620s, French Jesuit missionaries, Jacques Bouton, noted that French settlers in the Eastern Caribbean slept in suspended beds of cotton called, quote, hama, that were what he called indigenous handiwork. By the end of the 17th century, when French and English commentators wrote about the sleeping conditions in the region, they differentiated between types of beds, using anglicized or francophone words of Arawakan origin, hamac or hammock, to refer to beds of cotton suspended in the air. The French would sometimes refer to these lits de coton as beds that were hanging, or branlants, but this qualifier did not outright replace the word bed the way the word hammock would. But a hanging bed is not unique to pre-encounter American cultures. A colleague of mine has shown me 13th century English manuscripts that bear illustrations of people standing or lying on suspended canvas. And yet, despite the evidence of this, at the very least, that these kind of technologies were at least present in Europe in terms of ideas, the Arawakan word hammock has come to define it. So how and where were these hammocks made in the Caribbean? Cotton has been cultivated in the Eastern Caribbean since at least 1000 Common Era. The genus Gossypium hirsutum, or upland cotton, is native to these islands, as well as other areas of Central America, Brazil, and the Pacific Islands. It is the species most responsible for the majority of cotton production today, in fact. The 1619 anonymous narrator also called Marie Galante, the island near Guadeloupe, Aulinagon, or the land of cotton in the Kalinago language. I tried to find an example of a hammock from pre-encounter, but I could not find one. The woven nature of cotton makes it very difficult to preserve it. And varying priorities, of course, have meant that not many hammocks have even survived today. There are actually a few preserved in European museums, but all of them date post-encounter. The hammocks that have survived are more likely to be those that were commonly found on the mainland Caribbean prior to Spanish invasion. That is to say, they're like hammocks made of sheets of cotton, somewhat similar to that initial image that we saw earlier. But the hammocks of the Eastern Caribbean, as we will see, were netted, or at least had varying strips of cotton, as you can see in this image just above the person right there. But despite the fact that there are no surviving hammocks pre-encounter, we do have remnants of cotton spindles, as well as these images here, that can give us an idea of what it was like. So to the left is the remainder of a cotton spindle found on a former plantation in Dominica. Archaeologists Alan Armstrong and Mark Hauser have dated this artifact to 1780, suggesting that enslaved people of indigenous and/or African heritage were involved in cotton production. On the right here is a depiction of a cotton spindle and a person spinning the cotton in a 16th century illustration. This illustration was published in the Drake manuscript in 1586 under the title Histoire naturelle des Indes, or A Natural History of the Indies. And the Drake manuscript actually has 2 illustrations depicting the the spinning of cotton. So if you can see here, this is the first illustration, and it depicts an indigenous person next to a hammock making a fishnet, which is lying on the ground there. And there's the hammock is just above right there. And what's happening is that the cotton is has been spun already, and he's just making the net from it, if that makes sense. That's clear. Okay, and the second illustration here is that of an indigenous Caribbean person, and they're spinning cotton from the plant itself, and there are numerous descriptions of 17th century, in the 17th century, of similar techniques in the Eastern Caribbean. Okay, so this is a late 16th century engraving based on a 1580 drawing depicting the figure of America, if you see over here in the middle. And they're sitting on a netted hammock. So this hammock here that you see tied between 2 trees is the netted type that is typically associated with the Eastern Caribbean. And if anyone wants to have any of the sources for the images, I can provide the slides to them. The anonymous narrator from our introduction noted how Martinique and Kalinagos crafted their hammocks in 1619. The narrator claims that to do so was women's work and mentions it just briefly amid a discussion of how Kalinago women labored and leisured. Quote, "After some carded the cotton, others made beds of hammock," end quote. Although the Breidenbaus state that the women were responsible for hammock craft, there are actually conflicting reports on the gendered aspect. The Drake manuscript, as we saw earlier, uses he/him pronouns to describe the person crafting. But Protestant evangelist Charles de Rochefort, following his visit to the Caribbean, claimed that in some places the work was actually shared among all genders, and in others it was largely women's work. Yeah, but regardless of whom was making the hammocks, one aspect is clear. From the early 17th century to 1700, Kalinago-made hammocks were highly valued. In 1631, English nobleman Henry Colt sailed to Dominica because he had, quote, promised his cousin Thomas Gibbs an hamaka, and these people were thought to have the best, end quote. But this is despite Colt himself being of the opinion that he didn't really like hammocks. He thought, quote, hamakas are too cold and you cannot turn yourself in them, end quote. Hammocks also appear in records of goods confiscated as a form of property by 17th century Barbadian tax collectors. They were confiscated in lieu of cotton and tobacco in the 1630s, and when confiscated from Quakers in Barbados from 1650 to 1663, hammocks were valued at between 100 and 150 pounds of sugar. In the 1680s, another anonymous writer writing about a sojourn to Euramain included 3 paragraphs on the production of the hammock and concluded the description by saying that Kalinago-made hammocks were far better in craftsmanship than those made in America or Europe. These latter hammocks were too full of knots. And this comment mirrors one that enslaving French missionary Jean-Baptiste Labat would make later. In 1700, Labat made clear his preference. Hammocks made by the Kalinago were best. He ranked hammocks crafted by enslaved people in Barbados as superior to those crafted by enslaved people in Martinique. Jean-Baptiste Labat's comments inform us directly of hammock production in the Caribbean, and that there was actually enough production of these items that enslaved people had created to warrant a ranking of the craftsmanship. And it is noticeable also that Labat ranked Martinican hammock craftsmanship lower, as at this time, enslaved labor in the island was made up of indigenous and African captives, as well as their descendants. Now, as valued as Kalinago-made hammocks were in the early 17th century, so too were hammocks in general. Labat appeared to have directly observed on his visit to plantations in Barbados that there were enslaved Africans carding cotton and weaving hammocks. He bought 2 hammocks and lamented that were he a merchant, he would have made quite the profit, as hammocks were sought after and quite expensive in French settlements. Cotton agriculture, too, in the Caribbean was of interest to settlers. 17th century estates in the Caribbean that stood on dry and steep slopes grew cotton rather than sugar, ginger, or indigo, as the former thrived in drier conditions and its roots withstood the tension of the sloped ground. Cotton was an important cash crop that worked adjacent to other cultivars, but getting started with it was a difficult endeavor, requiring more capital up front and, in the early 17th century, more sophisticated and less common technology than the sugar mills that were already quite numerous in the Caribbean. English plantations appear to have been more likely to invest in growing the crop, and in the 1630s, cotton was one of the most significant items of trade in Barbados. Enslaved people in Barbados produced hammocks from cotton up until at least the 1780s. So when English or French travelers or writers discussed plantation agriculture, they almost always noted cotton alongside sugar, indigo, and ginger. The fabric was already of great interest to the navies as sail material. Two English historians have pointed to 1597 as the beginning of hammock use on ships of the English Royal Navy, at which point an Admiralty warrant was issued to pay a Roger Langford for 300 bolts of canvas, and that is to make, quote, hanging cabins or beds for, the warrant says explicitly, for the better preservation of their health, as likewise to avoid the danger of fire, end quote. By 1637, ships would arrive and leave from English ports with some, quote, canvas not made up to 5,000 pounds and 2,236 hammocks. But it's not yet clear whether these specific hammocks were being manufactured in the Caribbean or whether these hammocks were netted or just sheets of cotton, but demand for the good was high. In 1661, an order from the governor of Jamaica references hammocks as being part of a discreet and more informal economy. Quote, that the former orders concerning rum, sugar, and hammock be still in force, 1/2 to be forfeited to the king and 1/2 to the informer. That the contraband circulation of the hammock placed it in the same category as rum and sugar in the 1660s is suggestive of the importance of the manufactured good in the Caribbean and of the lengths that people would go to acquire one. Financial lengths that Jean-Baptiste Labat alluded to 4 decades later in 1700. Now, over time, it appears hammock production spread outward from the Caribbean and South America to the Northern Americas and even to Europe. At the very least, this American technology played an incisive role in the maritime history of the British Caribbean, as we can see here. As Marcy Norton and John Kuhn concluded, for all the European discourse about technological superiority over indigenous peoples, the hammock was one of the many indigenous technologies the Europeans coveted and adopted. And it is unfortunate that such a technology that required such craftsmanship furthered the dispossession of the very peoples who had used it. But part of that unfortunate history that must be underlined is enslavement. For the hammock to have even played the decisive part it did in naval history required its production to increase scale to a likely inordinate degree, given that the sheer amount of shipwrecks alone that occurred through the early modern period meant that the hammocks at the bottom of the ocean required continuous replacement. And I would like to say what Norton and Kuhn alluded to, but did not say outright in their article. We must all take care of our depictions of indigenous technologies as pre-encounter or purely indigenous. Painting them as such can cast them as primitive and pre-modern, placing cultures outside of histories of the modern project, which involves the rise of capitalism, the Industrial Revolution, and the climate crisis we are in and hurtling toward. Rather, as I and many others have argued, the hammock was and is an unquestionably modern technology. To conclude, let us return to the account of the anonymous narrator from the introduction. This manuscript depicted an Eastern Caribbean full of possibilities. As the anonymous narrator spent time with his host, they described how the inhabitants are intensely motivated to learn the language and habits of strangers. They learn from us how we name each thing, and they also tell us how things are named in Kalinago, and urge us to learn the language, telling us, quote, learn it well, and when you know it, you shall be bare like me. You will paint yourself in bread. You will wear your hair long, like me, you will become Kalinago, and you will not wish to return to France. And me, speaking like you, I will take your clothes, and I will go to France, to the house of your father, and I will name myself like you, and you like me. And it appears some French settlers actually took up this call. In 1664, the English began drafting their so-called property claims to the island they called St. Lucia. One draft, located in the British State Papers, referred to French settlers who lived on the island between 1638 and 1641. The draft claimed that early English settlers were forced out by the Kalinagos, quote, abetted by the French, who were said to go naked among them and paint themselves as the Indians do, end quote. This language can be read as an attempt to discredit European land claims to the island, and similar rhetoric can be found in this report here, describing the Caribbean islands also included in the British State Papers. The report is more of a catalog listing identified islands and their, quote, inhabitants. Grenada, St. Vincent, and Dominica were said to be, quote, inhabited by Indians. But the author described Martinique and Guadeloupe as a place where the French, quote, had, quote, great colonies mixed with the Indians. And the author went so far as to say that in Martinique, quote, the French mixed with the Indians and married with Indian women, end quote. But though this language serves a legal purpose, I would argue that the rapport between the narrator and the Kalinago host in Solomon's Caribe provides an additional perspective on these comments. These comments about, quote, mixing alongside the anonymous account index a different and perhaps new relationship emerging among Caribbean inhabitants at the time. This new and or different relationship never went away, but its primacy was and remains threatened by a certain kind of racializing and extractive relation to people and land propelled by imperial policies and its enforcers. The development of the hammock and its production by enslaved people that I've tried to trace out indexes a kind of closing to the possibilities that the Carpentras manuscript outlined. The 17th century is full of moments where it appears as if a different kind of future than the one that has arisen is possible. And this is not to say this moment of possibility has closed for good, but that through the century, options grew narrower and narrower, and the empire tightened its script one knot after another. Okay, so I would like to end on a quote from anthropologist and activist David Graeber speaking about colonial Israeli state behavior in Palestine. He sums up what happens when colonial states and state actors take advantage of a people's generosity, turn this generosity against those who have offered it to depict these peoples as savages, and then, in the long ongoing legacy of colonialism and dispossession, attempt to prevent peoples from that impulse to be generous. The closing of this moment of possibility does not happen spontaneously. To close and continue to keep closed such moments is the constant work of empire. And what I hope this presentation has cataloged is that to do so is the attempted suppression of shared exchange through hospitality and a denial of the openness so illustrated between the anonymous narrator, Fleury's crew, and the Martinican Kalinagos. Graeber's words here link the history that I and others and people in this room have all brought together with the present. His concluding paragraph is what I too will end on. Every act of hospitality, of welcome, is turned into license for appropriation, and the world's most skilled propagandists leapt into action to try to convince the world that their hosts were depraved, inhuman monsters who had no right to their own homes. In such a situation, what can you do? Stop being generous? But then one is absolutely existentially defeated. And to be deprived of the means to make that kind of magnificent gesture is a kind of living death. Thank you.
Thank you, Hewitt Tades, for that presentation. And I learned about hammocks a long time ago in history class, but nothing as interesting as I listened to presented from you. So we've had our three panelists this afternoon. First we heard from Dr. Melanie Newton, then we heard from Dr. Gary Michael Denny, and then our third presenter, panelist, was Hewitt Tades. All excellent presentations. And I know throughout the presentations I heard responses. So now I want to hear questions, comments from any of the presentations heard this afternoon. So all three panelists are here. So there's a microphone. Yes, there's a microphone here that we will pass around to anyone who wishes to speak. Thank you, Nikki. Right, so our first panelist, Dr. Newton, spoke on the topic, This Island's Mine by Sycorax, My Mother, Garifuna Women, Memory, Work, and Caribbean Gender History. And for me, while I was listening to Dr. Melani's presentation, I kept thinking about my two grandmothers, both matrilineal grandmothers. And it occurred to me that because my mother's mother is a descendant of someone who was born on the Harmony Hall estate in East St. George. And a lot of what I know about our family heritage and history came through her. And it is fascinating that the women always seem to be the ones who keep the stories and are the willing transfers of that knowledge, ancestral knowledge. I find that really fascinating with my own experiences. I don't know why that tends to be so, but that matrilineal circuit of knowledge transfer always seems fascinating to me. Yes? Yeah, oral tradition. That's right. Right. And something else from your presentation, Dr. Newton, that got me thinking. You know, the Garifuna ethnogenesis story is one we've heard about the shipwreck part of it, which a lot of persons have questioned. And when you mentioned it in your presentation about how Sir William Young used that to invalidate, use the shipwreck part of the story of the origin of the Garifuna to invalidate Garifuna claim to lands in Yerme. It makes me even more suspicious of that shipwreck story. Right? So, no question, no comment from that presentation? Okay. All right. A question from Brother Newton to Sister Newton. Newton George. Yeah, Newton. Okay. Yes, good afternoon.
Am I? Yeah. I think I want to, first of all, let me commend the organizers for doing such a tremendous work for the past 13 years. And I think this has been very much enlightening to our Vincentian population. Especially I've seen the young people being physically involved. It says that the message is going along. Now, Dr. Denny spoke about the enslavement, short enslavement of our people. My question is, how could we understand the system prior to, the enslavement? What type of system were we? Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Denny is right here. Thank you for that question, Newton.
Thank you so much. A slave economy is a particular kind of economy where you transform human beings into property, and you extract from that property value. You buy and sell. You know, Bunny Whale has a song. If you are in a marketplace and you not the buyer nor the seller, you're trapped in a place subject to be bought or sold. Property. So the human being is property. If you look at St. Vincent, when the British are in St. Vincent and or the French, the Garifuna are also in St. Vincent. And they're also engaging in production, making hammocks, making arrowroot, buying and selling food. So they're engaged in economic life that has nothing to do with buying and selling human beings as property. So you have two things happening simultaneously in St. Vincent, that when the Europeans come into St. Vincent, and let's use the British as an example, they're exploiting African labor for the purposes of generating wealth. The Garifuna simultaneously exploiting the land, exploiting the sea, and doing these things to do what they have done for 5,000 years, create a sustaining life for themselves and their people. So in that sense, St. Vincent is not a slave society. St. Vincent is a society with slaves. In fact, what we have is dual societies, two societies existing side by side and not coexisting as in friendship either, because we're going to have several wars fought between these two societies. So in that sense, the British aim is to end this this situation where you have their effort to extract every ounce of value possible from enslaving Africans, and the Garifuna desire to continue to maintain their way of life that they had constructed for 5,000 years. And so you have to remove the Garifuna for the British to pursue their own project. Wrong word, not primitive at all. It's a different kind of, it's an agrarian society where they generate wealth through agricultural surplus. You're planting, and they also engage in trade. They trafficking, moving. It's a maritime economy, so they engage in as well in fishing. These are the resources that we have in St. Vincent. We have land and sea. Okay, and so the first peoples are engaged in extracting, their value from the relationship with the land and the sea. Okay, so that's the kind of society that you have that engages not in enslaving others, but in making a root, making plants and making different fishing capabilities and extracting wealth from the waters. That's how they live. They did not need to enslave people and exploit human labor in that fashion. Well, slavery is a specific. The society you're looking at in terms of the Garifuna presence or the indigenous people's presence is a society that is based upon extracting surplus from the land and from the sea. That's how they generated their wealth, the capacity to feed themselves through planting cassava, through fishing. This is how they live their lives, using the land and the sea. I said that was an error. We actually, it was cassava I meant. Okay, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Just the last point, and I think there's another question. Just that these were also in the Lesser Antilles. Just like you can stand on one island and see another. They were interconnected economies. Like people would move, people had communities that transcended one island space. People would spend long periods at sea. When the Europeans come, they turn the sea into a space of warfare and treat each island like a piece of real estate, So it's, but that relationship where people live, like there's life on the sea, and people are connected across different islands. In many ways, like ordinary people in the Caribbean keep recreating or trying to recreate those relationships, and governments, get in the way in a lot of ways. So yeah, there are a lot of elements, I think, of the life that ordinary people have now are echoes of that pre-colonial regional relationship. Sorry.
Great, we're going to hear from Dr. Adrian Fraser.
I just want to say that there have been questions raised about the shipwreck, but within the Kalinago and Garifuna communities, they seem to have accepted it and used it. There was also, and I'm surprised we haven't had a question about that, they came before Columbus. And again, very questionable. We have not seen any evidence. It is possible that they could have left Africa and come to this part of the world. They had the technology to do that. But there's nothing to indicate that they came to St. Vincent. In fact, the majority of people who helped to form the Garifuna were escaped slaves, particularly from Barbados. As one person said, you just had to get into a boat and you would get to St. Vincent. And they knew that once they came to St. Vincent, they would have had refuge among the Kalinago in St. Vincent. So the evidence is that the majority of these people who eventually formed the Garifuna community were escaped slaves from Barbados. And of course, Barbados was a slave society from very early. So just those are the three which pop up all the time: the shipwreck, the came before Columbus, and of course the escaped slaves.
Okay. Thank you so much. And that was Dr. Adrian Fraser, for those in the audience who may not have known. Okay, we have someone right to the back, Dr. Denny. Oh, yeah.
Pleasant good afternoon.
Yes.
My
So
name is Dalton Charles from Grenada. I really didn't want to say anything, but I have to interject. I know Dr. Fraser would have his points. I'm currently reconstructing a 16th century heritage village in Grenada. And the evidence that, I don't know if you're familiar with the treaty that was signed with the French, and in the 1657-68, on the 10th of December. And one of the conditions on that treaty, the French told the Kalinagos of La Poterie that they had to get all the Kalinagos through the entire region to come and sign and ratify that treaty for them to have peace. One of the reasons they say for that, because they all look alike. And the Kalinagos of La Poterie is black people. I'm a descendant of that Kalinago people, which is black, my grandmother. We are black people. And if we look at the evidence that was discovered in Argyle, where all the artifacts, all the clay that was discovered in Argyle originated from La Poterie. So we know they messed up in times. In Grenada, they do a lot of that with the French, with the documentation. They've done a lot of those things. But if we look at the treaty, the time it was signed, and we know that they would have agreed with the French that most of those Kalinagos in Grenada moved to St. Vincent, because they designated St. Vincent as one of the island where, because they lost the war, and they designated St. Vincent for those Garifunas or those Kalinagos in Grenada to move to St. Vincent to live. So I think we have to revisit a lot of those, and we have to put those pieces together, because in Grenada they told us that all the Kalinago, all the Caribs went to Leapers Hill, jumped over, and they all died. That is not true. The community of La Poterie still exists. We still, up to recently, we have a festival called Saraka, and the French in there, the anonymous history of the French, That's historical document. The date they came into Grenada, they came into Grenada on the night of that very said feast. And from since then to now, we are having that feast at the same time of the year. You know? So there is a lot of patches of evidence here and there from different countries, but I think if we take all those indigenous community throughout and we look at the oral history of those indigenous community, then we could bring it together. It's a puzzle, you know, and they sow that seed of confusion. So we take in maybe the isolated part of St. Vincent, or we may take the isolated part of Dominica and the isolated part and we build on it. But we think we need to come as a whole and revisit the whole narrative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So do we have someone in my brother right here, your hand here. You have been indicating your desire to ask a question or make a comment for a while.
That's my 2 cents question to the
okay.
the doctor here, Dr. Newton. The role of women in the resistance, in the Garifuna movement as they resisted the imperialists. Do we have any sort of new emergent literature that will speak to their specific role? Because when I listened, I got a sense that their role from the historical perspective were not that they're not prominent in the literature, or they are underrepresented in the literature.
Yes.
And to what extent do we have any leadership personnel being emerged during that time outside of Châteauneuf? Do we have any names of women emerging as part of that role? I noticed that you said that they came to the Kingston Market. It speaks to that type of resistance that we, for example, I was not aware that the woman already played that type of role in the resistance.
Thank you for the question. So I agree. So when Vanessa was speaking earlier about the sort of ethnographic information and early sources, like there is a lot, not necessarily specifically for St. Vincent of this period, but there are descriptions of the role that women play in decision making. So a story that I glossed over, but it is in the longer version of the paper that I gave, is from I'm trying to remember I think it's 1604. And there are a couple of stories from the Guyanas in particular, where, you have the, English sailors who show up and are emaciated or they're captured or whatever, and indigenous communities have to decide what to do with them. And the description of the councils, I guess we could call them, where the decision is being made, there's clear descriptions of women being the deciding factor in whether or not these men are going to be executed, right? And often not for reasons it's not a Pocahontas story where she takes pity on him, for political reasons, like what are going to be the consequences of executing these people, like what is going to be, so the descriptions include women, right? And sometimes clear descriptions. In one case, the man who was facing potential execution describes how when the captain, as they called him, decided that, I'm going to execute him, the women came forward and beat him up. Like the captain, for the decision. And it's pretty clear, there's no sign that they did it out of real sympathy for this Englishman, but again, because they thought it was a bad political decision, right? And then there's another story of an Englishman who was trying to sell indigenous girls into enslavement. And the princess, her name is Warrituk, is the name that's given in this collection of first-hand accounts, intervenes and tells him, take them back where they belong. And he makes it seem like he tries to minimize her power over him by saying that, her father was a powerful king and therefore but it's clear, it's because she has intervened and told him that, he needs to give them back to their families. So there are these stories that indicate the power of women and their autonomous political role, but they're always couched in ways that seek to minimize or give other reasons other than just political savvy and, a clear, legitimate power on their own account, give that, role to men. So in the St. Vincent case, like that same William Young Jr.'s narrative, sorry, I'm being bitten by sandflies or something. William Young's narrative, he just has these descriptions again of similar kinds of councils as a, sort of a decisions, like, so when the British are negotiating with Garifuna chiefs in St. Vincent, they list names of men, but then they say these men are telling them, we can't make a final decision. We have to take this back to our communities where, it will be discussed, and then they come back, and then it's like, well, no, we don't agree, or so it's clear that there is this system of, government by some kind of at least collective decision or discussion process. The details are not outlined in Young. It may be that he does not know. It may be that he does not want to admit what he knows because it's not convenient to his narrative. But we do see this fairly consistently, this reference to some kind of collective process in conversation. And so, over a couple of centuries. So I would say, yeah, there is evidence, but there's, again, as I said, there's little detail for 18th century St. Vincent that I have so far found, but others may have, that goes into the kind of detail that I found for an earlier period, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll bring this session to an end as we prepare to go into our next segment. Rasta, I see your hand there, but do you have a question or a comment? You have a comment? Okay. Yeah. We can.
Said the word, what is it? They call primitive. I was very grateful when I heard Dr. Denny address that, because we have been taught that we were cannibals and we were primitive, but we were civilized people before the Europeans intervened. The Europeans did not bring civilization to us. They did not bring salvation to us. They brought a system called coercion. Give thanks very much.
Okay, all right. Okay, right. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I now hand back over to the chair.
Yes, my brother.
All right. Special thank you to the three panelists who presented. Let us show them our appreciation.
Thanks again to the panelists. We have caught up on some time, and we want to move into the showing of some film. We missed the one during the lunch period. We have Mr. Otley here and ready to go. So he's going to go into that. But something we want to mention, we have been missing in terms of the registration of individuals who attend the conference. So hopefully between this afternoon and tomorrow, we'd have registration forms so persons can register. So when we're compiling the reports on these meetings, we have a list of persons who have attended over the years. So I'll turn over to Mr. Otley, who would speak about the movies, the films we are supposed to be looking at. Just welcome him to the, oh, well, he's staying over there, so
yes.
Welcome him to the control booth over there.
Yes, so good afternoon. My name is Ackley Olton. I'm a local filmmaker. And this is the second year that Ms. Zoila Brown has asked me to come and share films as part of the conversation. I feel, well, we're supposed to be here until 6 p.m. And even though we missed the film at lunchtime, both films are 30 minutes long. So I was hoping that we could just play both of them now. Yeah? Okay, cool. So, yep. Yeah, so the first film is a film that features a lot of the individuals in St. Vincent and the Grenadines who has, for the past, I would say 13 years, been collaborating with the Garifuna Heritage Foundation. And when I say collaborating, I don't just mean in the house. I mean also creating other events, other indigenous events across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So you're going to hear from, other people who have a stake in culture, in indigenous culture, and just get to know a little bit more of what we're discussing. So thank you. The second film is going to be a film by Mr. Carlos Gamboa, who was sitting here all this time, and that will follow right after.
Like many of its neighboring islands, St. Vincent and the Grenadines was created by explosive volcanic activity. The recent activity at the La Soufrière volcano is a reminder of the island's prehistoric past. It also warrants reflection on the people who have called the island home over the centuries. Living this close to nature is probably the reason for the resilience of our Vincentian nation. Since the times of our first peoples, we have always found our way by making use of the bounty that Garifuna provides for us. Long before the cruise ships began to dock in Kingston, and before the slave ships forced the migration of thousands of people, the island was home to various tribes: the Saladoid, Trumasoid, Swazoid, and the Wall-eyed Kalinago.
Representing the canoe, have the drum that people still use today, and this is a replica of a hut, and people is still using now.
Remember those whips and colonization, those lashes and stigmatization of our ancestors in this nation. We already heard what we stand for.
Wakia baba, turaitoka, wamikeni, wamikaraja way, wanku, wakia, tainoti, umutungi, musika, wakia, karajukubia, ahekasabi, urakangai, magojaja, jukijuhani, diosa.
An ancient people moved up the chains of islands from South America, arriving in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as early as 160 AD. More settlers arrived over the years, including Africans, who had crossed the Atlantic long before Columbus. Over time, the island became home to a mixed-race population, the Garifuna. These indigenous people were skilled weavers, stone workers, and canoe builders. They farmed and processed cassava and other produce, lived in strong houses that survived hurricanes, and were made of materials they found right here in the forest. The Caribbean Sea was like a superhighway, and its indigenous peoples maintained links with other groups through trade and migration. And they have been credited for creating the petroglyphs that can be found across the island. Huge volcanic rocks with mysterious faces carved into them. They are a lasting reminder of the peoples who lived on this island before the Europeans arrived. But most Vincentians today are unaware of their historical past and the meaning or significance of these ancient relics. In the other islands, such as Cuba and the Bahamas, the indigenous Tainos were completely wiped out through diseases brought by the first Europeans.
We were told that the islands of the Caribbean, including St. Vincent and the Grenadines, were discovered by one Christopher Columbus from Spain. But we no longer teach that perspective. We prefer to say that he was probably the first European to set foot on the islands of the Caribbean, because we don't believe that a person can discover a country where people have already inhabited.
The island was one of the last places to be colonized by the Europeans during the 17th to 18th century, and there was a native population, of these people. They were called Kalinago, descendants of the people who came up from the Orinoco Valley, and they defended the island, viciously.
It was 1795. That's the last one they win, And how would they do to win that is because that they sent for the troop from Central America. If not, this capital here won't a name, Kingston.
It took them many, many years before they were able to defeat the Caribs. That is how much we resisted the penetration of the white man.
Our island remained untouched by Europeans because of the Kalinago Garifuna resistance. They forced Europeans to acknowledge their presence by demanding treaties that granted the Kalinago Garifuna people control of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As the colonists were becoming more desperate for land and wealth, the island became very attractive to enslaved Africans searching for freedom in the New World. Some were survivors of shipwrecks, and others had escaped from other islands. They were welcomed into the indigenous mix, and their children continued the resistance against the colonists. The Europeans refer to the Garifuna as the Black Caribs, and they are the ancestors from which many modern Vincentians are descended.
The British called them the Black Caribs, right? And they use this blackness to discredit these people, the right to their home, to the island, so they could take it away from them. They said, well, if they're black, they must be escaped slaves, which means they have no right to be there. So they use that to justify a genocide. The Garifuna represent a mixture of Amerindians from South America who traveled north from the Orinoco Valley with Africans, some say from West Africa, some say more specifically Mali.
Colonialism tried to hide the truth about our people. And St. Vincent, we have a unique situation here because of our history with the new breed, this new people, the Garifuna Kalinago people.
Chatuer was the chief of all the chiefs. Anybody who wanted to negotiate, if the French came in those days, they had to negotiate with Chatuer.
He was not just a chief, he was a chief of chiefs, and he was a warrior chief. And if you were to really to think back, how ready any leaders willing to stand up and fight a battle? Because in his time you had to fight with sword and gun and cutlass. He was who had the skill. And it is said because he never fought a man with a sword, why he was taken by the sword. If you were to go back to those days, you're looking out and you're seeing these ships coming with their guns. You don't have guns. Maybe the French may have given them some guns, but you have to get the ammunition to continue the war. It was a war that was going on for 12 years because he didn't know any other king. He was the king.
Chatuer is a French adjective which means to shimmer. Very, very much the same way that the eye of a cat shimmers and seems to change color when light hits it. As a matter of fact, the name Châtier is rooted in the word chat, which is French for cat. Check it. So it is possible that the name Châtier was actually a reference to his personality, his characteristics as a warrior, and not necessarily his last name.
No one really knows right now to say definitively how Châtier died. But I think most historians point to the fact that he was ambushed, right? He was ambushed and shot. I think somewhere up in that history. But the Garifuna warriors and them just ran with him. So they didn't really actually know what happened.
Scholars and Greeks suspect that Châtier's body is buried somewhere in the highlands of Greece. Reason being, they would have chosen, when he died, they would have chosen a most secure community or a most secure setting to conceal his body. Otherwise, it would have been a trophy for the British.
Baliso was the island that many of our brothers and sisters, the Kalinagos, the Garifuna people, were sent on when they were exiled from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Because many of them died on that island because it doesn't have a lot of, there's no food, there's no water. And many hundreds of them died there. The Garifuna people from the diaspora, when they visit our shores, they want to see where their ancestors actually journeyed from. So basically, the journey was really from Baliso to Rotan, and then to those countries in South America where many of our Garifuna brothers and sisters are today.
What do you do with people you conquer? You send them into exile, or you execute them, or you enslave them, make them convert to your way of living. And so taking them to Baliso, could imagine loading up people at Barra and taking them across that sea, taking them to Baliso. Are you sure that that's all that ever happened?
I'm learning about the history of this island, this rocky piece of land that is somewhere in the middle of the city of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and actually going there to see for themselves where their ancestors were abandoned. It is something that they look forward to seeing. I think it helped to calm their spirit and really to get a force and view of the difficulties that their ancestors would have faced prior to going to those countries.
The bones of the family buried upon you. Forget, you know, respect for sure. Make Carly's our monumental to the Garifuna people.
My first encounter with a good group of people from that represented our ancestors that came, and they had such a holiness of approach to the place because it had seen terrible things had happened on Baliso, and they felt the presence of something crying out, an echo for recognition and understanding of what took place on Baliso. And those that survived and went to a time that not even a lizard is supposed to survive there, and they have survived, and they are a people declared in this century, 2001, by UNESCO, as having a peculiar and special type of heritage. And that took years before that by their advocacy to the United Nations, to UNESCO, for UNESCO to examine the history of these people, a people of exile, and to understand that even the language is a unique language.
We did not have bridges to connect us to St. Vincent, so you had to cross the rivers to come into the community back in a couple hundred years ago, until around 1959, 1960, when Joshua built the two bridges, and that connected us properly to St. Vincent.
tired, you stupid, you soft-headed, you live behind God's back. Okay? And we want to call all kind of names. Okay? We want to be recognized for who we really was. And you know, as compared to today, I will say to my colleagues, everybody today wants to be Garifuna. But days gone by, they didn't treat us fairly as descendants of Garifuna.
They still cannot speak proper English. They still have to attend school to learn how to learn the white man's language or the white man's English, because it was never our language.
I cannot sing because I can't talk my Garifuna language. I could talk the Englishman language, I mean I can't talk it very good. But I can't talk a couple words in Garifuna. Now why? Why shouldn't I be able to talk Garifuna language? You see, if I am able to talk Garifuna language, and if I am able to understand Garifuna people, I go understand that why don't we as a country doing the right thing.
So for me, it was somewhat a torture. It was somewhat unfair to have to forget about your own communication, your own forms and means of communication, and to have forced this language on you that was alien to you.
Africans were used on the small farms of the French planters, but it was not until the development of the sugar industry that slavery expanded. In comparison to many other Caribbean islands, slavery lasted for a relatively short period of time in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Forward-thinking Europeans were already beginning to raise serious issues that challenged Caribbean slavery. Despite its relatively short duration, slavery was a cruel, inhumane, and intense experience for the oppressed. The laws were severe. Slaves were not allowed to leave the estates without a ticket except when they were going to market. Their houses were often searched for weapons, and slaves were forbidden from preaching. Despite the restrictions prescribed in the laws, the slaves tried to fashion a life of their own and create their spaces to do so by adopting the ways of the land.
From sun up to sundown to make profit for the colonizers. That is why the European countries get so rich, because of the backs of the indigenous people and the Africans. When they bring you and you work and you never get paid. When you talk about reparations, you're only talking about reparations for the Garifuna people. Talk about reparations from St. Vincent and Grenadines. We have reparations to talk about on both fronts. And that's one from African slavery, plus from the Kalinago and Garifuna. You have African folks from different parts of Africa that came to this land. And the indigenous people was here, so they get used to. And by that time they had the mixed down, which is the Garifuna people. So these people were here with the Africans that they bring to put on the plantation for the development of the industry, for the sugar, cotton, tobacco. Lots of knowledge from the Africans was applied for the development of the industries. So they brought that. They also brought the art, the dance, the songs, the religion. So in the Caribbean we still have remains of that in our culture. For instance, in St. Vincent and Grenadines, we still have the Baptist religion. In my opinion, the Baptist religion comes in the heart of black people, unlike the other religions. Is from the African section. There's more a drum this time, but the Garifuna make a drum a different style. Even though the African style and the Garifuna style is kind of similar, but the designs and the sound and stuff like that is kind of different. Because the Garifuna doesn't be like about 2 years ago, right? a primera and a segunda. This is a first and a second basically, right? A base reading and a reading, right? So, but the African will be more building like a djembe, right? And I think the basic principle may be the same, right? That the drum is a sacred instrument because the drum not only a musical instrument, nowadays we just see the drum as music, but those days was a communication.
I use what was left by my generation, plus I use the elements of history, culture, tradition, heritage, and environment to develop my artistic ability. My surrounding, my environment is what I use to help me to develop my banana leaf products that I develop to make pictures that reflect my history.
The indigenous peoples, the Caribs, the Garifuna, both home and abroad, and we have also included the Garifuna diaspora that may not necessarily be Vincentian, but who recognize and identify with the Garifuna of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who recognize St. Vincent and the Grenadines as their homeland, and therefore they see as part of their responsibility to assist in the development of this culture. In the North Windward area, we have a lot of the indigenous practices being maintained in that area. And we have, for example, the National Heroes Festival, which takes place in March of each year. And what we have done is to encourage, to work along, supported financially and technically the group in that area. We have done the same with the group in the North Leeward area and the group in the Greggs area. Those are the three areas which I think we have the strongest remaining indigenous culture of St. Vincent and the Grenadines still residing. And we have provided monetary and technical support for the groups in those areas to continue to promote the festival. We have actually extended the celebration to a whole month. So we have National Heroes and Heritage Month.
Craft production is an aspect of our culture that manifests interactions between people, their environment, and their communities.
I did a lot of sketches relating to the artifacts. He would find a piece of work and then he would explain to me. And based on his explanation and the organization and the work that I have, I will try to develop that into a whole piece of pottery. They try to give us the impression that our people are ignorant, didn't have any culture, didn't have everything. But we have some very interesting pieces there, some very elaborate pieces also, in terms of bowls and pots and general artifacts, because you know, these times people didn't have anything they wanted, they had to do for themselves. They had to organize their pots and pans and spoons and knives and cutlasses, everything. You know, you don't run in the store them time and buy anything.
My mom will make me stay home half day from school because she uses to make the copy basket. So that was her living of making the basket so that we can get to go to school. So I will have to stay home every Friday, and there was the estate at Orange Hill. I will take the basket down to Orange Hill, got them sold, and so that we can have our life living. And I learn a bit from her. Some people sell it copio, some people say pandanas, they call it scrupine, but our own indigenous people was saying penguin. I believe it way back from the Caribs, they were growing. So we still have it. But this is how it looks like, but this is the dry one. This is the dry one. when we go to the field to get our materials, we look for the dry ones. And this is one whole straw, which this is the middle of it, and this is the two end, and the two end have cashew. We say kashi around it. So we take out the two end kashi, and we take out the middle kashi, and then we get the two leaves. And to prepare the material after this, we got a piece of wet cloth and wipe it, but then we roll it on our finger. So to get it smooth out. And after we do this now, we use a knife and we smooth it out. And after we smooth it out, we get them to the shapes that we wanted to use. During the arrowroot time, use them to measure. You say measure the arrowroot. So if you do a line of arrowroot, you measure into baskets to see how much basket you dig per day. Yes, so the bamboo basket used to carry to the river to catch the crayfish.
The ideas, customs, skills, and art of a people or group are communicated and passed along to succeeding generations. Here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, our cultural heritage is a synthesis of African, Kalinago, East Indian, Portuguese, and other European influences over the centuries. But what exactly does it mean to be Vincentian? Our cultural resource is perhaps the most underutilized by our people.
Craft production plays a pivotal role in preserving our local history, culture, and tradition. The handicraft industry is a conduit for social and economic growth.
Learned to do handicraft while I was a child growing up. My mother taught me how to do the copy basket. And this one is from the vetiver grass, here we call it the razor grass. This is where you use the straw and the coconut pointer, and you wrap the straw around the coconut pointer. You have to go into the mountain, pull it off the tree, strip off the skin, clean it, strip it into small pieces, and then you weave. But you have to wet it so that it could keep soft. Calabash is something that they used to be using in those days, especially for eating. These are what they used to use for eating, and the clay pots that they make as well. But now we use them and we design them in beautiful designs and do other things with them. One of the petroglyphs from back in the days of the Kalinago people.
The indigenous culture of St. Vincent is alive and could be flourishing if, I think, the artists and craftsmen and so on, if they had the opportunity for getting more exposition as this one. So we are trying our best, we are doing our part in trying to expose them and bring the public to them. And I hope it works out well for all of them.
Many aspects of our culture are dying, or some may say shifting, as the younger generations embrace the North American lifestyle, which seems to have a much greater attraction for them than our local traditions. St. Vincent has an indigenous tradition of craft, inspired by the wealth of artifacts, stories, cultural practices handed down by our ancestors.
The older folks, not too much into it. So we see it fit to start with teach the children, okay? So that as they grow up, they will get interested, and then once they know it, they will be able to pass it on later on. Maniga now yalandine. Anyagire mutu arabo.
Yurumei 2000.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carlos Gamboa. I'm a proud Garifuna from Guatemala, La Buga, and I have Diana Baltasar also. This film was created by Hijos de Livingston, the children, Livingston's children. The film was it's originally done in Spanish. So what we wanted to do is create English subtitles for you, but more importantly, for the next generation that don't know Garifuna, don't know Spanish. And we have a predominant amount of Garifunas in United States. These are second or third generation Garifuna that don't know the language, much less Spanish. So this focuses on Yurumeng, which is the word for St. Vincent's, and it depicts the arrival of Garifunas to Central America and the aspect of searching for their people here, but in a new land. So you'll get that, and also there are people that talks about the spirituality, farming, raft, music, and so on. So you'll see some of the individuals from Hijos de Livingston, and I'll have Diane talk a little bit about that.
Thank you, Carlos. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diana Baltasar, and I'm the member of Hijos de Livingston, which Carlos explained. It's basically, we call ourselves Hijos de Livingston because each and every one of us migrated to the U.S. and were born in Livingston, and decided to make a difference to the youth as to find out why migrate and why not create jobs here, why not learn more about our culture, and why not be proud of who we are as Garifunas. So this is ongoing work for us. This is our first documentary, and we did the second one. So the second one will be coming soon, and it's focusing on our language, how to promote the language at home, how to keep our language alive. So enjoy. Thank you for having us.
And this is the first film from Livingston that's been financed by Garifunas, edited by Garifunas, produced by Garifunas, and scripted by
Garifunas. 222 años conmemorando la presencia del pueblo garífuna aquí en Guatemala. Estamos contentos, estamos felices por el arribo de nuestros ancestros aquí a esta tierra. Se dice de que específicamente aquí en este lugar fue que llegaron nuestros primeros ancestros garífunas, y pueden ver las personas que están ahí, estamos haciendo la remembranza cómo llegan los garífunas a este lugar. Estamos contentos de celebrar 222 años de resistencia, de resiliencia de nuestro pueblo garífuna, cómo a través de esos 2 siglos hemos nosotros preservado nuestra cultura como pueblo aquí en esta costa caribeña de Guatemala. Aunque nosotros nos vayamos a cualquier lugar del mundo, seguimos viniendo aquí para reunirnos en esta casa, en este hogar, en esta tierra que nos dieron nuestros ancestros.
En esta costa que siempre ha sido testigo de nuestras historias, comienza un día especial. Celebramos Yurumei, no solo como una fiesta, sino como un acto de memoria. Yurumei es más que una celebración, es la memoria de una travesía histórica, un símbolo de supervivencia y una afirmación de identidad. La historia de los garífunas es una odisea marcada por resistencia y adaptación.
Se habla mucho de los 200 años, pero nosotros entendemos los 200 años como proceso para residir en esta comunidad. No es un proceso de llegar y de conocer. O sea que inclusive nuestro líder, conocido por nosotros como Mayuru, por algunos como Marco Sánchez Díaz y por otros como Mark Sanz Days, llega precisamente para ese respiro. Sin embargo, el pueblo garífuna ha subido desde Sudamérica, entendiendo nosotros el criterio de la embajada francesa. Hace un par de años llegó aquí el embajador de Francia y nos dice, según los historiadores, que el pueblo garífuna sube de Sudamérica en el siglo XII. Entonces, de este siglo XII, me imagino que se encuentra con el proceso esclavitorio y empieza también ese proceso de esconderse y tratar. Pero el pueblo garífuna no necesariamente se reconoce o lo reconocemos como un pueblo de pigmentación negra, sino que es un pueblo que se identifica más por la filosofía y el entendimiento cultural que cada uno de nosotros tenemos y seguimos practicando. Bueno, este proceso nosotros le llamamos burari, la balsa o ralph en inglés. Nosotros consideramos que este es el vehículo o la nave que usaron para costear áreas y precisamente para que Marco Sánchez Díaz o Mayuru encontrara este lugar. Y nosotros consideramos que una de sus señales es precisamente este islote, diciéndole que este era el lugar apropiado y este era el lugar designado donde nosotros pudiésemos progresar. Y al entenderlo hoy, entendemos de que el lugar es un lugar estratégico, por decirlo así, cero carreteras, menos invasión. Sin embargo, la evolución y el buen entendimiento que el Garifuna ha tenido de los derechos humanos, porque imagínense usted, y cosa que no se le acredita en la historia, el nivel de derechos humanos que el pueblo Garifuna tiene. Imagínense que Marco Sánchez Díaz descombra este lugar y ahora pues tenemos un poquito más de gente, no necesariamente Garifuna. Eso implica que la filosofía garífuna tiene un alto nivel de entendimiento de derechos humanos. Nosotros le decimos en Garifuna Girigia le dileti y por ende Garicha tigue lu sunle yabi lu eibuguninle gadabale luiwa dagime lagara raguliteme. En este caso entendemos de que derechos, todos tienen derecho a lo que encontramos y a este pequeño viaje que lo que nosotros le decimos vivencia, porque la vida nosotros consideramos que todavía existe y solo trasciende a otros niveles de entendimiento y de espiritualidad. Entonces nosotros lo que hacemos con esta balsa es agradecer el esfuerzo de nuestros ancestros que estuvieron y luchando por encontrar este espacio, y unos llegaron y otros no necesariamente pudieron llegar, y por ende nosotros utilizamos mucho el mar para poder también ir por estos espíritus que se quedaron en el mar, para poder traerlos y agradecerles todo este sacrificio que ellos hicieron. Y por eso para nosotros el 26 de noviembre no necesariamente es una fiesta, sino es un proceso de agradecimiento a todos los que estuvieron antes y los que todavía seguimos agradeciendo, porque De hecho, este lugar fue estratégico y todavía seguimos existiendo a pesar de las vicisitudes y todas las cuestiones políticas que me imagino ustedes entenderán.
La historia de los garífunas es una odisea marcada por resistencia y adaptación.
Marcus Garvey era un activista de Jamaica, pero también en los años 1920 visitó a Livingstone y Zaval. Y desde allí hemos tenido diferentes escritores que han hablado de lo que es la mística de Livingstone, la Buga, Guatemala. Marcos Sánchez Díaz sería el protagonista principal para nosotros, porque según la historia oral, ¿verdad? Y han habido suficiente base de datos para confirmar también de que los garífunas llegaron a esta costa, particularmente en Belice primero en 1802, que no se olvide. Hay archivos actualmente en Belice que indica eso. Entonces, no hay ninguna duda de que los garífunas que llegaron a Belice en 1802 no se quedaron ahí porque son personas muy hábiles utilizando cayucos y pueden navegar con mucha facilidad y también eso. Entonces, de ahí podemos establecer de que Livingstone fue fundado por Marcos Sánchez Díaz desde el año 1802. Entonces, cuando llegaron los garífunas aquí, vivían particularmente donde está el centro de Livingstone hoy en día. Livingstone fue declarado como puerto, uno de los primeros puertos en el Caribe en 1831. Entonces, aquí se salían de todo. ¿Okay? En aquel entonces ya habían garífunas que estaban sembrando bananos y vendían a los barcos. A ellos le llamaban poquiteros, porque agarraban su cayuco y se iban a vender sus bananos al United Fruit Company. Queremos conectar los puntos, ¿verdad? ¿Qué papel juega la agricultura y el territorio en la vida de los pueblos, del pueblo garífuna actualmente? Y reconocemos de que somos seres espirituales teniendo una experiencia humana. Entonces, y la vida se manifiesta en diferentes formas. Entonces, por eso es muy, muy importante la relación que tenemos con la naturaleza. De ahí, de la tierra, de las plantas, nace lo que es la vida.
Cada canción, cada danza es una historia de resistencia, un testimonio de amor por la vida.
Soy el coordinador del proyecto para el fomento y salvaguarda de la cultura garífuna. Cuando el pueblo garífuna o las expresiones del pueblo garífuna, como lo que es danza, el lenguaje del pueblo garífuna en esa escritura, ¿verdad? Y expresiones como gastronomía se declaran como patrimonio inmaterial de la humanidad. A raíz de eso, cuando se suscribe en el año 2008 dentro del listado de lo que son los patrimonios, lo que sí viene siendo el patrimonio inmaterial, se crea dentro de Guatemala, específicamente dentro del Ministerio de Cultura y Deportes, una mesa para la salvaguarda y el fomento del pueblo garífuna. A raíz de ese tiempo, también nace lo que es el proyecto para el fomento y salvaguarda de la cultura garífuna, que en el año 2009, para poder fomentar y salvaguardar las diferentes expresiones del pueblo garífuna. Dentro de ellos tenemos 4 expresiones o 4 componentes, como le llamamos, que es el componente de lectoescritura, donde nosotros enseñamos a los niños y a las personas en general, a la población garífuna en sí, con ese énfasis sobre cómo se lee y se escribe el idioma garífuna, ¿verdad? También es el componente de lo que es gastronomía, ¿verdad? Como el nombre mismo lo dice, trabajamos todo lo que tenga que ver con los platillos y la gastronomía general del pueblo garífuna. Asimismo, está el componente de museografía, donde nosotros trabajamos elementos como historias. Se hacen unas pequeñas investigaciones de acuerdo a la historia del pueblo garífuna, las costumbres, tradiciones de nuestro pueblo, algunas expresiones que tal vez no se conocen al 100%, pero nos beneficia a nosotros como pueblo garífuna.
En mi área yo trabajo como técnica en cantos. Los cantos son danzados en diferentes maneras, ¿verdad? Este es el canto del yurume, que es un simulacro de la llegada de nuestros ancestros aquí a nuestro bello pueblo. Está también lo que es la punta, que actualmente se baila con tambores. Antes en aquellos entonces se bailaba con cajas, ¿verdad? O con palmas de la mano. Está lo que es el oficio del hombre, que le dicen zambey. Este fue un muestrario que nosotros hicimos aquí con las alumnas, en donde hacen oficios con utensilios de casa, ¿verdad? Y está también lo que es la zarabanda. La zarabanda es cuando se usa estos tipos de sombreros para hacer alegórico lo que es una festividad, y también cuando estamos en un novenario, que más ahí es donde se practicaba todo ese tipo de danzas. De las cantautoras que todavía estoy manejándolo para que no se termine la cultura. Y mi mamá me enseñaba eso. Mi mamá sentada en la hamaca me enseñaba unas canciones, quizás se me quedó, y hasta ahora lo estoy manejando por la gracia de Dios, aunque ya no es como antes, pero estoy dando lo que yo puedo por mi cultura todavía. Yurume tagaira bai wagata ani babagara bagara wabo waruete ani babagara bagara wabo ni babagara bagara wabo ani babagara bagara wabo walu haina ya no garina go walede gurai babagai bo wabo gurai babagai bo wabo gurai babagai bo wabo waruete gurai babagai bo wabo ragbai biya kumari wabo ragbai biya kumari wabo walu khaina ya no garina ko walede aliumo chururu tiduna aliumo chururu tiduna aliumo chururu tiduna waruete Alimo chururu tidona Anyi babagara bagara wabo Anyi babagara bagara wabo Walu khayna ya garina go walide Ayurume nage buga wagara be Bugaru hamutiwa harutia nyige Yurume nage buga wagara be Bugaru hamutiwa harutia nyige Lige ya buwa ya bibe faya faya ya dugulencho Walu khayna ya garina go walide Alige ya buwa ya bibe faya faya ya dugulencho
¿Cuál es el rol de la mujer garífuna en nuestra sociedad? En marco al Día Nacional del Garífuna guatemalteco, pues queremos resaltar a la mujer garífuna en todos los aspectos que se ha desempeñado. Con la reseña histórica desde nuestros ancestros, las mujeres se dedicaban a lo que es el emprendimiento y hoy en día pues queremos retomar esa actividad que se hacía en nuestros antepasados, pero de otra manera. Ahora las mujeres nos hemos preparado en nuestros medios, nos hemos profesionalizado, habemos mujeres con diferentes profesiones a nivel superior, habíamos mujeres empresarias, mujeres con roles políticos, con cargos importantes, y pues eso se ha venido realizando a través de diferentes actividades, a través de diferentes esfuerzos que se han hecho para poder llegar a lo que hemos pues alcanzado hasta el momento.
¿Cuál ha sido el rol de la mujer en preservar la cultura a través de la gastronomía? La mujer ha jugado un papel muy importante. Comentarles que en la cultura garífuna hay un dato curioso, que las personas no acostumbran a utilizar medidas para la elaboración de los platillos. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que acontece? Cuando están en la preparación, tienen una inteligencia que todo lo hacen calculado, y cuando salen estos platillos son una delicia. Por lo mismo, y son las mamás y las abuelitas las que se encargan de lo que es la gastronomía. En otras culturas el hombre juega un papel muy importante en la cocina, pero en este caso, en la cultura garífuna, la mujer es la que ha jugado un papel muy importante en lo que es la gastronomía. Necesitamos trabajar el rescate de nuestros platillos ancestrales. Necesitamos la elaboración de nuestro recetario garífuna, donde podamos dejar plasmadas todas nuestras recetas.
Alumnos en la escuela que están aprendiendo a hablar el idioma, que quizás pensábamos que podían hablarlo, sin embargo son niños y jóvenes que actualmente viven con sus padres en casa y que están estudiando con docentes que son garínagu, pero lamentablemente no están practicando el idioma. Entonces han llegado a la escuela en cero y poco a poco, a través de este programa que tenemos hoy en día, han ido aprendiendo diversos temas que les han dado en sus centros educativos, pero de manera diferente por el español. Entonces lo estoy incorporando actualmente en el idioma garífuna.
Estoy muy contenta de ser estudiante de la Academia Garífuna porque aprendo muchos temas diferentes, como las partes del cuerpo, las partes de la casa, los días de la semana, los meses del año.
Como en Puerto Barrios Izabal, yo soy una joven que estudia en la Universidad Mariano. Somos muy pocos los jóvenes garífunas que estudiamos en la universidad, aproximadamente tal vez unos 5 jóvenes, sin mucho. ¿Sabes? De tantos estudiantes que hay, considero que eso es una cantidad muy pequeña para todos los garífunas que habemos aquí en Izabal, pero es falta de acceso económico, porque muchas familias no tienen cómo gestionar los gastos de la universidad, pero muchas familias hacen el esfuerzo para que sus hijos vayan a la universidad. En caso de mi familia, costean mis gastos universitarios. Gracias a Dios, mi mami me ha ayudado mucho, ella es licenciada en enfermería. Y entonces ella me va inculcando lo que es la universidad y vamos rompiendo esas barreras. Cuando ya hay una persona que te inspira y te motiva a seguir la universidad, es ya algo que rompe las cadenas que vienen atrás de generación en generación. Gracias a Dios, el próximo año espero graduarme de la universidad y espero que también muchos jóvenes también podamos graduarnos y yo ser un ejemplo para ellos como joven garífuna, demostrarles de que sí se puede con todas las dificultades que puedan haber, porque todos tenemos muchas dificultades. Es verdad que no todos tenemos las mismas posibilidades, pero todos con esfuerzo podemos lograr.
Hasta donde nos puedan ver, es un orgullo para nosotros los garífunas celebrar ese día en grande y ser orgullosos y representar nuestra cultura.
Actualmente estamos trabajando en rescatar y salvaguardar el idioma garífuna, haciendo pues diversos tipos de trabajo como escribir libros y por ende impartir cursos tanto virtuales como presenciales. Ahora mismo estamos trabajando con niños para que puedan aprender a escribir el idioma y de igual forma hablarlo, para poder compartirlo y ponerlo en práctica. Es mi primer libro, producto a tantas investigaciones que se han realizado, llamado Aprendamos a leer, a escribir y hablar en idioma garífuna. Este libro hice 5 años de investigación, entre investigación para poder escribirlo, pero no solamente escribí un libro entre los 5 años, sino que fue un trabajo simultáneo para poder escribir esta primera serie, la segunda serie, tercera serie. De estas son 3 y pues entre estos 5 años pudimos compilar estas 3 unidades, estas 3 series, las cuales han servido para aprender el idioma. Muchos han aprendido con este libro porque tiene espacios para aprendizaje, luego espacios para práctica y también los espacios para tarea. Consta de 136 páginas. La primera edición era de 165 páginas. Lo acortamos un poco más para poder tener contenido para para la segunda serie. Pues este documento es muy importante, está en las universidades de Guatemala, está en la San Carlos, me ha tocado que impartir clase en la Universidad de San Carlos de Guatemala, también en la Calusac, acá en Izabal. Pues este libro varios lo tienen en Nicaragua, en Belice, en Honduras, aquí en Livingston, también en la comunidad de Puerto Barrios. Pues ha servido bastante y es una satisfacción el tiempo dedicado en la investigación para poder hacerlo, con la ayuda de varios autores que en su momento estuvieron incorporados con nosotros, las personas que nos han apoyado para poder tenerlo.
Yurumeng literally means St. Vincent, and that word relates to St. Vincent's and the Grenadines in the Caribbean. However, Yurumeng is a word for us in terms of resilience, our struggle to get here, and to ensure that our people survive, just like they did 224 years ago. 224 years ago, our people were exiled from the island of St. Vincent after our our chiefs and our people there fought the British on 2 Carib Wars, the first Carib Wars and the second Carib Wars. Unfortunately, our people perished and we lost. The second thing is, because of the British, in terms of their ruthlessness, in terms of how they wanted to split the world between themselves and the Spaniards, they had isolated St. Vincent's as a property of England. So they wanted St. Vincent's because of the natural resources that was there. So after the second Carib Wars, and when we lost, our people, over 4,400 of them, were exiled from St. Vincent's over to the island of Baliceaux. But the island of Baliceaux was a rock where they wanted our people to die. And that's what happened. More than 2,200 of our people died and perished in the island of Baliceaux. The British came back and picked the remaining individuals, the 2,200 that were there in Baliceaux, and with 11 ships, they shipped them out to their enemy's territory, which was the island of Roatán, which is now Honduras. There, our people were left with some supplies, and then from there, our people were able to migrate from Roatán off the coast of Honduras for about 42 settlements, moved into Nicaragua and settled 3 settlements there, and then further moved northeast to Livingston, which is right now. And one of our founders, Marco Sanchez Diaz, was the one that helped our people arrive here. Now, Yurume, and as I mentioned earlier, is about resilience. It's about struggle. It's about finding new lands after we fought the British, and in that sense. So Yurume, you'll see in the depiction of the music, the word Yurume, the actual music that they played, is a part of our oral history that has not died. It's an oral history that's over 226 years old, and we still play it, we still sing it today with drums. You'll see elements of our transition with the palm trees, the coconut trees, the yucca, where our people brought to different parts of aldeas, villages, to settle in and to bring new life into our culture. Our culture is still strong because of our ancestors. We've able to against the Spaniards here, we were able to survive.
Soy Arnold Ciego, presidente de la organización Hijos de Livingston. Hijos de Livingston nació en el año 2020 con el propósito de agregar valor al pueblo garífuna. Nos llamamos Hijos de Livingston porque todos los miembros de la organización nacieron en este pueblo, en este terruño Livingston. La buga, su nombre ancestral en Garifuna. Y desde entonces nosotros nos hemos dedicado a la preservación y al cambio de narrativa para nuestro pueblo garífuna. Este documental es muy importante para nosotros porque sabemos de una u otra manera que está agregando valor y está cambiando la narrativa y la importancia de este día para nosotros como garífunas en Guatemala.
Mi nombre es Diana Baltasar, soy secretaria de la organización Hijos de Livingston. Como mujer quiero hacer un llamado para que sean parte de movimientos comunitarios. En especial, este documental es para exponer nuestra cultura, para exponer todo lo que implica ser garífuna. Y es un orgullo para mí como mujer ser parte de este documental. Compártanlo, publíquenlo para que pueda llegar a muchas personas que no han tenido la experiencia de vivir lo que es un yurume o de no conocer o saber qué es lo que es un yurume.
Nosotros como organización Hijos de Livingston, nosotros queremos seguir contribuyendo, ayudando, aportando con nuestra comunidad, ya que todos nosotros y cada uno de los miembros somos de acá. Queremos seguir trabajando con nuestra gente, para nuestra gente y con toda la comunidad garífuna que vive a nivel nacional, que vive en el extranjero y que quieran hacer esa cercanía con nosotros. Nosotros acá estamos con las manos abiertas para seguir trabajando con todos en pro de nuestra comunidad. Espero que te haya gustado este documental. Te pido que por favor lo compartas con personas que quieran aprender acerca de esta rica historia de los garífunas. Mi nombre es Gilroy Álvarez, tesorero de la organización Hijos de Livingston, una organización que trabaja arduamente para poder difundir esta rica historia de los garífunas. Te pido que por favor nos ayudes a que podamos seguir creando contenido y investigaciones para que también podamos preservar esta linda historia.
Yes, Marlon, I'll just have you to. Yes, first, I'm so happy that I stayed back to watch these two films. Thoroughly enjoyed both, and I must congratulate Akli and congratulate our brothers and sisters from Guatemala, Livingston, Guatemala, for their production and for, most importantly, for sharing it with us. And I mentioned aside how beautifully both films intersected, because in the first film focused on Yurume, what came out of the interviews was this search for identity that you heard from Fancy, a Garifuna descendant, mentioning the irony that after losing the Garifuna language through prosecution and persecution, and then we were left by default with an alien language, the English language, which they had to learn, and in their struggles to learn it, they were stigmatized because people were saying, well, they're speaking bad, they're speaking a broken language. And I found that so ironic that after being forced to lose our language and to adapt to another language, and when we try to learn that language and speak it, then we are stigmatized because of our lack of grasp or perfection. And with the second film, because it also made me realize that our struggles are a bit similar in that there's also a need to reinforce the Garifuna culture, all aspects of it, not just the language, but in terms of the culinary, spirituality, and so forth, even in the diaspora. So even while we have our own struggles here, we recognize that there are struggles as well in the diaspora. And I think it really reinforces the point for the need for us to build bridges to connect between Yurume and the diaspora to ensure that the Garifuna heritage, the culture, and not just the language, but the culinary aspects, the spirituality, and all aspects of the Garifuna culture is repatriated to Yurume so that we can benefit from it. But again, two excellent productions. I'm really impressed.
Hi, yeah, great films. Thank you for making those films. Kind of similar to what you said about identity. I think, at least for me, the themes that stick out in both of the films are around identity and memory, right? And I don't know that I think that those two are mutually exclusive. I think without memory, there's no narrative. And without narrative, there's no sense of self, right? And so as we learn more, right, I'm wondering how does that, one, change our memory, and then in tandem change our sense of identity? So that's my first question, right? Because we're learning more things every day about the Garifuna people, right? About Vincentian history. And so how does that kind of play into how we identify as both Garifuna and Vincentian? And then I think about what it means to be Vincentian, and then what it means to be Garifuna, and how do we get them to be not so mutually exclusive? Do you understand my question? Yeah? Yeah?
I don't, before they, you want to answer before they, after they, no, carry it over there.
Okay. I'm speaking from a highly emotional position. You know why? This is our home and things originated here. And it was so ridiculously ripped from us. We lost it so many years, and we should have regained it by some means. It so happened that it has come at this time. And because it has come at this time, there is so much, there's such a great gap that we cannot, the emotion that I've looked at in this presentation is so full and so robust, and it is so real that it is difficult for us. And I feel highly emotional, right? But I cannot, at this point, feel that. For me, I think I need to go there and work in tandem with them so it could gravitate towards me. And then I was saying, well, I should take all of my students there. We become Garifuna, real. We learn the Spanish real. You understand? We need something to jam us into that mindset that for real we are Garifuna. You understand? Where the emotion and all this stuff come in, boom, and we home. Let's go.
Thank you. We have
Thank you. I will discuss that in detail on my show tonight. As a matter of fact, that's the topic of my show tonight. So it's going to be simulcast on most of the stations back in Belize. My show is the most popular show about Garifuna, and I speak about Garifuna. It's, it was supposed to be yesterday, but I already tell the public that it's going to be tonight, and I always have an elder. So tonight, the thing is to kind of address your comment. It's very emotional, of course, because you have lost everything. You have been raped. We have been stripped of our identity, and that is something I think that it has to be channeled through the children, because the children, they got to pick it up. They'll pick it up real fast. So I didn't believe this is my first trip here, I didn't believe that the emotions were there at all. So I feel so good that I could hear it, I believe that before I came, my assumption of St. Vincent was that my people is a bunch of lost people. I think they were like Jamaicans. They were like, I'm not saying Jamaican are bad people like that, but I'm just saying because of the influence of the English, that been important on my people here in UWI, and even some of the things that the music. I've been here a day and a half. I haven't even heard my music, so that's why I'm saying we're lost. We have our own music. It's a complete culture. It's everything. Our food, our clothing, we dress differently. I walked in here and I hardly see Vincent. I can't even say it. I don't even pronounce it right. With one of our attire. This is how we dress. We have our own swag. We have our own style. We have everything. So to channel it through the children is the best and most efficient way. Other thing is and this is for the scholars. I mean, I didn't go to no university and anything like that, right? I see a lot of books being floating around. I see a lot of research being floating around. And it never get to the people, it never get to the grassroots. That's a big problem. We're in here, it doesn't go anywhere. So I urge, and the doctors, I see half this room are doctors. We can't relate. We need to relate to our people, to the grassroots people. They can't afford the books in our territories. They can't speak the language that you speak. You could write, and there's a phrase in Belize that we call people that are doctors. It's a negative phrase, but it's a connotation of those who went to universities that could understand and could articulate our life, our livelihood. But I urge, I don't want to stay too long because tonight going to be fire tonight. The doctors have to get down to our people to understand where we come from, to understand our journeys better. It's not going anywhere. I'm just urged everyone to, to kind of like realize how important it is to be a Garifuna person. The emotions is the first thing, and the children. So you get caught up within a Vincentian or a Garifuna. Vincentians. It's not okay for me to not know, but I realize that that's the word. We cannot play words. You know what I mean? Because I could speak in Garifuna right now, and no only a few of you could understand. So I won't do that. Well, well, we don't know, so I appreciate you saying and correcting me. You know, we don't. If I don't know, I don't know. All right. So I appreciate. I don't want you to get mad. You know what I mean? We're just discussing here as Garinago people.
Yeah,
So
you want to
it might come off like that, but that's not what I mean. I love you, my sister. I'm here to learn as well. Again, I miss everything, but don't get mad. It doesn't, you know. I'm here. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go. Thanks for listening. Thanks for. I just wanna make this last thing. I'm not here to cause any fuss and fight and thing. I'm just here to, you know what I mean. I'm just here. So please accept my apologies. I will try to learn the word, right? Thank you very much for listening.
Before you, well, there were two persons before. Well, there were a lot of hands up. Next person, the lady in the red. Sounds like a song, Lady in Red.
That is a song.
And then we'll have you after.
I'd like to just put my appreciation to the whole event today. Amazing. However, I'm a retired returnee from the white man's country of England. And I would always say I'm a Vincentian because I never knew anything about Garifuna. So I'm a Garifuna into the Vincentian. So my part is I'm a Garifuna as well as the onset of being a Vincentian. But I'm hearing today there's not enough information. Me in my old age, coming from England, had no idea about Garifuna until last year, when I came last year. And so I always make it affect that I'm coming, but I've come back now. Garifuna shouldn't just be Garifuna month for March. It's every day. It should be in every curriculum. The children should know it, and then they can pass it on to their mother and father and grandparents who has lost it. And you're right. Where's he got? You're right. We've lost it. We need to reclaim it. Vincentians and Garifuna need to reclaim what they had. And we're not reclaiming that. We're talking, and you're right, it's just in this room. It needs to be open. It needs to be out everywhere. It needs to be on social media. Everybody needs to know about Garifuna and St. Vincent. Not just about Jamaica and what they did or Dominique, whatever. It should be about what we did here first in St. Vincent, to know that we was the last to be colonized. How proud is that? But that's not spoken about. Come on. I'm home now. I need to hear more. I need to know more.
Yes, thank you.
After hearing you, my brother, because, no, I'm not going to beat you, but I'm going to show you why that nothing was left. Okay, I'm a Garifuna. My father was from Sandy Bay. And I knew about Chatoyer long before I hear anything about Garifuna, but you have to look at it this way. And when I went to Belize, they asked me, why didn't we come looking for them? So I said, how we could look for you when we don't know anything about you? We were suppressed. You have to listen to that, brother. You people are abandoned. The weakest who stayed here, and I'm very emotional about this. With the weakest who stayed here, what could they have done? All the strong one went. And the persons who were left in Sandy, well, I say Sandy because of my people, they were, what they could have done? They were weak. It was the weakest of the body. That to fend for themselves. That to think it was easy when the girls had to be, let me say molested, or I can't even use the word now, I'm so emotional, where they were at least taken abuse because they thought they were easy catch, you know what I mean? So when we look at it, we have to still look at what happened, because the people who were left here were really suppressed. They couldn't talk about anything, they couldn't talk the language. If they did that, they were What's the word for that? They were, whatever the Englishman used to do in them days, right? So you understand? So I just want to correct that. The emotions were there, but we could not do anything until whenever we find that out. When I went to Belize, and they told me that, and I said, but wait, y'all serious? Oh, we could have looked for you. You understand?
That right there make I feel angry that my people have to go through that here, you know. I feel angry. Yeah.
Okay, he wants to respond, so we have.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Andrew Liverpool. After hearing the brother speak so emotionally, and emotion was the word that was going around, I couldn't stay here after watching the two films, which, as you said, was to get a look at Vincent and somebody from Belize. And as the brother said, 13 years, the Garifuna Heritage Foundation been doing work and having this conference. But before that, the National Youth Council used to be pushing for what is going to happen Saturday, which is National Heroes Day. Most of the energy in the earlier times, before the link with Mo Garifuna, was promoting Chatoyer as our first national hero, and the National Youth Council was pushing for that. Government wasn't giving the day. And so it is beyond the 13 years of the conference at this room. And as the brother said, a lot need to go beyond the room. It need to be more in the community driven. Because as you say, yeah, schools, but the persons over the river, where are they in the whole? So, salute this, and as we said, after the 14th, when the 2 sevens clash, it should be more community oriented. A person's questioning, do we have to have it in Kingston at UWI? Even self, they are part sponsors of the activity. Do we don't have a day in a community rather than just letting the visitors visit by a bus tour, but you use a community where people could be more involved in it? The brother talk about the food. So does it mean that the food, the cassava and thing, is what people could, somebody give them to be able to sell the food outside rather than we go in nearby places, you know? So the thing needs to be broadened than the intellectual discussion to make it practical of what we're saying. So all I would like to say, welcome all for a second visit. And we had to open up. As I say, I've been involved and kind of stay away. If it wasn't for a friend invited me now, I might have just heard the conference and let go because it ain't open up for me to the masses. But I say, thanks again. And we have a lot of work because it, like now, as somebody had mentioned earlier, like the work now start, because even we talking about the island day now, you know, body so now. If certain things been happening before now, you know, investors been done by the place, you know. What is the powers of the Almighty and the ancestors? And the people. Why the thing ain't done gone, and several attempts. It's several attempts to buy the place, you know. It's only, as I say now, is the mystical part that the dealing go through. So we have it, and as I said, we have to really sit down and make the best of it now, not only for St. Vincent, but the global Garifuna nation that we are building. Thank you again.
Yeah? Is this a, yeah, hi. My name's Kentar Kay. I'm from London. Hello. There's a couple of things. I'm looking at this from I'm a producer, I'm a festival producer. I think about things from a sort of like a global view, if you understand. Yeah, so I'm kind of looking at this. Last night when I was thinking about everything that I heard yesterday and things that I've learned and understood about this, it reminded me of the story of Haiti, yeah? And I've always been, you know, as a Caribbean, been very proud of Haiti and Haiti's revolution and first free black republic, yeah? So when I was hearing, deeping some of the stories about us, I was thinking about Haiti, and I was thinking, I don't know if is it that we're so humble, that we're not Jamaican enough, or is it that we haven't actually learnt the story yet, and we're just starting to connect the dots, and that we've got some healing and connecting to do, and we need to get to know each other better. I want to get back to your question. I almost, yeah. I'd ask you to kind of just to, we need to think bigger, and we need to think beyond this room. I loved hearing from the children. I loved hearing the essays were deep and so thoughtful and considered, and amazing ideas. What are we going to do with them? And there's a generation that's missing from this room. And it's the gap between those school children and us. I don't like being the youngest person, one of the youngest people in the room, because I'm not one of the youngest people in the room. So there's the 20-somethings and the 30-somethings that are missing from this space. So, but there's you one. Is you, who else? I just look young. I did. Yeah. So, but I'm saying in number, I'm talking about the numbers of us. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's something about age and raising, I think in campaigns, right? So I'm thinking we need to kind of raise the noise level here, because this is not just our story. This is a global story. This is a story for the world. This is a story of resistance and resilience. And like Haiti, we need to listen, we need stories of resistance right now. The world's in trouble, like really, really, and we have this story. We need to get loud, people. We need to get loud, and we need to get loud, we need to bring the next generation in. I don't mean school. I know a lot is said between school children and families and parents and this, but there's this, you know, the internet generation, you know, the Gen the Gen Zs. We need them in the room. We need to move this story. And we can build on this, the 13 years of what's already been done and what's already been achieved. It's almost like you all need to pass the baton. I'm going to say it. You need to, almost need to find a younger version of yourselves and bring them into this space, you know? And start to prepare the next round of leadership, the next wave. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm not saying hail His Majesty. You want to hear me? You're not hearing. I do have a voice issue after that performance yesterday and shouting out about His Majesty. It kind of affect my throat. I want to make sure I understand your question. That it has to do with who is Garifuna and who is Vincent and how we can make the connection. Okay. Okay, so, well, Okay, so one of the things we have to come to grips with is the fact that there is a strong possibility that there were Africans here long before they were shipwrecked slaves. So the making of the Garifuna started long before the shipwrecks, right? That's something we need to understand clearly. Now, as far as I am concerned, and I may be wrong, but the majority of Vincentians who can trace their lineage, their ancestors back, let's say about 5 generations, and those ancestors were Vincentians, they are Garifuna. 90-something% of Vincentians in St. Vincent and the Grenadines are Garifuna. You can easily recognize those who are not or who are not originally from St. Vincent. We know them. We have a large Syrian community. We know they're in Garifuna. It's not hard to recognize them. We have a large Caucasian community, Portuguese, Indians. We know they're not necessarily strong Garifuna. We know who we can recognize as Garifuna, right? The next thing we have to pay attention to is this. About a few days ago, there's a guy who does work for me, well, for my wife, at home. He calls himself Carib. Where are you from? Raylan Hill. Raylan Hill is a community just outside Kingston on the leeward side going down. Where are people from? You say, well, my father from Sandy Bay and my mother come from Raylan. My father was a Carib, so that's why they call me Carib. He looks like the true Carib. You know what was his next statement? But me and Garifuna. He's lost. And that's a representation of almost this exact 90% of Vincentians. Until we get people to understand the origin and makeup of the Garifuna people and how, point out to them how they are Garifuna, we're not doing anything. We just kind of, there's an old saying, spinning top in mud. That's all we're doing. First and foremost, if you can trace back your lineage, 4 or 5 generations, and those persons who you got back to were from St. Vincent, born and bred, the most likely 99% possibility is that you are Garifuna. On my father's grandmother was from Sandy Bay, full-blooded Carib. My mother's grandmother was a short, bull-legged Carib woman. That's on my mother's side, on my father's side. Well, I double Garifuna then. We have to understand this, and until we can grasp that and teach that and point that out to the majority of people in St. Vincent, how the statement is how you become a Garifuna, why you are a Garifuna. Once we can do that and get that across to the Vincentian public successfully, then we start talking about all the other cultures that we lost and how we're getting them back.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I hope he gets back his voice for tomorrow, because he's going to be the chair. I'm going to go over to Mr. Otley.
Test. Yeah. Right. So, yes. So many statements and so many opportunities to answer. I guess in regards to your question about what it means to be Garifuna, I've been exploring my own Garifuna roots basically all my life, because as a Vincentian, what you're born with is questions. You're not born with answers. Nobody tells you who you are. You're born with questions, right? So as part of me trying to figure out, well, the answers to my questions, I look in all kinds of places. I look at myself in the mirror, I look at the culture around me, I look at the food I eat, and I read and try to come to an understanding of, you know, what's there for me to understand myself. The word Carib come into play. For most of my life, Carib was the people who lived furthest away from civilization. They were savage, they were sexual deviants, they were all kind of things. That's what my society told me, right? Up until I could read and understand for myself, up until I could search for the information for myself, right? So when I found the information for myself and people kept on either referring to me as a Carib or say, you look like a Carib or you must be mixed with Carib, right? I mean, it wasn't something I was proud of because my society didn't tell me it was something I was proud of. The thing I was proud of is this beautiful pronunciation I have, right? Because I was a bright boy. And I was a boy who did very well at the English education. And I was proud of that. And my mother was proud of it. And my community was proud of it. And they kept on rewarding me with scholarships and awards and promotion, right? Over and over and over and over, I demonstrate that I could do this, that I could receive the colonialism well, and I was celebrated, right? But I had a little plan, and the little plan that I had was because of a God-given talent, right? And that talent was I could look at you and I could draw. And that made me so inquisitive, right, that my questions went beyond the words on the page. I wanted to find out why I look like the people them up the river, why I look like them, why I have their face, when nothing in my family explained to me that I was one of them, right? And some of the answers started to come to me across the road in this same manifestation 13 years ago, right? It came to me, it started to explain to me who I could be, what was the Carib, right? What was the relationship between who I could be and what the Carib is, right? But guess what? Guess what? The British education system continued to reward me. And it said, boy, you're so bright, you have to go to university. So they paid my scholarship to go to Barbados to study at the university. And guess what? I learned new words. I learned that Kalinago is the actual word that the Caribs call themselves. I learned that Lokono is the word that the Arawak call themselves, right? The words I had learned my whole life about the people I could potentially be were bad words, were profanity. It was like how the white people in America call the black people nigger. And that's what we've been calling ourselves our whole lives, right? So now I understand why the people up the river was discriminated against, because the system said they were kind of like the niggers, just like in America. So I understood it, right? But I didn't settle for it. I didn't accept it. So I kept on digging and digging and digging. And again, this platform, this conference, right? This thing that you guys have been invited to and made your way to, this opened up my brain. And when I started to see what was happening, and also when I saw the people who would come to this island and do research and write their PhDs and all of that, when I went to the university and my fees were paid and I got the access code to the different what do you call them, databases, right? And then my brain opened more and I was like, yo, all these white people been coming here and finding out all the information, but guess what? They get their PhD and then they go on to be professionals and we go back to our communities dumb. And if I want that information, I have to be privileged or rich, right? In order to get a university education and access to a library that has all the information about me, right? So you know what I said? I'm gonna take it all and I'm gonna put it on the camera, right? And I'm gonna share it with my whole community and the whole world. That's what I did. And that is why we had this film. Okay, so I'm trying to answer everybody's question in one, right? So after I took up that camera and I started to navigate, it took me to places. It took me to Honduras, it took me to Labuga. You know, it hasn't taken me to Belize yet, but I have lots of friends there because of my journey, right? Right, but it took me to all of these places, and when I went to these places, I started to see, I'm trying to answer your question now. The question you didn't ask, but I know you want to know. I started to see, right, what was in these communities that wasn't in St. Vincent. And it was a lot. It was a lot. You guys have a ceremonial way of shaking your bum, right? We only shake it for fun. We shake it at carnival, but you shake it with meaning and purpose, right? There was food, things that I was accustomed to, prepared in a different way, you know? And these were the recipes of my ancestors. So I found lots and lots of things. But guess what? There's lots more here that you guys don't know, right? You guys never knew about the petroglyphs. You don't know what they mean. You don't know where they come from. You guys don't know about all the things in the exhibit down at the Kanaji building, right? It's 2,000 years or 3,000 years of artifacts that have been found right here in St. Vincent that explains that it's not just Kalinago, Arawak, Carib, Garifuna. It's Saladoid, it's Tromasoid. It's about 6 different groups of indigenous people that actually make up what you call Carib. So before Garifuna was black and indigenous syncretic, Kalinago was syncretic with all the people that came before. You saying there's nothing here, there's so much here, right? And it's just buried in the dirt, and it's been buried from us, right? And this conference is how we excavate it and how we take it out. But the thing is, right, because of the lovely transformation that's been happening, and I assure you it's only happening because the Vincentian had a disposition, right, to wanting to get closer to its indigenous culture. We had the hunger, right? This conference filled that hunger, right? And it allowed us to understand how we relate to y'all and how y'all relate to us, right? That's the process. But something else is now happening, because the people up the river, right, stop calling themselves Carib, because now they're shame, right? They ain't too comfortable with Kalinago, right? Well, we're telling them the word is derogatory and it's all kind of things, and you know, and right? They ain't too familiar with the Kalinago word, because a lot of them didn't go to university, right? So they ain't too familiar with that word. But when I hear Kalinago and I hear Garinagu, I just see 2 differences in letters. And I see Garinagu is a people that was exiled and Kalinago is a people that is here. So I see how a spelling variation could happen. I guess what I'm trying to say is one people with 2 pronunciations, 2 different sets of cultural attributes, but they're basically the same. And when I put my hand in my pocket and I take out $1, the dollar have 2 sides. And for me to make value of that dollar, I can't give one side. I have to give the whole dollar, the whole value. For us to have the value, we have to come together, and we have to be mindful about how we talk to each other, right? Because the Kalinago right now, right? Could you imagine that since the Garifuna Renaissance started, the Kalinago, little by little, have begun to forget about themselves, right? Kalinago is becoming replaced with Garifuna, right? And that is upsetting to some people, because there are some people who just held on to their culture. Never mind you call me a sexual deviant, never mind you call me this, they just held on to it all this time, right here. Never mind they couldn't speak the language, they couldn't play a drum, they held on to it. So for people to come home now, and for people to say, oh, we bring culture for all you, without us, you wouldn't even know what your culture was, that is an insult. And this beautiful synergy that is happening, you're gonna destroy it. So come a little humble, come a little human, right? And come like you belong to we and we belong to you. After that, the only thing I have to say is, Uncle Carlos Gamboa here, he was talking about what it takes to make a film. It's a big ordeal. It's quite an investment. And if you're making a film that goes across different countries, you have to figure out lots of things. It looks like you had 2 cameras plus a drone, which means that's a little expensive, plus the editor. I do all of these things myself, so I know how much it costs.
And you have to have a cameraman. You have to pay for that cameraman.
So I'm just saying,
when it comes to your country,
it's not as easy as just saying, oh, make a film, you know? It comes with a whole plan and a strategy. Can you explain some of it to us?
Yeah, because you have to have And the filmmaker, you know, he had the talent, the cinematography talent that we wanted, you know, the images that we wanted, you know, the aerial shots, the closeness of the individuals, the farming, you know, the spiritual aspect. And we had to get the right person that had the right energy, the right feeling, you know, and you have to pay for that. That when that person visits your village, you gotta, if you don't put them in your house, you have to put them in a hotel. You know, you have to pay for their food. You know, just the translation alone took almost 2 months from Spanish to English because, yeah, you're exactly. Because let's say the first guy that you've seen there, he's a professor, and he talks very in a high-end type of philosophical way. So you have to make sure that the language that he's trying to portray comes out in the English sentences in a very short way, maybe in 1 or 2 seconds. It's very hard. And like, for example, the grandmother that was in the hammock singing that song was the first time. This is a song that's decades, hundreds years old, you know, from Yurumeng. If you know, when she uses that word Yurumeng, and this is the first time that it was translated in English. A song that's almost 200 years old. And we had to have some elders look at what she was saying, and then the English speakers had to look at it. Is this what she's trying to say here? Like, for example, one of the words says king. And we said, did we call Satuye our king? No, he was a chief. He was a chief. So we had to make sure that the right words were there. It's very difficult. And I kept telling Ackley, give us some more time. We're going through, we had to find the right words, and we still need to edit it. But this piece was made when we saw it, when it was brilliantly done in Spanish, and the community took it really well. Even the foreign ministry of Guatemala, okay, Guatemala, there's a lot of people, a lot of Guatemalans don't even know that there's black people existing in their country, okay? I'm gonna do some silence there. They don't even know that we exist there. So when the Consul General saw it in New York, he says, can I take this film and show it out as a clip, you know, for the whole day for 30 days? So this way, the people that come that want a new passport can see it, and they can see that there's black people in our country. I said, absolutely yes. That's not a problem. That's good. But it's tough, and it's the money's behind it, and you know, once again, we financed it. But as the sister mentioned earlier today, right? How do we get this message? How do we get this message to this new generation? So it's about strategy. Sometimes they might not get it, you know, if you tell them there's a 33-minute film here. You can see it. But if you send a 30-second clip that's connected to the film, and then next week you send another 30-second clip then they start seeing it, then they start putting it together. So we started coming to a strategy because they're the ones that are gonna be the ones that are gonna be keepers of it. It's tough, it is difficult. It is not easy, you know, but how we can actually get it? How many people here were yesterday morning and saw the drummers play? Did you notice that they don't speak Garifuna? But we have to push them, you know, and we have to, you know, cuddle them, and, you know, they have gifts. They have gifts, and we have to make sure that they nurture that gift of drumming, singing. The other kid that was playing the guitar, his dad died on the 17th, a year ago, on a plane crash. Aurelio. The guy that was playing the guitar. That's his father, Aurelio Martinez. From LA, doesn't speak Garifuna. But when he sung and he played, you can't tell. And I'm getting just goosebumps thinking about it. So it's nurturing these individuals, you know, to make sure that they continue the culture. It's not easy. And we have to connect Yurumeng because we have a love for this country. We have a love for this culture, you know, and we still have to learn about the history of Yurumeng. I didn't know until I started reading some of the books that how, once again I use that word, ruthlessness, how the English are so ruthless. We were thinking about us being exiled. What about the people that stayed here? You know, they suffered. You know, you weren't able to congregate, you weren't able to play the drums, you know, you weren't able to practice. How difficult was that? And learning that history was amazing for me, you know? So now we have to teach that history to the Garifunas in all the diaspora, you know, how difficult that was, you know? So it's a lot of info. It's a lot of info. So it's a call to action. You know, we all have we have our gifts that the ancestors and God has given us, you know? And you know what those gifts are. So we have to utilize those gifts so this way we can keep this culture alive here, there, and everywhere. That's all.
Thank you very much for that comment. We have to come to close because we have to go to another event. So we want to thank all who stayed and enjoyed the film, and to come back tomorrow. We have our third day and exciting sessions. Both days have been good so far. We're going to have another good day tomorrow. And take time to enjoy the exhibits. The Carnegie Building, where the National Trust is housed, has the exhibits of the pottery. Take time during probably lunchtime. It's just 5 minutes walk away, and you can view the exhibits there. So thank you all for this day, and have a good evening. And I would probably see some of you at the cocktail event, and and they want to go. So thank you again. Have a good